Good morning. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 elected members at the same time as the Mayor, in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is Mayor's question time meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Today, we will ask questions of the Mayor on the final draft consolidated budget for the Gallie Group 23-24. In case of an emergency and any need to exit the building, guests seating in the public gallery should follow security staff, and Assembly members should follow the meeting clerk. Can I ask the clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Assembly Member Hirani.
Well, Assembly Member Hirani is not with us today because yesterday he and his wife just welcomed a new baby. And I'm sure the Assembly will want to join me in congratulating the Hirani family on the new bundle of joy that's arrived in their lives. Before we begin, let us reflect on a year having passed since the invasion of Ukraine, and note that the Assembly sends its deepest sympathies to those affected by the ongoing war. In the past year, Ukrainian people have witnessed death, destruction and displacement on an enormous scale in their country. Last March, we unanimously passed a motion condemning the invasion led by Vladimir Putin and demonstrating that we stand united with Ukrainian people, Ukrainian Londoners and the Mayor of Kiev, and that remains the case today. The Assembly continues to advocate for Ukraine wherever possible, and support Ukrainian communities in London. When we now turn to an update on the recent Assembly activities since the last Assembly meeting held on the 9th of February. Assembly members visited the London Legacy Development Corporation for a tour of Stratford Station and discussion around plans for East Bank. The Health Committee wrote to the London Ambulance Service with 5 recommendations for its new organisational strategy 23-28. The Budget and Performance Committee held its 6th session in the budget scrutiny process, questioning the Mayor on his final draft consolidated budget. The Housing Committee published a report with the recommendations for the Mayor and the government on reducing inequalities in housing for women in London. And for its monthly question and answer session with the Metropolitan Police and the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime, the Police and Crime Committee discussed topics including the Met's turnaround plan, recruitment and training, safer school officers, and independent review of prevent and economic crime. And finally, in the second of the 2 meetings on the barriers to work, the Economy Committee examined those related to people with criminal convictions. So I'd like to take this opportunity to inform the Assembly of a recent change by the GLA Conservative Group, now to be known as City Hall Conservatives. Finally, I want to welcome students from, I don't think they're here yet, so I'll welcome them when they do arrive then. Can I ask the Assembly to note the interest set out in the item number 2? Do Assembly members have any other disclosable pecuniary interests which relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting, or any other relevant interests, including any declarations in relation to gifts and hospitality, which are not reflected on the authority's register of gifts and hospitality? Thank you. I'll take that there are none to declare. Can I ask the Assembly to approve the minutes of the London Assembly plenary draft budget meeting held on the 26th of January 2023 to be signed by me as a practical record? Further to Standing Order 6.4, this meeting will be used principally to consider the Mayor of London's 23-24 final draft consolidated budget proposals. We welcome the Mayor, who is accompanied by his Chief of Staff, David Bellamy, and the Executive Director of Resources, David Gallie. I will begin by asking the Mayor to present his final draft budget proposals, focusing in particular on the changes to the budget proposals since they were last presented to the Assembly on the 26th of January 2023. The Assembly will then put questions to the Mayor on the budget proposals for up to 2 hours, and finally will move on to debate and vote on the budget proposals. The Assembly's consideration of the final draft budget is covered by the budget procedure set out in Standing Order 6. I would now like to ask the Mayor to present his final draft budget proposals. Mr. Mayor, you have up to 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be able to update members on the changes I've made to our budget proposals since last month's plenary. Thanks to higher than expected income from council tax and in particular business rates, there is more money available than originally anticipated by officers. I've decided to put the lion's share of this extra money, £130 million in total, towards funding free school meals for every primary school child in London. While it's a shame that some Assembly members don't support this move, I've got to say I couldn't be more proud to be able to deliver this scheme for London's school children. As someone who benefited from free school meals growing up and whose parents depended on them to give our family a little breathing room financially, I know the huge difference they make. For children at risk of going hungry and for families struggling to make ends meet, they truly are a game changer. In fact, this emergency scheme, introduced to help families with young children weather the cost of living crisis, will save families around £440 per child. To give councils, schools and caterers time to prepare, it will be rolled out from this September and cover the whole of the next academic year, offering a crucial lifeline during hard times. Of course, I firmly believe that it's the duty of government to make sure our children don't go hungry. But given their failure to act, I'm pleased that prudent and responsible management of the GLA's finances means City Hall's in a position where we can step forward and ensure no primary school child is at risk of missing out on a good, healthy, nutritious meal. As well as funding free school meals, we're also using the extra income to continue the progress we've made in tackling violent crime, bucking the national trend. Keeping Londoners safe is my #1 priority. So, on top of the £51.1 million I announced last month, I'm allocating an extra £8.5 million to tackle drug supply lines, support the work of the London Violence Reduction Unit, improve services for victims, and help bring about the step change we need to see in the standard and culture of the Met. These two investments in universal free school meals and in tackling violent crime are crucial to building a better London for everyone, a city that's fairer, safer and more prosperous for all. I also want to remind the Assembly that my administration has already allocated a total of £171 million for the London scrappage scheme. Meanwhile, central government has doled out tens of millions of pounds to cities around the country for local scrappage schemes, but not given so much as a penny to London or the areas surrounding the capital. Today I've written to the Prime Minister to draw attention to this disparity and to lobby him to use some of the unexpected £30 billion windfall in the public finances, not only to match the funding we've allocated for scrappage in London, but to introduce a targeted scrappage scheme that also provides help for those based in the home counties who drive into London with the most polluting vehicles. So members who want to see more money spent in this area should stand up for our city and make national government your first port of call instead of asking Londoners to pay more. As Mayor, it's only right that I continue to manage TfL's finances prudently, especially after the damage done by the pandemic and lack of support from the government. This budget will support our vital frontline services to deliver, our economy to grow and our communities to thrive. It will keep Londoners safe, our children healthy and our city moving forwards. And I'm proud to recommend it to members of the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that. The Assembly members will now put questions to you on the 7 sections of the budget, section by section, in order to set out, as set out in the budget document, starting with the Mayor's section of the budget. So the questions are focused on seeking an update or clarification on matters relating to the final draft consolidated budget. The first section is the Mayor of London GLA core budget, and the lead-off question will be from the Labour Group in the name of Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, Mr Gallie and Mr Bellamy. Mr Mayor, your recent announcement on universal free school meals in your final budget is extremely welcome to Londoners. We have both long been campaigning on this very important issue, and I was pleased to see you act on the recommendation in my report, Growing Hungry, to expand free school meals where the government has refused to take action. Given that over 270,000 children in the capital go to bed hungry every night, can you tell us why universal free school meals is so important to Londoners?
Well, Chairman, can I pay tribute to the campaigning of Senator Marina Ahmed, but also the Labour team in relation to this really important commitment we're making to every primary school child in London. And let me be quite clear. Anyone who doesn't vote for this budget is voting against universal free school meals. So let's not go for the smoke and mirrors some will try and do later on this afternoon. It's really important to recognise that in this great city, there are, according to the Child Poverty Action Group, 210,000 children who are in poverty not receiving free school meals. This policy will lead to 270,000 children receiving free school meals. And the reason why it's important that we've made it universal is I remember vividly the feelings of shame and embarrassment because I received free school meals and the majority of my school, my friends, didn't. But also I think it's important for every child to have a nutritious, healthy meal. So every family in London with a primary school child will save £440 per child as a consequence of this policy. It means we are investing £130 million into this policy over the course of the next academic year. We know great councils like one of the ones that you represent, Southwark, Newham, Islington, Westminster and Tower Hamlets are already doing this. I want every child to benefit in London, not just those in those 5 boroughs.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I can assure you that nobody on this side of the chamber will be voting not to feed hungry children. Mr Mayor, it's been really disappointing that the government continues to ignore charities and organisations tackling poverty by refusing to extend free school meals. You've been clear that you are plugging the funding gap due to government inaction in this area this year. How can you evaluate the programme to keep the pressure on government to do the right thing and permanently extend free school meals to all children?
Well, we are going to be evaluating this programme, but it's worth making this point. Some people who are against something for ideological reasons will always oppose it, even when the evidence shows it's a success. You'll remember some members in this Assembly opposed my policy to ban the advertising of foods high in fats, sugar and salts. They said, where's the evidence? Well, lo and behold, we did it, and the independent evidence showed it was a massive success in helping children not be obese and overweight. They still oppose this. We again got an example of evidence-based policy with the ultra-low emission zone. Some people in this Assembly opposed it when I introduced it in central London. The evidence shows, the evaluation shows, it's reduced toxic air in the centre of London by 50% almost, in inner London by more than a 50%. They still oppose the policy. We saw those who denied climate change 2-3 decades ago. They now can't deny climate change, so they want to delay action. And the same goes with this, I bet you. We will evaluate this policy, and if after one academic year it's shown to be a massive success, leading to better educational attainment, better mental health, better physical health, better productivity, they'll still find some excuse to oppose it, don't worry.
The problem is that I do worry, and so do so many people, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, thank you very much, and I hope that common sense prevails and the votes go in the right direction from everybody in this chamber. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, for Assemblymember Duval.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, can you explain to us what the consequences of a tax freeze or a tax cut being proposed in your budget, what it would mean in terms of the consequences for services and for this authority?
Well, as I was meeting the delegation from Kyiv, somebody whispered to me that there's a political party today suggesting unfunded tax cuts in the budget debate this afternoon using the ruse of reserves. And what I find astonishing is the same trustonomics we saw crash the markets, destroy the bond markets, and leads to families across our city paying hundreds of pounds more in their mortgages because of these unfunded tax cuts. We've gone from a party that believed in fixing the roof when the sun was shining to one selling their firstborn. And I think it's really important that we recognise that Standard & Poor have given us an incredibly good rating because of the way we manage our accounts and manage our budgets in City Hall. To paraphrase Standard & Poor, they've said we have strong financial management practices and prudent policies. The Tories want to ditch that. The Standard & Poor say we have clear budgetary strategies. Unfunded tax cuts, which is what they are, would mean ditching that. They also say, which is really important, we have a structurally balanced operation budget and, crucially, prudent debt and liquidity practices. We saw during the pandemic how sometimes you need to see the fruits of that planning from a great team in the finance department. We know we've not yet had the recovery in our city that we need. Londoners have a choice, and members of the Assembly have a choice today. Unfunded tax cuts from the team that backs Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng, or prudent, reasonable budgeting from this mayor and hopefully every member of this Assembly, save for the Tories.
And is it the case that in a tax freeze or proposing a tax cut, a council tax cut, that it would impact upon any future grants we may receive? And in fact, by doing that, a council tax freeze is making a cut in future years to our budgets, self-imposed, not imposed externally, self-imposed, of restricting money we could spend on services.
It's really important, the point you've made. So firstly, it means squandering the reserves we have, which we need, because of the TFL will have to be self-sufficient from next year. You know the concerns we have around climate change, but also means in future years we receive less money. So I'll give you one example. In the year before I became mayor, every year we lose more than £30 million from our policing budget because of a decision made by Tories in this Assembly in 2015, 2016. But let me give you another example why it's nonsensical. Every Conservative borough in London is rejecting what the Tories in City Hall are doing. So Bexley are raising their council tax by £76.22, not freezing it with unfunded tax cuts. Bromley are raising their council tax by £66.92, not freezing council tax with an unfunded tax cut. We've seen in Hellingdon a tax increase of £63.04, raising council tax, not freezing it with an unfunded tax cuts. And I could go on with other boroughs. Croydon, of course, raising their council tax by a whopping £235.51. And I could go on in relation to this. So it's really important that Tory members who are going to vote for an unfunded tax cut are called out. They are the real heirs of Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng.
And in the prudent budgeting that you're trying to achieve in terms of this budget, is it right that, you know, I'm quite clear about this afternoon, but I want to hear your views of why we should resist certain amendments that come forward from the other political parties. So last at the previous budget meeting, we heard around various amendments from different groups. There was one on toilets. One of the issues is it just seemed too vast. Would it be appropriate to do a feasibility study to achieve that before you commit to that sort of expenditure? What is your views?
Well, thank you for carrying on the conversation we've had outside this chamber in relation to the importance of, you know, public toilets where we can afford to do so. So I'm happy to commit to you, Senator Duval, that TFL will undertake a feasibility study in relation to more toilets for the public being made available on the transport network. You'll be aware of the progress we've made since I've been mayor, not just for our bus drivers, really important, not just in relation to those stations which have used by not just tube but other modes of public transport. So my concern is naivety about the cost of a toilet. It doesn't cost £20,000 for a toilet. It costs far, far more. I've learned from my experience with water fountains that actually it's a bit more difficult than it originally seems, although we have in London the fastest rate of water fountains of any time in the history of our great city. So let me go away and do this feasibility study and see what progress we can make, and I'll report back to you in the Assembly in due course.
Thank you.
I want to remind Assembly members there's no such thing as points of information. There are points of clarification if you've been named. Hang on. You have a right to come into the section if you want to use that right. You can put your hand up and you'll be called for that, but there's no such thing as points of information. I'm going to go next to Assembly Member Skinner Sheikh, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Mayor. It's been good to hear the sort of prudency of the budget and the fiscal strength and that's underpinned a lot of what you're presenting today. But, you know, it's been an uphill struggle given the context that we're in. And to that end, I wanted to speak to you about inflation. So in May 2022, the Local Government Chronicle warned that the impact of inflation on local authority budgets was leaving budgetary black holes. Now, what impact has rising inflation had on your budget for the year of 2023-2024, given that inflation is now higher than it was last May? And what measures have you taken to deliver services for Londoners in spite of this rise?
I mean, thanks for mentioning the article in the Local Government Chronicle. Just to remind colleagues, we have inflation and interest rates at a 40-year high. What that means is even if you have precepts coming in, it often doesn't meet the inflationary costs you have in your budget. So the idea you would freeze council tax, an unfunded tax cut from the Tories, beggars belief. And there's a reason why there's not a single Conservative council in London, and dare I say it across the country, that is suggesting this trustonomics policy the Tories in City Hall are suggesting today. So what it means is even with the precepts coming in, there's still a shortfall between the cost of inflation. I think CPI is 10.1%, RPI is 13.4%. These are eye-watering numbers. It has an impact on wages of those public servants that we have responsibility for, from police officers to firefighters, from GLA staff to development corporation staff, and so forth. And it's a big challenge. And so I think it's really important we recognise that twinned with the cost of living crisis is a big issue. Notwithstanding that, because of prudent, responsible planning from us, we did fix the roof when the sun was shining. We're now able to invest in 500 more police and community sport officers. We're able to make sure every primary school child in our city, for the first time in history, is guaranteed a free school meal. It's unprecedented. And we'll see who votes for that today and who doesn't.
Well said, thank you. And I would just like to echo actually those points. You know, City Hall has been trying to fill a massive black hole left by the government in policing, in the fire services and TfL since the last mayor removed the operating grant. And you've alluded to obviously the budgetary holes in local councils, and, you know, just building on Assembly Member Duval's questions around, you know, austerity that was brought in 2010, 12 years of squeezed and reduced local authority budgets, including that of the GLAs. What support has the government offered to local authorities, aside from raising council tax precepts, in order to fill these budgetary black holes left by inflation? Well,
I may bring in the Executive Director of Resources and the Chief of Staff in relation to the detail of monies from the government and support from the government. We've had, the experience I've had since 2016 is the councils we work with have had massive cuts to their budgets. They're really important partners. You've heard Sir Mark Rowley talking about we need a 27% increase in our budget to go back to where we were in 2010. You've experienced London fire stations closing down, fire appliances being lost, firefighters being lost under the previous mayor. We've had austerity for 13 years. David, are you best placed to deal with any support from the government?
Or lack thereof?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think policing would be one obvious example, Assembly Member, where as the Commissioners set out, if funding continued on the in the real terms same level per Londoner basis as in 2010, the Met would need another £878 million, and that just gives you an indication of the challenges that we've been dealing with. The Met has, since I think 2012, saved over £1 billion of costs. TfL has saved, since 2016, we've saved £1.1 billion of recurring costs every year. The TfL business plan, looking at the 3 years ahead, is looking to save a further £600 million over that period. So that'd be £1.7 billion of savings that we have to deliver. And I think all Assembly members who have studied these things will understand there's really challenging targets that TfL are having to meet because of the lack of government support.
Absolutely.
And the idea that it's just possible to create further savings in order to make some budget add up just isn't deliverable.
Thank you, David. And just lastly, briefly, please, Mr Mayor, given the impact of Brexit is being felt sooner than expected, according to the Bank of England, what steps can you take to mitigate against this?
Well, firstly, unlike the government, I'm not taking a vow of silence on the consequences of Brexit, right? It's the elephant in the room. We've got to talk about the consequences. So there are things we're trying to do in relation to ameliorate some of the consequences of Brexit. It's noteworthy what the Bank of England's Deputy Governor said recently. It's good to see his comments. So we're doing a lot of, we mentioned free school meals. The Warmer Homes grant programme is going to assist families affected by this. We're going to continue to build the council homes that we need in our city. We're going to continue skilling up Londoners to have the skills for the jobs of tomorrow. And crucially, despite opposition from some in this assembly, we're going to support our businesses by London and Partners promoting London for tourists, for FDI, for investment, for students and for visitors from outside London to come to London.
It's fantastic to hear, Mr Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a point of personal explanation in response to an inaccurate statement from the Mayor. Our amendment included £285,000 per toilet, not £20,000 per toilet.
It's not personal explanation, sorry, Chair.
Yes, it is.
Sorry, Assembly Member Best, you're quite right.
Look, I'm quite liberal about how groups use their time. Okay? It wasn't personal explanation, but you want to give an explanation, that's fine. Using your time, that's fine. But it's not personal because you weren't named at all.
I'm correcting an inaccuracy in what the Mayor said. The Mayor said we had proposed £20,000 per toilet. We proposed £285,000 per toilet, out by more than a factor of 10, and it's all very clearly set out in our budget amendment, which could have been read properly.
Okay, was it? You could have reframed that as a question to the Mayor, by the way, Assembly Member Russell. The next Assembly Member McCartney, please.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I want to ask you about anchor institutions and the possibilities of them leading growth in our city. So can I ask how your budget will support the work of London's anchor institutions, such as the police service, the NHS, Thames Water and the GLA family, to act as economic agents of change in this budget?
Thanks for your question and the work you're doing in relation to this area. I think that the work of the London anchor institutions and the network is quite remarkable, actually. We stood them up during the pandemic, and they were invaluable in helping us deal with the pandemic. And they've carried on their excellent work, and as you mentioned, as economic agents for change. So just to give you just 3 examples of how they can assist, and how they procure services is a way they assist. So by procuring services from and goods from small and medium-sized businesses, those that are female founders, those that are diverse owned businesses, is a really important way to have an inclusive economy, inclusive economic growth. So procurement is important, and they're playing a big role there. In relation to who they recruit, who they train, who they retain, who they promote, making sure that we, have people from underrepresented groups working in anchor institutions is really important. They can really help there and doing some really good work there. That means paying the London living wage is really important. Also working with us, we've heard at previous Budget Performance Committee meetings and the plenary last month, the great work of David Gallie and Enver in relation to climate budgeting. So the anchor institutions can help us in relation to getting to net zero by 2030. So those are some examples of them being, economic agents of change. But I think we should pay tribute to all the institutions for stepping up. They don't have to, they're not required to, but it shows, that they're really important, integral members of the London family.
Thank you. When you referred to the excellent work that was done during the pandemic, I think you convened a lot of that work, bringing people together to identify local needs, particularly our diverse communities. Will that work continue? Because I think it's vital, particularly when we're talking about budgets that we hold in the Met Police, for example, TfL, or our adult education budget, that actually we make sure that those communities, for example, in my constituency of Eastern Enfield or Tottenham, who often feel like they don't get the wealth that's generated elsewhere. That local intelligence is really important.
Yeah, listen, I think Georgia Gould, the chair of the London Councils, and before Peter John, deserve a huge amount of credit. I mean, they are equal partners in relation to this endeavour. And because they're equal partners, it means that areas like, Enfield, Haringey and other boroughs who have often been forgotten about, aren't forgotten about, because you've got London councils, the NHS, the police, the fire service and others playing a crucial role, including faith communities as well. So the intelligence we have is really important, local intelligence. It forms our decision making. Some of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund we receive, we devolve that to the councils to decide how that should be allocated. It's really important to do so. And so the data sharing will be invaluable in us being able to see what the collective challenge is, and then us having shared goals and shared solutions going forward as well. We're also going to be researching any gaps in the work we are doing. We're trying to make sure all parts of our city are covered, and whether it's, as I said, in relation to wealth, prosperity, in relation to jobs, in relation to climate change, and so forth.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have Assembly Member Sam Mohammed.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mayor Khan and David. My question is very simply just to find out how your budget will help homeless households find permanent housing and help support Rough sleepers into secure accommodation. As you know, 59% of homeless households are here in the capital, and that benefits budget is just astronomical. No, taking away from the fact that people are in insecure housing. So it'd be really helpful to understand that.
Look, I'm not going to pretend, I've always been straight, that we, GLA, can solve the issue of rough sleep and homelessness by ourselves. We can't. We've taken off the streets of our city in the last 6 years a record amount of rough sleepers, 13,500. Of the 13,500 taken off our streets, almost 80%, a bit more, have stayed off the streets. The problem is there's a pipeline of more people coming onto our streets and being made homeless as well. So we're doing what we can, working with the councils who have the statutory duty to support those who are homeless households. We're making sure that we continue to work with the Life Off the Streets programme we have, making good progress, making sure that we have the new homes that those who either need support or can live independently have, build the record numbers of council homes that we have been doing and continue to do so. But we need, just to give you an idea of the challenge, we need 6 times the amount of money we receive each year to meet the challenges. But that also means trying to stop the pipeline of new people going onto our streets and being homeless. And that's why it's really important the government relooks at welfare benefits. It's not working in London in particular, and it's an area that's leading to this pipeline of rough sleepers coming into our streets.
Okay, thank you. And on that point about local housing allowance and benefits, more broadly, during lockdown, the government shifted back the limit where they would pay rents to 50th percentile, and that's moved back to 30%. Obviously, a permanent move towards 50% would be really, really welcome for those thousands, possibly millions of people in the private rented sector who are in temporary accommodation. But my question is, how will we make sure that those people are secure where they are? And I really welcome your thoughts on that. And then just on the point around home ownership, those people in TA might be people that have lost homes through the recent financial issues that we faced. But mortgage costs, will be up by around £8,000 by Q4 in 2024, according to the Resolution Foundation. So what can we do to keep people in their homes, whether they're renting or whether they are homeowners?
Sure. Well, I don't want to skip over the last point in your question. It's just so as a direct consequence of this government's policies, homeowners in our city will be paying almost £8,000 more in mortgages. It's really important that people understand the consequence of the policies the Tories in the Assembly want to copy at today's debate this afternoon. It's really important, the consequence of that. Almost £8,000 a year, according to independent figures. So in relation to both questions, in relation to those renting privately, look, there is a gap between those who are in work but in poverty and the rent they pay and the support given by the government, even after their wages. And that gap is filled by often them getting smaller properties, overcrowding, or them borrowing or doing other things to try and make ends meet. It's not sustainable. And so we've got to make sure that if the benefits changes, particularly in London. The government can do it. It did during the pandemic. Secondly, we need to make sure, in relation to, in particular, private rented accommodation, it's more affordable, it's more secure, and it's better quality. Thirdly, we've got to make sure we build more genuinely affordable homes. Supply will not meet demand for some years. That's why we've got to improve the private rental sector. In relation to home ownership, look, Londoners still aspire to be homeowners, right? The problem is many Londoners can't even afford to rent in London, let alone to buy. So the two big things we're doing to support Londoners who still aspire to be homeowners is firstly the London Live and Rent. It means that you can, if you're not eligible for council housing, get one of these properties and you can, because they're affordable rents, put money aside for a deposit, really important if you haven't got bank of mum and dad. And secondly, continue to build shared ownership homes, part rent, part buy, because the deposit you require for these homes are far less than when you try and buy 100% outright with the aid of a mortgage. But let me be frank, you know, people's aspiration to be homeowners is made more difficult by the policies over the last year because interest rates are so high. People who thought they're about to buy their first home, they had the deposit ready, it's suddenly out of reach because mortgages have shot up.
Absolutely, and add on things like energy price increases, and it's out of reach for many. You've touched a little bit on my final question, which was around the budget support for private renters. I welcomed the fact that you and other Labour mayors and the Labour group and the Greens, along with trade unions, have supported calls for a rent freeze. But I just wondered, what is there in the budget that supports those people in the private rented sector?
Well, being perfectly blunt, without government support, there's little we can do, although we're trying to do stuff to support them. So the big help we've been able to do is in relation to quality of accommodation. So we've been working with great councils, including Waltham Forest, in relation to, and I think you came to one of the visits, the new private rental sector qualification, which means more council staff are trained in relation to good quality homes and taking enforcement action. It's really important to recognise, though, that many councils are under-resourced for the reasons we said earlier, cuts over the last 13 years, 40% cuts in their budget. So that's really important. The second thing we're doing to assist in relation to quality is the rogue landlord and agent checker and the report a rogue tool and property licence checker as well. Because bad landlords with bad properties shouldn't be able to make profit from these bad properties. We're trying to call them out in relation to doing so. And the third thing, big thing, which goes to not just quality, but it goes to security, is when I met Michael Gove a few weeks ago, he was quite clear that there will be the progress very soon on finally getting rid of no-fault evictions, which has been promised for some years now. Again, the Greens and Labour lobbied on this some years ago, and it's good to see it appears there is some sunlight in relation to this finally happening.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, it's lovely. I love the fact that you start off talking about your budget and immediately, of course, you start then talking about the Conservatives. And I love it when you talk about us when, quite frankly, if you were very happy with your own budget, I would think you'd just be talking about that. Anyway, I was also a little bit surprised that you actually mentioned Conservative councils and where they might have to put their tax, and yet you don't actually own up to the fact that since you've been in control, you have put your precept up by 57%. And this is a mayor that we mustn't forget has got a £20 billion budget and £2.1 billion in reserve. Anyway, you've had lots of nice, easy questions talking about prudent budgeting and all of that. So I'll ask you a very, very simple question. Actually, I did ask it to you on Tuesday and you were unable to answer, which surprised me, especially as it's prudent budgeting, prudency of budget that we've all heard this morning. So I asked you just how many boroughs you had spoken to regarding extending school kitchens and any capital requirements they might need. You said you'd get back to me on that, and quite obviously I haven't received any correspondence on that. So it's a very simple question, like the ones that your colleagues over there present to you. Just how many councils have you spoken to about this? And what will be the capital cost of increasing kitchens in order for them to complement your policy that you're telling us that you're putting out now? So just how many, please?
Well, thank you for your generous comments about my prudence and responsible budgeting.
Yeah, I was repeating you, but carry on.
Well, thanks for your very kind comments, your generous comments about my prudent and reasonable budget. I'm sure they're going to bring in the Chief of Staff to set out all the steps we've taken, talking to London councils, who are the umbrella organisation representing the 32 councils, including the City of London, which makes it 33. We've been involved, and I'll bring David in to give you some of the flesh of the flavour of the conversations, in regular contact with London councils who are over the moon at this announcement. Nothing's been brought to my attention about concerns London councils have in relation to this exciting policy. I saw, in fact, today, yesterday, in fact, London councils, many councils and London councils welcoming this policy and lobbying the government for action. But I'll bring in David to explain some of the conversations we've been having with London councils, all of whom, 3 London councils have welcomed this policy.
Before David comes in, can I just say, have you seen that Keir Starmer has failed to endorse this? And David, we saw that today, has been announced. David Bellamy, I don't want a whole long answer to this on the basis you're very good at that, and I do know you know the detail. I don't want finite detail. What I actually want to know is how many of the councils have you spoken to? Not London councils. How many councils have you spoken to and discussed the cost implications of this and the capital costs?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Assembly Member. This is probably an occasion when I've been trying to pull together all the detail to give you that comprehensive answer since you asked on Tuesday and haven't got there yet. What I can say is that, as the Mayor said, we've been engaging with London councils as the representative body, who obviously interface with all 33 boroughs as their members. And where we've been particularly focused in our engagement is with those local authorities, the Mayor listed them earlier, who already offer universal free school meals to get the learning about the points that you identify, and ensure that as we set up the project, working closely with local authorities to now actually deliver this,
can I stop
take all that on board.
Because of our time, it's not you don't have the answer for me. I've heard, and they were not my words, Mr. Mayor, by any means. I heard your colleagues and you talk about prudent budgeting. I don't think it's very prudent when you look to be spending £130 million of hard-earned taxpayers' money, when you declare a policy, when you haven't even found out what the capital costs are. You couldn't answer us on Tuesday whether you would cover those capital costs. It could put some of these councils in a very difficult position. It's not 10 and sixpence, it's £130 million. And I do think that if you're going to put forward a policy with so much money attached to it, the very least you could do is talk to the councils and find out what their financial implications it will be to them.
Was there a question there?
I think it's this afternoon's speech. Let's rehearse this afternoon's speech, Chair. Yeah, I can answer the speech. Of course. So I'll try not to make a speech in
no, please don't. Spare us. Well, they can't answer the question.
And if you didn't ask a question, the Mayor might interpret it as a question.
So
Mr. Mayor.
I'm very confident that London councils, who have done an incredible job representing all 33 councils during the pandemic, as we've heard with the anchor institutions work and with the London Recovery Board, can also turn their minds to the issue of free school meals. I think what you're hearing now is just some of the reasons they're not going to be supporting universal free school meals this afternoon. Again, another example of them being out of touch with Londoners in this severely popular policy.
Mr. Mayor, you earlier spoke about people that are having real trouble making ends meet, and you are quite right. So therefore, do you think taking money from them through taxation and increasing your precept, do you think aiming to charge the poorest Londoners for driving around outer London, do you think any of that is fair for people that are having problems making ends meet? Do you think they're compensated by the free school meals? Because bearing in mind, lots of people don't have that. They are pushed, as you have said. Do you think that some of the methods of taking money from them is the right way forward? Yes or no would be perfect for my time.
I don't think it's fair that families are paying almost £8,000 extra in their mortgages because of the government's policies. I don't think it's fair. Londoners are paying more than £2,000 extra in their energy bills because of the government's policies. I don't think it's fair.
That's not my question.
That Londoners are paying on average £5,000 more in rent because of the government policies. I don't think it's fair that families are paying more than £200 in weekly supermarket bills because of the government's policies. I don't think it's fair. Childcare costs are projected to increase by £1,000. Chair, there's 35 minutes left in the Conservative time. They've got plenty of time if they want to talk about fairness. Unless they don't want to talk about fairness, which is fine.
I think, look, you've got to be giving the Mayor time to answer the question if you ask it. But Mr. Mayor... But it may not be the answer you want, right? But it's a question which the Mayor's answering the way he wants to. But anyway, I think we get the message, we get the answer which the Mayor wants to give. I'm going to ask now Assembly. I want to move on. Please. I want to get Assemblymember Cooper, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, did you actually hear Assemblymember Hall welcoming your initiative on free school meals? Because I don't think I did.
I think the Conservatives in City Hall and indeed in Parliament are becoming a caricature of the Millwall fans of yesteryear. Everybody hates us and we don't care. There's a reason why everyone hates the Tories, because they don't care. We're talking about a policy that will mean every single child in primary school, just think about that, every single child in primary school will have access to a nutritious, hot, healthy meal. And the curmudgeons in City Hall, the Tories, are opposing this policy. It says it all.
Mr. Mayor, I was lucky enough to be at Fircroft Primary School with you on Monday, and I didn't hear a single member of staff, let alone the parents who were present, let alone any of the children, speaking against this. They know the value to small children of that nutrition. But I just wanted to ask you, if you recall, under the coalition government, which I believe the Conservatives were part of between 2010 and 15, the Liberal Democrats, and let's give them some credit, took an initiative about improving school kitchens and introducing meals. How many schools in London do you think took that up? I certainly know that all the schools in my patch did. Do you not think there's some crocodile tears here about this huge problem that apparently has been uncovered by Assemblymember Hall?
Let me just inject for a moment, Assembly. I just want to make a general point to the Mayor and to the Assembly that it's very important we use language which doesn't undermine any Assembly member or uses which are derogatory in any way. Please. So can I please? It's a long day. We're going to be here for a long day. We're going to have quite lively debates, but I want to keep the language very civil, please. Thank you.
Well, but it goes exactly to their opposition to universal benefits. If they're consistent and they don't want to be accused of being hypocrites, they should also say children below the age of 11 shouldn't all receive free travel on the tube. They should also say children below the age of 18 shouldn't all receive free travel on buses and trams. They should also say older people above the age of 60 shouldn't all receive free travel. They should also say not every person in this city should have access to a GP. They should also say that every person should have equal access to healthcare. And I could go on. They're just finding any obstacle they can, any reason they can, to oppose universal free school meals. And let's be clear. The Conservatives oppose universal free school meals.
I think they also oppose cleaning up London's air, but I'm sure we'll come on to that. I just wanted to ask you briefly, Mr. Mayor, about community energy, which is something that you have continued to fund since 2016, despite government cuts. It's funded in Wales, just 2 places in this country at the moment. It's really good value for money. It's always been a small budget, but we've been doing that since 2016. It's something that I've been really proud to see coming from City Hall, and I wondered if you had managed to find something for the forthcoming year for community energy for another round to continue.
Well, at least 3 things Wales and London have in common is we both continue to fund the community energy scheme. We both are offering universal free school meals, and we're both Labour. It shows the difference Labour winning can make. And you're right, we have funded this scheme because it's really important. Important in relation to generation of energy and using renewable energy. So the good news is Phase 6 of the London Community Energy Scheme is currently being considered, the applications, and we're hopeful to be able to announce some really exciting schemes all across London later on this year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. And apologies that the Mayor didn't see our press release, but the very first line of that said, whilst we welcome the Mayor's policy on free school meals, we do welcome the policy, but this is a scrutiny body. The function of a scrutiny body is to ask you questions about a policy to ensure that it can be properly rolled out. I wanted to move on to free school meals and talk about a slightly separate
area of that. You talked quite personally about the stigma that you experienced when you were younger, and you spoke quite movingly about that this week. And whether it be the Conservative-led policy on free school meals to those in Key Stage 1, or whether that be your policy to have a one-year package this year, the people that have missed out on that will be secondary school children. And so that is sometimes where the stigma can be most acute if there's a policy that is badly ran out. So I wonder, is there anything that you can do either this year or through the legacy of your policy to try and look at best ways in which free school meals are handled in secondary schools across our city to ensure that nobody faces that stigma?
I'm going to bring David Bellamy in shortly to explain some of the work we've done with secondary schools and what we know about the intelligence in secondary schools, which has progressed since I was younger. But let's be frank, there's always a but. We're opposed to climate change, but. We're opposed to toxic, poisonous air, but. Or the other way around. We do believe climate change is happening, but. We do believe we should take air quality seriously, but. We do believe in universal free school meals, but.
We have questions about how you can deliver it effectively to make sure that 100% of children you have said can have them. So that is fair questions to ask, Mr. Mayor, and I know you don't like to ask questions, but that is the point of scrutiny, that is the point of this message. Chair, if the Mayor doesn't want to answer our questions, then we will have to ask them in a different way, because you need to make sure he answers the questions.
Let me just tell you. Assembly members ask questions, the Mayor answers them. You don't interrupt him, please. He doesn't interrupt you when you ask questions. Hang on. And hang on. And if you want to do this right, I think this is not right, Assembly members. He's asking you a question. You may not like the answer. You may want to reframe it when you have a chance to come back. But stop. And I know you are wasting your time, by the way, in all this. But I want you to put it. Don't interrupt the Mayor when he's asking a question, please. Just like he won't interrupt you.
Chair, it's very telling how angry you are at me for asking a simple question of the Mayor when you weren't that angry at him using inflammatory language. You're supposed to chair these meetings, and it's frankly embarrassing.
I'm upset by the fact, right, that you interrupted the Mayor when he asked the question, and this wouldn't happen anywhere else. But that you did interrupt him, and he was answering your question. He didn't like you may not like the answer he was giving you. I understand that, but he has the right to give you the answer.
Was he, Chair, was he answering the question I asked?
No. He asked he gave an answer to a question you want to.
So if you follow the logic of the proposition in the question, we should be against universal free school meals for reception children, year 1 and year 2, because children in year 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 don't receive it. The same logic in relation to why should primary school children receive it and not secondary school children receive it. We're lobbying the government to make sure we have universal free school meals in primary and secondary schools, but I'm not going to apologise or resile from giving every child in primary school free school meals from next September.
Mayor, I've asked you a really simple question. It was actually on something that I felt that we could agree on, because my colleague has asked you the questions on the finance. I was asking you about how we can help secondary school children and make sure nobody faces stigma in London. That's the question.
And if I wasn't interrupted 3 times, I did say that David Bellamy was going to come in with some of the intelligence we have from secondary schools and the work we're doing with secondary schools.
I think quickly I can reassure the Assembly member that absolutely we are going to engage with London councils and have a group looking at all the issues around child meals and welfare, and we'll look at secondary schools as part of that. There is, though, an important difference. A lot of secondary schools, obviously, it's a different cafeteria-style arrangement, and they have smart cards, which is just configured differently for people who get free school meals, and so the same stigma arguments don't necessarily apply in secondary schools, but still, clearly, it's a very important area to look at.
I'll say quickly then, perhaps if you or the Mayor could write to me on that, because at primary school, actually, the setup means that you can't tell who's on free school meals because everyone goes to the same counter, receives the same meal, whereas at secondary schools, because of that diversity you talk about, there is more chance to have a scheme where there would be stigma. Now, I think things have come on a long way, but what I'm just saying is, can I please have a letter to see what we can do with this policy, with this legacy, to reduce stigma in secondary schools where it need be. So if you could write to me perhaps on that from the Mayor, that would be lovely. And if the Mayor wants to talk to me afterwards about some of the questions and our support, I'd be more than happy to meet him if he'd like to.
Well, Chair, I'm looking forward to seeing the debate this afternoon. The proof will be in the pudding and the votes.
Yeah. He doesn't want to talk to us. No, I'm happy actually to arrange for the Assembly member to talk with a relevant colleague on this. Yeah, there's no issue with that.
Great, thank you. I'm going to give the chair over to the Vice Chair for a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, what effect are central government cuts to your budget having on London's health?
Well, only the Tories would laugh about London's health. We've got a situation where there are thousands of premature deaths each year in our city because of health inequalities. We've got a situation where life expectancy in the wealthier parts of our city are far greater than the poorer parts. What's the Tories' response? They laugh. Can I begin, Chair, as I always do, by thanking you for your public service in the front line, not just during the pandemic, but every day, bearing in mind the hollowing out of public services that you work in, including hospitals and primary care. We're seeing a consequence of that with the industrial action. Ambulance workers, junior doctors now, and other health workers on strike. We're seeing, I'm afraid, in London, Chair, parents choosing between eating the meal and skipping the meal so their kids can eat because of these policies. We're seeing pensioners who should have been using heating this winter not using heating because they're worried about their bills. But also we're seeing the gap that was narrowing before in relation to life expectancy no longer narrowing as they were in the past. And that's why it's really important. We can't fill the massive gaps left by 13 years of cuts, just like Sir Mark said. It would need a 27% increase in policing. We can't fill those gaps in housing, in healthcare, in education. But where we can do something, we will do something to help those who need our help the most.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Mayor. Are you concerned that the impact of the cost of living crisis is having on health Londoners? And how does your budget seek to address this, please?
Yeah, so I announced last month a number of initiatives to support Londoners through the cost of living crisis, and I've announced today, in the budget you'll be discussing today, there's further details in relation to support for cost of living crisis with the universal free school meals that I've announced today. As I said, every family with just one child will benefit to the tune of £440 a year. You imagine you've got 2, 3, 4 kids. That's a significant saving to you, as well as it means less time preparing packed lunches and less time doing the second, third job you may need to do to make ends meet. So we'll really be supporting these families tangibly in the in the short term. We're also looking into, Chair, what we can do during the holidays, and I hope to come to the Assembly sometime in the future with some details about what we can do there as well.
Yeah, thank you. And are there any specific areas of investment you'd like to see from the government that would help improve the London's health?
I mean, the three big asks that we've had, one is in relation to freezing private rents. Sam talked about some of the challenges in relation to the private rental sector. In Scotland, after lobbying from colleagues in Labour SNPs, but others, campaigners as well, the First Minister, the current First Minister, froze private rents for this winter, 6 months. We want the same to happen across England, particularly in London. That will save the average family £3,000 a year. Second big thing is changing the rules around benefits, not just bringing back universal credit emergency £20 a week, but also some of the changes in welfare benefits have been a big problem. And thirdly, making universal free school meals in primary schools permanent, rather than just this emergency measure from City Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. Are there any more questions under this section? No? Okay. Then we move on to the next section, which is on the Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime. And City Hall Greens are to ask the first question to Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to reiterate what I said on Tuesday this week about the support the Green Group has for the free school meals decision. We're very glad to see that, and the experience in Islington shows that all those practical problems are very easily overcome. So there's lots of models for how to get on and deal with those practical problems. Anyway, my questions. Since we spoke last month, you've added an additional £2 million for Project Adder in the MOPAC budget. Now, when we spoke in the last budget meeting, I asked you about the £5 million funding that was then available for Project Adder, and in particular what money was going to diversion. And this week, your Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime, Sophie Linden, has written to me detailing that split. So am I right that the total spending on pre-custody diversion amounts to just £150,000?
Sorry, Chair, I've not got the figures with me in relation to that.
Okay,
I'd be surprised because I've visited a number of these schemes, and if that's all they cost, I'd be incredibly impressed.
Well, yeah, I mean, the letter specifically says I've committed to a pre-custody diversion pilot that's currently in development at an estimated cost of £150,000. So, do you know how many people are going to be diverted by this pilot from going into the criminal justice system?
I've not got the information here. Dave, have you got the information with you? I'm happy to write to them, but I've not got the figure here.
I'd very much appreciate some written a written response on that. I've been in touch with the Centre for Justice Innovation, who advocate for drug diversion as a unique opportunity to improve trust and confidence in the police and rebuild legitimacy by turning those sort of any stop and search into a positive, health-based and in particular trauma-informed encounter. Now they say that the potential to divert about 20,000 people a year to a diversion intervention would cost way more than £150,000, which is why we put £1.8 million into our budget amendment specifically for diversion. This could make a real difference to Londoners' lives if it's done properly. So I just sort of ask again, why is MOPAC only spending £150,000 specifically on diversion schemes?
Can I just check? Are you talking about the scheme that was piloted in Thames Valley and West Midlands? Is that the scheme?
That's exactly the type of work. It's happened. It's been piloted all over the place. There's loads of evidence that it works. The Commissioner has said that he thinks diversion is a good thing, but it just seems odd that there's just £150,000 going into diversion at this point.
So I think, you've got the cost there of a specific pilot that's been run. As the Mayor said, there must be a range of other things going on that support diversion. There's one example of another thing that we're looking at, which is through the London Drugs Forum, we're exploring how the new two-tier framework for out-of-court disposals can be used to address drug use and encourage diversion and rehabilitation across London. So absolutely looking to go further.
Okay, it would be very good to have more information about exactly how that's going to work. But just going back to the £150,000 that Sophie Linden wrote to me about, the Met wrote to me that Lewisham Council have approached MOPAC with a proposal to test a pre-custody drug diversion scheme for 18 to 24-year-olds. Is that the same £150,000 project that Sophie Linden has written to me about? And if so, do you have a time frame for it starting?
So the pilot that we were talking about here, the pilot's been developed, so we haven't taken the decision about precisely where it is or its time frames or anything like that. I know, like you, that Lewisham are interested in progressing this policy, and so they're talking. So whether then this pilot will carry out in Lewisham or whether that will be something different is something still to be determined.
So just finally, the response from the Met after the last plenary covered admissions of possession. Now, the national guidance on community resolution says a full admission of guilt isn't required for a community resolution. The person arrested only needs to accept responsibility. This solution improves trust and confidence as the encounter between the person who is stopped and the police is a trauma-informed conversation. So all I can see at the moment in your budget is £150,000 on a drug diversion pilot. Can you confirm that that pilot will take a trauma-informed approach that's recommended by the Centre for Justice Innovation and other advocates for reform of drugs policing?
Chair, I hope it will, but can I write to the member? I never want to inadvertently mislead her. Can I write to her and answer the previous questions she's asked, as well as confirm the last point.
That would be really appreciated.
Yeah.
It's a tiny amount of money to test out on a different approach to drugs policing, so please get it right. Thank you.
Okay, next is Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Morning, David and David. I just want to talk about the Violence Reduction Unit for a second. The overall budget will be now over £42 million after you've allocated more money to their budget. How confident are you that this will be spent effectively, and how will you be measuring success? What extra outcomes are you after with this extra money you've pledged?
Thanks for your question, and good morning. Some of this money is not all this money is spent in this year. As you know, some of these is 3-year programs and stuff. And so at previous Budget and Performance Committee meetings, and indeed I think at the plenary last month, we discussed the framework that's been worked on from the colleagues. That framework is almost ready to go, and I'm sure colleagues will have comments in relation to the framework. But what we've done is spoken to colleagues in Scotland who were the first people to have a VRU. Because we went first in England and Wales, we couldn't work with anybody else. So we've learned lessons from Scotland. I think you'll see that our framework is not in a way criticism of Scotland, but far more detailed and has far more metrics than the Scotland VRU. But again, I'm sure colleagues will have comments on that. I think it's imminently going to go to the relevant committee to discuss the framework, which is the way we measure, which is the way others can measure the success of the VRU. I'm quite clear in relation to what we're seeing with a bucket of the national trend in some of these awful crimes, progress being made, and you're right in your inference, which is it can't just be what goes in, it's got to be what comes out. So yes, we're proud of the investment into the VRU, but it's about the difference it makes to the child on the ground, the young person on the ground.
So has this extra investment you've made, has it been in particular areas? Have you said we want this money to be spent in this particular way?
Yeah, we've got those details. I'll let David, but we have specifically said the additional money is going to this, this and this. David?
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, we're clear in the budget in terms of both the Innovation Fund for local initiatives and the IRIS project in hospitals to really intervene and support people who are victims of domestic abuse, and that's extending a scheme that's already successful in other places. To your wider point on the framework, I saw a draft of it last week and fed back, and it will be coming to the VRU's Partnership Reference Group next month. And yeah, one of the things that is important there is it's setting out where the expenditure is going across the different outcomes that the VRU is trying to achieve, so that you can look at the balance of that investment as well, and then look at where it's specifically going to in terms of particular projects. So I know the director of the VRU takes this very seriously, and is really trying to ensure that's very clear and transparent.
Because the challenge has been in the past, sometimes the VRU giving very clear metrics as to how it's moved forward, and also there's obviously a difference between the quantitative and the qualitative. I think sometimes they've had a bit of a challenge of sort of getting across that it might be huge numbers, but it's huge impact. So have you asked for new metrics, or is there someone particularly focused on the metrics around how they sell the story of what the VRU is actually doing?
So you're absolutely right, Assembly Member, and it's about how do you get the, it's one thing to say, here's the high-level outcome we want to achieve from the VRU, and it's easy to have a project that says, oh, this project, this many young people took part in it, and it's really the theory of change in between. And how do you say, well, that project and that other work all added up and delivered the outcome? And to be frank, with things in general social policy, that's really hard to do. And I'm sure that the first version of the framework won't be perfect, and we'll welcome feedback, and we'll get better and better at that.
Just very shortly, your time is short. Your challenge is spot on. So we've seen with the rescue and response work with county lines and gangs, it's the qualitative change in an individual is more important than trying to touch the lives of X thousand. Is if you can change 240, that's the real prize. So the good news is we're not starting with a blank piece of paper. The rescue and response work, which we've done for about 3-4 years now, provides a good template, but you're spot on in relation to looking below the numbers. What's the change in how you're measuring it? With the rescue and response, we have got tangible qualitative measures of the differences it's made to young people's lives. Are you back in the gang, involved in criminality? Are you going back to school? So forth. So we can bring some of that across, but some of your challenge to us now is some of the challenge we've put to the metrics as well.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, how does your budget help the Metropolitan Police to target the specific failures that were highlighted in the Peel report? That's a report by His Majesty's Inspectorate, and ultimately saw the Met moved into special measures.
Thanks for your questions. It's just worth, before I'll ask David to give you the exact figure of the money we've put aside for the turnaround plan in 23-24, 24-25, but the context is really important, and it's really important to hear what the experts say, which is that you can't have more than £1 billion cut from a budget of a public service organisation, fewer officers, fewer police staff, fewer senior officers, fewer people at call centres, and not expect to see deterioration in service. And so forth. And so one of the things we're doing is trying to put money back into the police budget. Your question is a separate one about how much money specifically is in relation to addressing those issues. We've got some money set aside in relation to the turnaround plan. I think, David, in 23-24 it's £44.3 million. But David will check and just confirm that shortly.
Yes, I remember that's right for 23-24. Obviously, the turnaround plan is about including everything to address the Peel report, but also other things that are needed. £44 million is the revenue funding, will rise to £49 million in 24-25, and then recur from there forward. In addition, there will be both capital funding and also use of Met reserves and drawing some of those down to put even more effort into the turnaround plan.
So, Mr. Mayor, I welcome the specific information that your Chief of Staff has provided, but just look at the big picture, which is what, again, Londoners outside are more concerned about. How it helps things on the streets. How will you and the Met evaluate whether the money spent improving police response to areas such as ASP, violence against women and girls, and combating hate crime is being spent as effectively as possible?
So one of the things we've got to do is, and Sir Mark is seized of this, and I think the new Deputy Commissioner, who's I want to congratulate for her appointment being now permanent, Dame Lynn Owens, is particularly seized of this, is data. Having the right data and using that data to assess success or otherwise of spending and policies. So the MPS budget now provides for a dedicated data office, which is really important, in a one-stop shop for data rather than data being all over the place. And we've got to make sure that the data they have is good quality and we can use it to analyse the impact on various policies and getting value for money. So I'm sure that's one of the big changes that we'll see going forward, which is really important.
Actually, the Met just appointed his first scientific officer, Mr. Ben Sherman, who I met actually at the Institute of Government talk by Yvette Cooper. Sounds a very impressive chap, and I think the police committee were going to invite him. Great. Mr. Mayor, can I just finish off by thanking you for the help you're giving in terms of policing, the £8.5 million extra monies on the violence reduction unit county lines, and on a personal level, the free school meals program, which as a new council in 2009, we're the first council to introduce this program. It remains one of my proudest achievements in politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just say, actually, the free school meals program is actually linked with the issue of crime we're talking about, right? It's an adverse childhood experience being hungry. You skip breakfast at home, you have to pretend to eat at lunch because you've not brought a packed lunch in and you're too worried about being embarrassed, and then you go home and you're still hungry, and that could lead to a child in inverted commas playing up or getting involved in criminality, joining a criminal gang because you get free food and so forth. And so it's all linked. And that's why, thank you for your comments in relation to universal free school meals. That's why it's really important that we have a unanimous vote in support of this, or we know who's against this.
Yeah. Well, I'll certainly be supporting it this afternoon, and so will my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this section, on the MOPAG? No? Okay. The next section is on the London Fire Brigade Service. Any question on this? Pardon?
She's happy to go after Zach.
Okay, Zach, okay. Member Polensky, yes.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I just want to pick up on the climate budgeting process. I know that I've congratulated before in public again, so please take that as read. There's lots of things that are still unfunded in the fire brigade, and I understand that. But I know that MOPAC has had funding from a public sector decarbonisation scheme, and fire services elsewhere in the country have had money from this fund, which is obviously grant funding. Now, the LFB have some really good ideas which aren't being funded, like decarbonising their specialist fleets, heating their buildings. Are you encouraging LFB to apply for the public sector decarbonisation scheme?
Before David goes into details, can I say this cross-party support is really important, because as you appreciate, there are those who want to first deny, then delay climate change action. And so I'm really grateful for the cross-party support you have on this. And you rightly challenge me, and you rightly want to push me further, but it does make a difference. So genuinely thank you. Can I just say, in relation to the public sector decarbonisation scheme, one of the things that we're able to do is bid for them because of the work we do using City Hall money to get them ready to go. And so they're all linked in relation to that. I'll bring David in shortly to explain about some of the other schemes we're trying to get funding for. The good news is we now know, because of the budgeting process, the climate budgeting process, the funded projects and the cost of the projects that are currently unfunded. And you'll also be where we discussed last month green finance, the Environmental Reserve Fund as well. And so you should be hopeful about progress being made. But I'll bring David in shortly about your specific issue about the unfunded LFC stuff.
Yeah, so they did. So remember, LFC did make submissions to the process. We're right at the point now of getting decisions back from the government and trying to understand those decisions, and in some cases query some of what they're saying. And so we're not quite at a place to be able to announce the outcome, but we absolutely have done that. And it's important to recognise that while we're creating the green finance facility, there are some parts of decarbonisation that just simply won't produce a financial return on investment without some grant subsidy, and that's why the government scheme is really important, and the Mayor would want to see that grow and provide that support.
Will we get the detail either way with what happens with the scheme?
Yeah. When the government gets to a point where it announces it all, absolutely. Obviously, that will list what's successful. I'm sure that colleagues can tell you what if anything, was unsuccessful as well.
And then, just to give you hope, there's also the private sector. There are also, God forbid, if the government says no, we're not going to give up if it's a good scheme.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But presumably the grant is preferable in terms of it's a grant. Are there other areas of the GLA that are also using this public sector decarbonisation scheme that might have applied that we don't know about?
So, I mean, it's primarily been the Fire Brigade and the Met. I think I'm right in saying that TfL have an application in as well.
And presumably we'll find out about that in the same time.
All the same time, yes.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all on the panel. Mr. Mayor, I just want to start by thanking you for all your support for the Fire Brigade in this really difficult time, as they're not only going through a culture review with Andy Rowe leading from the front on that, but they're facing climate change and fire safety issues in our built environment. So they are facing up to the very real challenges of these major issues across our city. How does your budget support the LFB?
So we've announced, I think, £24 million additional in our budget for the London Fire Brigade, and even before that announcement of additional money, I think that's £20 million more than the government thinks we should be spending. So that shows the difference the last 7 years has made on the fire service. You'll remember the previous era, fire stations closing down, fire appliances being cut, firefighters losing their jobs. The particular issue we have going forward is the reality now, post-Grenfell, that actually we've got more than 1,000 buildings that, according to the fire service, aren't safe. And so we're trying to support the fire service in this area. The good news is the government has given us some funding towards addressing some of these issues around the building safety regulations at work. And the final thing to say is in addition to using the budget flexibility reserve and efficiencies, we're supporting the fire service in relation to increased pressures on pay caused by inflation and cost of living, which is really important.
Thank you for that, and it's good to hear that the government is sending some funding relating to building safety issues. So the fire safety regulations of 2022, which implement the majority of the Grenfell Tower inquiry recommendations, came into force in January of this year. How will your budget ensure that the LFB is able to support the implementation of those regulations? And is the money the government's given to London enough to cover that?
At the moment, it's too early to say in relation to your really important question, because unless we get it right now, as an issue going forward forever, basically, if you think about it, or for the next few years anyway, we're keen to avoid resources and staff being taken away from an area that's really important to do this also really important stuff, so we need additional resources. And so these regulations only came in stream in January. We're at an early stage yet. There is some requirements on what are called responsible persons, responsible people. They've got to give stuff to the fire brigade. When you receive the stuff, or after a while you don't receive the stuff, you know what issues there are. So I think the Commissioner and the Deputy Mayor will be in a position to give you a better answer, I would suspect in a couple of months. At the current stage, we think we're okay, but it's just not sustainable for that to still be the case in 2-3 months' time. We've got the information in which shows what additional checks are required. That means taking staff away to do the checks. If there's concerns around an external wall, that's concerns, the issues there that causes problems around the built environment. So there are too many unknowns to give you a definitive answer at this stage.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions on the London Fire Commissioner? Yeah? Okay. The next section is Transport for London, and the lead of question is by the City Hall Conservatives, and it's in the name of Assemblymember Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning guests. Ultra-low emission zone expansion is a key element of your budget. So despite the huge public backlash, despite the legal challenge from across and beyond London, despite opposition from within your own party, are you still confident that ULEZ expansion will go ahead as timed on the 29th of August?
So Chair, polemic from the Assembly is okay, but decent answers from the Mayor aren't. I'm quite clear.
Where was the polemic, Mr. Mayor? That was a very reasonable question.
I'm quite clear that toxic care is a matter of life and death. It leads to around 4,000 premature deaths a year. Children with stunted lungs, adults with a whole host of health issues from asthma to cancer, dementia to heart disease, directly linked to air quality. I think delay is not an option. Delay is akin to denial.
So that's yes, you are confident that it'll go ahead as planned on the 29th of August. Is that correct?
I'm confident that we'll be expanding ULEZ at the end of August, and I'm also confident that we'll see further progress in relation to cleaning up our air. There's 5 million Londoners currently missing out to have the same benefits the 4 million Londoners received with the ULEZ Central and Inner London expansion.
Well, let's perhaps explore some of the opposition. So several London Labour MPs have now called on you to pause or delay the rollout of ULEZ expansion, including Seema Malhotra, Shadow Business Minister, and an MP from within my constituency, who said that it would have a disproportionate impact on low-income Londoners and small businesses. Federation of Small Business Research previously showed that 18% of small businesses affected by ULEZ expansion say they will have to close. What does your research show about the impact ULEZ expansion will have on small businesses in London?
Well, the report that was published in November set out the impact assessment undertaken. I've not got the report with me, but it's more than 100 pages. And that report set out not simply the responses to the consultation, but also the impact in relation to this. I'd make this point. They're also, the FSB have been consistent in opposing the ULEZ. The FSB, to give them credit, opposed this policy in 2017 when I first announced it, when it happened in 2019, and then when I planned the expansion to Inner London. So I don't criticise them for being consistent. At least they're honest. I just wish others were honest about their opposition to clean air as well.
Maybe I rephrase the question. How many small businesses in London will close as a result of your policy to expand the ULEZ?
Well, I think we've got to be careful about speculation, because the same people that speculated pubs would close when you banned smoking in public places in 2006 are proved wrong. The same people that said live music venues and concert halls would close because of banning public spaces in 2006 were wrong. The same people, by the way, who said if you pay a national minimum wage, businesses would go bust were proved wrong. The consistency is all those things were backed by, but were also opposed by the Tories.
It sounds to me like you haven't actually done any forecasting on the economic impact of your policy on small businesses in London. But it's not just within London. The economic impacts of this policy will be felt far beyond the bounds of the city. And you frequently talk about actions being taken in London reverberating elsewhere in the country. And that's very true. So I received an email from a carpenter in Havant recently. He said he spent years building up his business in London, but as he says, ULEZ will end this. So what research have you done about the economic impact of ULEZ expansion on small businesses beyond the capital?
Well, you'd have thought, Chair, if somebody was genuinely concerned, and I've given the benefit of the doubt with those who aren't in London, he'd be listening to my calls this morning in lobbying the government for financial support, not just to London, but for those in the South East, including the businesses that the member claims to support. Why is it that this government, by the way, we spend more than £500 million in vehicle excise duty to the government, aside from the £42 billion net to the Treasury. Why is it the government's given funding to scrappage schemes and businesses in Birmingham, in Bath and in Portsmouth, but not to businesses in London and the South East? And what the member is saying is Londoners should subsidise the businesses outside of London rather than the government. That can't be right.
You said earlier that national government should be our first port of call. Well, actually, no, my first port of call is you, Mr. Mayor. This is your policy. The economic consequences will be as a result of that. I think ULEZ expansion will have a devastating impact on low-income Londoners, on small businesses in outer London and beyond. Given the huge cross-party public concern around your expansion plans, given the request to delay this scheme from your own MPs, will you finally listen to Londoners and cancel these damaging plans?
Well, it's quite clear that this member of the Conservatives in City Hall chooses the small business person who writes to him from Havant rather than the families of the 4,000 people dying prematurely in London. It's clear that rather than speaking for the adults with a whole host of health issues and the families of the children with stunted lungs, he speaks for vested interests and fossil fuel groups. I'm quite clear on whose side I am on this issue, as I've been on other public health issues, from smoking in public spaces in 2006 to banning the adverts of foods high in fats, sugar and salt in 2019, to introducing the ULEZ when I first did so in the face of opposition from the Conservatives and others, all phases of ULEZ. I'm quite clear it's the right thing to do to improve the quality of air in London.
Well, to paraphrase your earlier comment, Londoners hate this policy and you don't care. Back to you, Chair.
Sounded better in your head, didn't it?
Assembly Member Caroline Pigeon, please.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, can you confirm that in your final draft consolidated budget, TfL maintains £500 million in general reserves to ensure liquidity?
It's just worth explaining in relation to cash reserves. I mean, before the pandemic, our cash reserves approaching 1.4 billion. And so it's not unusual for a £10 billion business to have significant amounts in reserves. I think that would only pays for 2 months' worth of expenditure. But I'll ask David to come in relation to the reserves.
That's David Gallie. Can you confirm that TfL maintains £500 million in general reserves to ensure liquidity? And also, can you also confirm that the Mayor created a further £500 million facility to protect TfL given the uncertainties?
I can confirm both those statements.
Lovely. So clearly a lot of money ring-fenced in reserves for TfL. So, Mr. Mayor, at the Budget and Performance Committee on the 5th of January, you stated that you believed you needed around £180 million over 3 years for scrappage, but that £110 million was all you could afford. The Assembly passed our amendment last month, which added an additional £100 million to your budget. Why did you choose to reject this additional scrappage funding?
Well, I'm quite clear. Just like in relation to the scrappage scheme in 2019, I always keep these things under review, but we all get party politics. If I'd have announced £200 million, the Lib Dems would have said it should be £300 million. The history is, I first announced a scheme in the previous 2019 for £23 million. I then added a further £25 million. I then added another £8.5 million. I then added another £5 million to take us to £61.5 million. They still weren't happy. I've announced a scheme for £110 million. They still aren't happy. Had I announced a scheme for £400 million, they'd have still found a reason to oppose it. Because what Caroline's trying to do and the Lib Dems are trying to do is have it both ways. They want to be able to say they care about air quality, but they also want to appeal to people who've got some concerns about this by saying the reason why they oppose it is not enough money in the scrappage scheme. At the moment, there is plenty of money in the scrappage scheme. If it was the case, and it's not the case, if it was the case, and history shows this, that we were concerned about the scrappage scheme not being enough, I would review it. As I've said, I would review. I think this sort of gesture politics doesn't do well to the issue we're trying to address, which is addressing the climate emergency, improving the quality of air, and also reducing congestion.
I think calling for a comprehensive scrappage scheme to support this policy is actually a very proper thing to do, and I don't appreciate your response. But I want to pick up a point from Tuesday's Budget Committee. You told me, rather bluntly, that I chose free school meals over your amendment. A completely misleading statement. We fully support the idea of universal free school meals. In fact, your proposal was not in the version of the budget that we amended a month ago. It was only announced this week. Our amendment uses a reserve rather than this new money that you've allocated for free school meals. Do you accept, Mr. Mayor, that our amendment calling for a bigger scrappage scheme in no way conflicts with your new budget line for free school meals?
I'm afraid it does. And it's another example of an unfunded...
It does not. It's different. I mean, can I ask Mr. Gallie? It's a different money. The reserve that
I'm asked the question.
I'd like to ask Mr. Gallie then, because you're misleading the public, Mr. Mayor, and that surely is below your office. Mr. Gallie, can you confirm the money we use for a bigger scrappage scheme in our amendment is different to the pot of money that the Mayor has allocated for free school meals?
Yes, your amendment is funded from a separate reserve
so
rather than the additional sums of money that became available to the Mayor following the final settlement.
So I've asked Mr. Gallie. I've not asked Mr. Bellamy. I have not asked Mr. Bellamy a question.
Let me get something right here. This is the Mayor's budget. The Mayor has got two officers to assist him and answer the questions. Is it? I'm really saying that
David told the truth.
The Mayor, right, has the right to see whom he wants to help to answer the question, but the question asked should be to the Mayor. This isn't a panel discussion, right, where we have invited guests here. We invited the Mayor to answer questions from the Assembly members, and then the Mayor can choose who best answers the question.
Okay, well, I asked the Mayor, and then I specifically asked the Finance Director so I could get a categorical answer based on the actual numbers in the budget. But let's move on. Mr. Mayor, given the ring-fence reserves for TfL we discussed earlier, do you really think Londoners would rather see you building up reserves across the GLA rather than using around £100 million to expand the scrappage scheme to help Londoners meet the ULEZ expansion?
Well, let's hope this time I get to answer with more than 3 words before I'm interrupted, like last time. So let me be clear. The reserves are there because we need the reserves to be the vindication of our policy on the reserves is what Standard & Poor's said. Standard & Poor's specifically, they didn't need to, specifically mentioned in relation to their AA credit rating, the fact that the work we were doing in relation to financial planning, in relation to small c conservative assumptions, but also in relation to our debt and balanced operation budgets were the reasons why they gave us the AA credit rating. You simply can't use the reserves for a reason that is leading to us having lower reserves. So if, for example, fares don't come back as we need them to do next April, we'll have to make huge cuts to bus services, huge cuts to transport for London, and not have a balanced budget because of the operating grant going. I'll give you another example. If, for example, we've got an issue in relation to the cost of living crisis in London, and it means an impact on the business rates next year, or in relation to other issues next year, it causes City Hall big challenges. The only reason we're able to use the additional money from business rates for free school meals is because of the prudent, responsible way we're managing our accounts. Every year, by the way, the Lib Dems, the Greens and others say we should be spending our reserves. Thank God we ignored them, because when the pandemic happened and we started to spend the monies that we have in our reserves the way we did, we wouldn't have the AA credit rating we have, and we weren't able to do the stuff we are doing for London. So I'm afraid if you decide to use some of our reserves, it's an unfunded tax cut for a scrappage scheme which hasn't even been used up. It means we're not able to do the things we want to do, which is use the additional business rates for universal free school meals.
Okay, you've used 2 minutes now. You've made your point there. If you've made your point. I think using a small amount of reserves to help Londoners in outer London introduce your policy is actually reasonable. But when the congestion charge was introduced 20 years ago, Mr Mayor, huge concerns, similar to what we're seeing now about ULEZ expansion, took place then. But the then Mayor completely transformed the bus offer in central and inner London. And I'm not seeing that incentive in your budget today. Outer London is very different in its geography than inner and central London. The demand-responsive bus trials in Sutton and Ealing were a huge success and really reached out to a different demographic. Will you look to fund demand-responsive buses in outer London to give outer Londoners a greater transport choice alongside the additional kilometres we spoke about earlier in the week on regular buses?
The history you're reading out, you're rewriting. That's not the history. The expansion of the buses that we're planning for this year in outer London is the biggest expansion in outer London in history. In relation to the demand response consultation, the pilot, it wasn't a success. You can't rewrite history because it suits the narrative. And what you're trying to do is a classically done trick, appeal to all people all the time. And people see through it. What we've announced in this budget is 1 million kilometres of additional bus routes in outer London by this August. Another additional 1 million kilometres in central, inner and outer, which we're going to work on as well. But in the face of this government, which you supported for 5 years, wanted us to cut by 4% buses in central and inner London, because of our prudence, you wanted to spend those reserves. Because of our prudence, we were able to keep those buses in central London going. A number of the routes that were going to be cut are not being cut, and we're providing good public transport in central and inner London because of those savings. Had we followed some of your amendments last year, we wouldn't have been able to do so. So I think you can't rewrite history because it suits your narrative. What you're seeking to do is to, at the same time as supporting clean air, oppose the ULEZ expansion. At the same time as supporting the 2 million kilometres of additional buses, saying because it's not meeting your particular ask, which is the demand response scheme, which didn't work, where some are not failing to meet a test that we can't meet. We will make sure that TfL provides the additional buses in the areas that need them the most. At least 1 million kilometres will go out to London by this August. I'm hoping even more later on this year, next year as well.
I'm afraid, Mr Mayor, at the moment, TfL is currently planning to reduce the frequency of bus services in outer London, such as the 213 between Sutton and Kingston, a reduction of around 90,000 kilometres a year. You can't have it both ways either. And the one thing I would reflect on, Mr Mayor, stop interrupting me. You interrupt all the women in this chamber when we speak.
What the member is trying to do.
Assembly Member Pigeon, you're out of time now.
I'm not. I've still got time on the clock.
17 seconds, okay.
And I was saying, I would just like to say that one thing is, no mayor has a monopoly of all good ideas, and you should take them, and you praise people when you want to, and you attack them when it suits your argument. You are playing games here. We are trying to find ways to help make ULEZ work in outer London. We're putting genuine suggestions on the table, and you throw it back in our face and show cheap politics. It reflects on you, Mr Mayor. It does not reflect on the Liberal Democrats.
It's called having your cake and eating it. The Lib Dems are good at that.
Okay, Mr Mayor, they're out of time now.
Is there anything to say about the Mayor interrupting?
I'm not going to say anything about the Mayor interrupting because the Mayor just answered the question which the Assembly Member Pigeon tried to get in at the last seconds of her time. Okay, the next question is by Assembly Member Baker.
Chair, you have got a habit of interrupting the women, I must say. It happens every time. You attack my colleague constantly, and she does not deserve that, and neither does Assembly Member Pigeon.
I think every interaction is unique and specific. My responses to are very individualistic to this person involved. I don't make
to women.
That may be your words, not my words.
They are my words. They are my words.
And I don't agree with them.
Are. Well, we've got video evidence of it, Mr.
Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure that's because of the quality of my questioning, to be honest, but there we are. Wonder who wrote them.
Hang on.
That'll be our staff, just like they write yours.
Can I say one thing? It's this sort of behaviour by some Assembly members that gets me to intervene, Ryan. And if you don't want me to intervene, please don't interrupt Assemblymember Baker asking a question. Who has the floor now?
Absolutely. As a woman, I was just interrupted there, wasn't I? So practice what you preach, eh? Okay, so good morning. Yep, good morning, Mr. Mayor. Okay. So on the 23rd of January 2023, the French Transport Secretary said it would be mad to cut spending, especially after the difficulties that Parisians are facing. It would be unreasonable to make passengers contribute excessively. We don't have the London model. In our model, there must be a capacity to invest. Frankly, that's a little bit embarrassing for us, isn't it? But as we know, this is the model from the previous mayor that relies excessively on fare payers and rather than government support. Do you think this is meaning that, agreeing with the French Transport Secretary, that this is meaning that London passengers are contributing too much, is particularly in the middle of a cost of living crisis?
Yeah, just worth reminding ourselves that in 2015, the Chancellor, who is a Conservative Lib Dem Chancellor, George Osborne, made a deal with Boris Johnson to remove all the operating grant from TfL. That means we are the only public transport authority in the world without a revenue grant from central government or an equivalent, as there is in Germany with a federal system. So 72% of the services we provide, 72% come from the fares from fare commuters in London. You could go to Paris, Madrid, New York, and so forth. There's about 38% top whack. It's lower than that. So actually, when there are fewer people using public transport, the impact is not as great. And so the operating revenue grant system is broken, which is leading to the challenges we have. And I'm afraid it's been compounded by the deal the government forced us to take as a consequence of the pandemic, which exacerbates these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have to say, purely anecdotally, I increasingly hear that people abroad look at what's going on in our country and frankly think we've all lost our minds. And I'd just like to encourage them to just say that we're doing our best in London, frankly. But on that, what is the impact? Do you fear that there's an impact on London's standing when discussing things with other global cities, which you obviously do, especially on the level of living standards and economic growth, that the lack of support for our transport system creates?
I think when you speak to leaders across the globe, and indeed leaders across our country, they understand that transport is integral to a successful economy. It's also integral to people going about, doing their shopping, going to university, going to college, visiting their friends, addressing the issue of loneliness, and so forth. A good public transport system is crucial. And that's why it needs to be subsidised by the government, because it doesn't wash its face often. There are some routes that aren't profitable, never will be. It's really important to recognise that. The challenge we have in London is we've got a government that's anti-London, right? Which doesn't make sense to me because we contribute net about £42 billion to the economy. The City of London and other businesses say we've got to invest in public transport. All of them welcome the policies we've had over the last few years. Notwithstanding the face of huge opposition, we are still investing in infrastructure. We're still increasing bus routes. We're stopping the worst excesses of government policy in relation to cutting cuts in central London. We're still offering free travel for kids. The Tories opposed it. We're going to carry on doing it. We're not going to delay older people receiving free travel. The Tories basically wanted us to do it with their deal. We've managed to find the money to avoid that happening, but it becomes harder and harder each year. And the idea that at a time when budgets are tight, you squander the reserves on the spending money that we haven't got when we need those reserves, I think would be not the right thing to do. And evidence of the approach we have is supported by Standard & Poor. Is for me a good indication that we want to do our policies rather than policies that have been advised by others.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Garrett, please. Assemblymember Berry, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Assemblymember Garrett too.
Right, Mr. Mayor, before I start, I just wanted to refer back to something Assemblymember Mohammed said earlier on, because I'm really pleased to see you today team up with the mayors from other cities and with the two Green Party leaders in a proper cross-party way to write to the government about the rent controls issue and the urgency of rent controls and powers for rent controls in cities. I really appreciate that work. I've been asking you to push ahead with that since, I think, before I was born. And I think you'll be aware that we have a budget amendment later on urging more support for groups like the London Renters Union, who are actually the people who pushed forward this cross-party work. And I think those grassroots groups do need support, and I hope you'll keep looking every time we put forward the Resident Empowerment Fund. Now, that's off topic, apologies, Chair. I need to ask questions about Transport for London. And I want to ask about the policies that go around the ultra-low emission zone expansion. You'll know, and just to be very clear on the record, we in the Greens and myself couldn't support you more on expanding the ultra-low emission zone. The only dispute I think we have on the policies itself, if it were us, is we'd have gone London-wide from the start when I was first elected in 2016. But I do have some concerns about the scale of the policies that sit alongside it. Now, I've looked at the numbers for bus kilometres, and I've done some number crunching, and fingers crossed they're right. Your press releases have loudly exalted that there will be 1 million more bus kilometres alongside the ULEZ in Outer London. But this sounds much larger than it is. London currently has around 470 million kilometres of buses operated. And as referred to by Assemblymember Pigeon, at the time of the introduction of the congestion charge, it was seen as very important by the Mayor of the time to show people in Outer London, people across London, that the bus service was improving. They increased the bus service kilometres operated from 2000 to 2004 by getting on for 100 million extra kilometres. So it seems to me like you need to be investing an order of magnitude more in this. Are you convinced that you are doing everything you can to show that your plans are integrated and that they're about helping people switch their journeys away from car dependency and not just switch their vehicles, which is the focus of the other parties here, and I think isn't the focus of your actual strategy?
Well, firstly, can I say it's reported that Greens have been consistently supportive of this and, as you said, pushing me further, but it's very different from the having it both ways that Lib Dems appear to have now. In relation to public transport in London now, it's very different to, with respect to Ken Livingstone's first term, in relation to the other forms of transport there is in London now. I don't even mean the Elizabeth line. Just think about the numbers of people now versus 2004 who walk, who cycle, who use the transport we have. Look at the frequency, for example, on the Victoria line where it was in 2000, 2004. It's a very different setup to what it was then. So the addition of the at least 1 million kilometres by August is a big deal in Outer London, because what we're talking about is not necessarily just Outer London to Central London, but it's the orbital routes, it's going to town centres and so forth. So the change it will make in Outer London is of a bigger scale than the improvements made 20-odd years ago. But also the other improvements we've made, and the pandemic actually accelerates some of this in relation to Outer London, also means we can't compare 2023 with 2002 and 3, which is the comparison that some people are trying to make. And actually, if you went back in a time machine to 2003, 2002 London, public transport is nowhere near as good as it is now.
I mean, I was a resident of London at the time,
So
and
was
I vividly recall the vast improvement in the buses. It made me very enthusiastic about the buses and quite an advocate for them. But I don't think you are doing as much as like 1 million kilometres would suggest. Can you tell us what percentage increase in bus services in Outer London that is? Because, again, going back to the 2000 to 2004 period, I've got about a 28% increase in bus kilometres there, and I just don't see that is that kind of step change in service that we saw. No matter what starting point you're talking about, we need to see vast improvements in Outer London that you're just not providing yet.
I can write to the member with the percentages. I don't want to do that.
And in terms of the split of funding, it seems to me like the extra £33 million for buses in your policies is split just 66 million. 33 million for inner London and 6 million for outer London is the split of the extra bus investment. Is that right, and is that the right balance? If so,
it's not right, because those figures don't include the 1 million extra kilometres for outer London.
That's on top of that 6
which
million.
is on top, and the 6 million you refer to is probably largely outer London, but not entirely. But also it's not quite an apples-to-apples comparison, because obviously the 33 million was not about additional routes, it was about stopping cuts to existing routes, and so it's probably not strictly a fair comparison.
Okay, that makes more sense. If you can write to me the other information.
That percentage, I know that was a 4% cut. I know that percentage, by the way. So I do know some percentages.
Okay, the Greens are out of time now. The next is Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Morning. On ULEZ, one of our rare moments of agreement, Mr. Mayor, was in last July, when I asked you about the difficulty of people in outer London switching from cars to other forms of transport in the way that had happened in inner London and central London. And you agreed with me that it was more difficult, and therefore you couldn't assume the policy outcome would be the same. And clearly some of my colleagues in other parties have picked up this same fairly obvious point. The income that's in your budget that's coming in from the outer London ULEZ expansion, can that be ring-fenced? Is there a plan to ring-fence that for improvements in those areas where that revenue is coming from?
Sure, I know it's ring-fenced for public transport. You ask a more specific question about, can I come back to you in that in relation to whether that's possible?
No, and I'll tell you why not. It's because this consultation has been going on now for nearly a year. You've had a very long time to think about it. Sure, but your thought process, Mr. Mayor, about how this expansion will work, you've had a very long time to think about it, and if you were minded to prioritise that money in outer London, wouldn't you already have thought of it? Surely it's not me just now for the first time suggesting it.
No, because it's finite. Because it's not going to be infinite. So if the way you fund public services, you've got to make sure there's a recurring funding coming in. If, for example, only for 2 years do we have net money coming in, because after 2-3 years, the calculation is, according to the business plan, that no more money comes in from the ULEZ expansion. You can't really sensibly, in a prudent way, plan for a bus contract for 7 years when you've only got money coming in from a ULEZ expansion for 3 years. So that's the simple reason why. I was trying to be generous to you and say I'm happy to go away and look into this, but if you don't want me to, I won't look into it.
Well, what I'm suggesting, Mr. Mayor, is that I think it is revealing that you haven't already looked into it. Let me just reiterate my question. So the revenue from the ULEZ expansion is going to disproportionately come from outer London. To take 2 boroughs, for example, Croydon and Sutton, very dear to my heart, but many others. They already get less money from City Hall than inner London boroughs, and they already have less transport opportunities and infrastructure than inner London. So this is a new plan of yours that will specifically impose a cost on those boroughs, and I'm saying why don't you earmark the revenue, whatever it is, over whatever period that is raised in outer London? Why haven't you got a plan to spend that money disproportionately or entirely in the places where it's being paid?
I've already discussed the additional public transport coming to outer London this year and next year. We are keen to improve public transport in outer London. We've got plans to do so. We're currently speaking to the government, for example, in another part of London in relation to the DLR extension. We continue to try and lobby the government for support for an extension of the Sutton Croydon tram. In the meantime, we will try and increase, and we will increase bus provision in outer London.
Sure. Well, this bus provision thing, I've crunched the numbers. I make it 0.21%. So it sounds like 1 million extra kilometres of buses sounds like a lot, but the thing about outer London is that it is very big, and so 1 million extra kilometres doesn't actually amount to very much. It amounts to, by my reckoning, about 1/5 of 1% of the amount of buses that are already there. It is not going to transform people's lives. Why don't you ring-fence the income from the ULEZ expansion in outer London to spend in outer London?
Chair, that was the first answer I gave, and the members said, no, you can't go away and look into it because you should already have an answer. Well, you can't have it both ways.
But what?
I think as the Mayor said, if you're going to look at a bus, you have to fund it for 7 years. And I think we've had discussions around this table before about the ULEZ income is expected to be very, very small in 7 years' time. And so ULEZ income absolutely is there to invest in public transport, but it's not something that is going to provide additional bus routes across a 7-year contract.
But Mr. Mayor, why is it? I mean, you're aware that there's a lot of opposition in outer London, cross-party. It would be an obvious way to help to diffuse that, to say that the money that it raises will be spent in Outer London. Why don't you make that commitment?
Chair, let me go back a few minutes. What I said was the monies net we're going to bring in is going to be used for public transport, as TfL have said. I'm more than happy to go away and look into whether we can have some of this money specifically earmarked for Outer London. What I do know is we already have specific monies earmarked for Outer London. The member didn't like the answer, and now we're back full circle to where we began 5 minutes ago.
No, we're not, because so what happens with TfL's budget is that hardly any of it goes to Sutton, relatively little of it goes to Croydon, and the same is true across the whole ring of Outer London, particularly in the south of London where there is no tube. So it's an obvious question, and the fact that you haven't even thought about it, and the offer that you had just now was not actually that it would be earmarked for Outer London, but that some of it would be earmarked for Outer London, which I would suggest, you know, if you take 3p of it and spend it in Outer London, you could argue you've met that commitment. That's such a low commitment. Why don't you earmark the money that you're raising from Outer London with this new charge on Outer London so that it goes to the transport in Outer London? So instead of increasing buses by 0.21% and pretending that that's a big thing, maybe you could increase it by slightly more. Maybe you could reach a whole round percent.
Well, let me give you some examples of investment in public transport in Outer London in the recent past. The extension of Bark and Riverside was in Outer London. The new DLR trains that are coming from January, that I saw the first of a couple of months ago, will primarily serve Outer London. The Elizabeth line that goes from outside of east of London to the counties that are now upset about the expansion to the west to Reading benefit a lot of places in Outer London, and I could go on with other examples as well in relation to the additional kilometres of buses that we have announced. Some of the announcements in relation to the cycle schemes benefit Outer London. So it's not.
You'll appreciate in your big laundry list that I was happy to let you give out, not one of them was in or anywhere near my constituency. So when they say, Mayor's hitting us with this charge, what's he doing to compensate? The honest answer is nothing. Is that right?
I think when the member asked his question, he actually, to give him credit, mentioned the additional buses in Croydon and Sutton, but he said they're not enough. There's two.
Well, to be clear, I mean, so for example, Assemblymember Pigeon was pointing out earlier, alongside your very undramatic 0.21% increase in buses, that's a net tiny increase. Part of that includes cuts. So there are cuts on buses in Outer London. There's a bus in Sanderstead that's being cut from 3 an hour to 2 an hour, for example. This is the kind of service that people enjoy in my constituency. Why don't you ring-fence the money from ULEZ that is coming from Outer London to spend it in Outer London?
Chair, that literally is the same question I was asked a few minutes ago, and I'll give the same answer if it helps, which is at the moment the plan is for the next 2 to 3 years when there's net money coming in from the ULEZ expansion to use that for public transport across London. I'm happy to go away. It was an offer declined. To see if there's any specific part of that we can use for Outer London, and the member said he didn't want me to do that, and so I said I wouldn't do that. But if he wants me to go and do that, I'm happy to go and do that.
Okay, I think the message is that new tax being imposed on Outer London is going to be spent disproportionately in Inner London, just as TfL's budget currently is. Thank you, Chair.
Was that a question, Chair?
I think most Assembly members have been making closing statements to their questions, and I think that's fine. I let one side do it, I'm going to let the other side do it, so I think that's fine. He's made a point, and we'll leave it at that. The next is Assembly Member Fortune, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting. I want to carry on with the theme from my colleague, because revenue is an important part of this, and what's been suggested here is that the ULEZ revenue falls away after 2 years. But of course, we know what's happening now is that they're starting consultations on road user charging. So there's another model coming in after those couple of years to whack drivers again, especially after a lot of them have taken on some probably extra debt to exchange up their cars. Because revenue is really the driver of a lot of this, if you'll excuse the pun. The Mayor's fond of using, it struck me earlier, he's fond of using the analogy of banning smoking in pubs. Well, this isn't the same. Right? This is the Mayor saying, right, you can't smoke in pubs. Unless you pay me £12.50, then you can smoke in a pub. Yeah. And by the way, you can only buy the cigarettes off of me. Because that's what's happening with this ULEZ scheme. And it's that sort of procurement issue I want to have a look at here, because the JR is currently in process, and I'll ask for an update on that in a minute. But one of the elements of that JR was this principle of predetermination, that this was always going to happen, and the consultation was a farce. And those consultation responses that were removed or not counted it was always going to be the way that it was going to land in the direction that the Mayor wanted it. So the cameras that are going to be used for this camera extension for this new tax, when were they procured?
Chair, this was a question asked a couple of days ago, and I've asked TfL to respond to the Budget and Performance Committee.
Would you be surprised if they were procured before the decision was taken?
I'd be surprised if they weren't. I mean, because cameras you can use for all across London, they're not unique to out London. So
come on, even no. Says it all.
So how early do you think would be reasonable for them to be procured? Before the consultation started?
Chair, I simply don't know, but I've asked TfL to respond to the Budget and Performance Committee, and I'm sure they will in due course.
So remind me when the consultation started. What was the month that it started?
I think in summer, but I can check the month it was starting.
July. So if the cameras were procured before July, before the consultation started, that would suggest that the plan was always to roll this out, no matter what the response from the consultation was.
We're talking hypotheticals here.
We're not. We're talking about when were the cameras procured, and of course I know when they were procured.
So,
yeah, good man.
So, I was
asked wave, you curmudgeon.
Hang on.
You have him.
I was asked a couple of days ago to ask TfL to give the information. I've asked TfL to provide the information.
I think you'll find it's probably around April. I think you'll find they've probably been sitting in a shed since about April-ish. But I'll wait for your official answer, and then I know the public will reflect on that purchase of the cameras before the consultation was even completed. Let's move to the scrappage scheme now. Do you know how much of the scrappage scheme has been applied for, and are there any concerns that it's not going to be sufficient?
Detail of how much has been applied for, but I do know it's nowhere near the £110 million.
So you have no concerns that that scrappage scheme is going to run out of money?
The history from the previous scrappage scheme, I've got the numbers here, is I did increase it on 3 occasions. So as I said in the past, it's always kept under review. I think the last scrappage scheme, I increased it on 3 occasions. This scrappage scheme is £110 million, almost double the size of the scheme that we ended with last time. I'll have to wait and see in relation to what my review entails, but at various stages in the future, maybe we'll review it.
Finally, moving to that, what's happening with the JR? My colleague asked you the other day if there'd been any preparations around should that result come out in the way that you don't want it. What preparations have you made to possibly delay the extension of the camera network?
As you'd appreciate, the TFO is often judicially reviewed, very seldom successfully, but we can't delay things and stop things happening because somebody brings a judicial review. There are lots of loops to go through before the substantive hearing, before judgment, and then there's appeals and so forth and so forth. So there are no contingency plans in relation to our decision to extend the ULEZ by the end of August this year.
Let's be objective, right? So one thing that this discussion has done is it has made people consider where there's air pollution, and one of the things we've been saying is that you have to tackle that pollution where it is, not tax people where it isn't. So you've got not just fairness, but you've got proper outcomes and solutions. There's a debate going on about that now. People are now really thinking about, okay, how do I transition my vehicle from being perhaps where it's a bit polluting to where it's long-term less damaging to the environment. People are talking about this now. People are talking about the bus networks. They're talking about the infrastructure. Isn't it a sensible time, now that conversation is going on, to even pause it for a year? Just stop. Just give people time. Why not do that? And there's people have asked for that, Unions have asked for it, Labour MPs have asked for it. Why not do that? What's stopping that?
I think what we're seeing in slow motion is what we saw with the climate change debate, where deniers become delayers. And we saw the same thing, by the way.
That's an unfair charge, and I won't accept that, because you're accusing me of being a climate denier, and I categorically say that's not the case. I'm asking about the rollout of a policy.
Hang on. Let the Mayor answer the question, Sabrina Fortune.
I heard the same things both in 2005, 2006, when it came to banning smoking in public places. Why not just delay it? What's the urgency? Yeah, I know Roy Castle's died, second-hand smoking. We know there's evidence that second-hand smoking is dangerous, but just delay it, kick the can down the road. The same arguments were made when I said I was going to bring forward the ultra-low emission zone. The previous mayor, if you remember, didn't just bury away a report in 2013 that showed that there were more than 400 schools in areas that were unlawful. He announced in 2015 he'd bring it in 2021. Let's just kick down the road. Let's just delay it. You know, I think the cost of inaction far outweigh the cost of action, and I think the benefits to both the climate, to the air, and to congestion, you know, when we do the ULEZ, far exceed the costs of inaction.
Gish gallop and obfuscation, it's nonsense. And we're getting to the same answer, which is, and he used the analogy again, you can smoke in a pub as long as you buy the cigarettes off me.
I literally am speechless.
Assembly Member Duval, please.
Thank you very much. The Assembly member opposite might not want the letter, but I think most of us would like the letter about whether you can ring fence or not, because I think he doesn't want to hear that response. But isn't one of the issues that restricts some of the flexibility about ring fencing is about actually the post-COVID government settlement that stops a number of flexibility things that you could have done in the past. But that is a bit of a barrier, not a total barrier, but a bit of a barrier to ring fencing. Is that not correct?
Well, I think the problem with the questions that are being posed is it's great theatre and great on Twitter, but it's a million miles from the reality. I think Ellie Baker raised the issue of the 2015 operating grant, which the legacy was massive debts, massive deficit. I managed to reduce our deficit by more than £1.1 billion before the pandemic, managed to reduce operating costs year on year, at the same time introduce the hopper fare freeze buses, fares and so forth. Because of the pandemic, fares plummeted because passengers did the right thing and stayed at home. As Ellie pointed out, 72% of our monies comes from passengers. They weren't there. And so the government did a deal with London, which we had to accept, otherwise TfL goes bankrupt. There's no public services, forget Croydon and Sutton, all across London. But part of the condition of the deal was we've got to find an additional £500 million revenue this year. On top of the £1.1 billion cuts we've made, we've got to make a further £600 million cuts over the next 3 years. The Lib Dems want to recklessly spend the reserves we've got, just in case we can't balance our budgets next year. This is a £10 billion business. The idea that we can ring fence is one that I was happy to explore. The member for Croydon Sutton doesn't want me to explore it. That's because he wants to do a leaflet, I suspect, and do a tweet rather than actually serve his constituents. That's a choice for him.
Okay. Can we turn to? Sorry, was there something chipping in the background? Can we turn to the reserve issues? Because sadly, I've been about for a long time. I've always been told by officials that reserves, that we never have enough reserves and we've got to have more reserves than is. There's a constant debate. Is there been some official advice about the level of reserves in the new TfL financial model post-COVID that is being enforced on us by central government? Just to put that point in, because I think we need to make that point, because they've made it a lot tougher for Londoners in terms of delivering transport by that settlement that they choose to treat us unfairly on. So what is the advice that's been given to you about what level of reserves and how you use those reserves in terms of coming forward?
Well, I'm going to bring in the Executive Director of Resources, David Gallie, now, because I think some of the questions from Caroline Pigeon, the sort of first year of a law degree questions, the close questions to the Executive Director are very unfair. He should be given a chance to explain the policies on reserves rather than this sort of childish yes or no question that he was asked. So let's ask the Executive Director to answer the question that you've asked.
Elaine, if I can address your explicit question, I mean, what the TfL's plans are rightly to rebuild their reserves following the impact of the pandemic upon them. So their reserves at the moment are 624 million, and they are planned to go up to 929 million, by March 26. to rebuild their finances as part of putting them back on a sustainable basis.
And just to go back, but I'm asking about what's the official advice from the district auditor to all those who look over our finances. What do they keep telling TfL to do if those level of reserves drop, or if you use them in a way that they don't feel is proper and appropriate? Because I've seen advice in the past, and I presume that hasn't changed.
Yeah. So the advice is about maintaining cash balances, because TfL is an operating business, and its expenditure does not run on an even profile, and as we've seen, the pandemic really proved, there are risks and uncertainties to that income, and that becomes the point about a minimum 60 days operating cash. And actually, it's why before the pandemic TfL needed to be beyond that and held 1.6 billion. Now, everybody in the Assembly knows the government has been looking incredibly closely at TfL finances, because quite rightly they wanted to not provide more support to TfL through the pandemic than was absolutely necessary, which we all would understand. TfL is now in a place where its cash reserves are only 1.2 billion, and the only reason that it can do that is because they know that they have the GLA stood behind them in terms of the financing facility that the Mayor has provided, and in terms of the reserves that the Mayor also has prudently put aside in case we get to those difficult situations. And let's remember that none of these things are free money, because if TfL were to go and spend it, whether on scrappage or on anything else, well then the money has to come from somewhere to build it back up again, particularly as the financing facility is just that. It's a financing facility using the GLA's cash balances that then will have to be paid out on affordable housing completions and things like that.
Now, Mr Mayor, in terms of your out of London policy, in terms of transport, I think it's clear, but there's an underlying issue here in this room, isn't there? It's about actually our attitude throughout, I think, from the very beginning, the inception of this organisation about towards out of London. Some folk over there don't think it's part of London, campaign, in fact, to try and take it out of London if they could. Other folk, who there are places who don't even feel that they're part of London and write to me constantly saying, I don't know why you're doing this, because I'm not part of London, but they are. Can you just tell us, right, in terms of this debate around ULEZ and out of London, how is it impacting on your view around policies in general towards out of London, including your transport policies? What's it done to you in that sense? What's your thinking?
Well, one of the things that I think hopefully nobody disagrees with is that the consequences of air quality are quite drastic. And what I'm told by experts, and I tend to believe experts, unlike others, and believe the evidence, is that the 10 boroughs with the largest number of premature deaths caused by air quality are in outer London. And what exacerbates, if you're an older person, your health is bad air quality, and so you die prematurely. Because of this, the Chief Medical Officer, Professor Chris Whitty, who we listened to, most of us anyway, when it came to his advice on COVID and the impact of the pandemic and the vaccines, his annual report last year was on air quality. He gave evidence this week to the House of Commons Select Committee on these issues. And if you know that the 10 boroughs with the largest number of premature deaths by air quality in outer London, if you know that the ultra-low emission zone policy has been said by experts to be the most transformative policy in the world when it comes to improving air quality in quick time, if you know it's brought huge benefits to the 4 million people living in central and in London, why would you not want to have those in outer London also benefiting? So 5 million more Londoners in outer London benefit from this policy. In fact, the ULEZ expansion, when it comes to improving air quality, is a pro-outer London policy because it improves the quality of air in outer London. And I don't understand, for the life of me, why anybody who claims to be a champion of outer London doesn't want to see ULEZ sooner. I mean, they should want it now rather than wanting delay to August. The real reason is the arguments for delay, arguments about bus routes, is a Trojan horse because they're against ULEZ being expanded, full stop.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Next is a question from Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor
Good morning.
The two Davids. In fact, good afternoon, in fact. On the ULEZ, my question is about the impact it is going to have on charities. Now, I work with a number of charities across London, but two in particular, one in Romford and one in Rainham, and both of those are going to be quite badly damaged. The one in Romford cannot afford to replace its van that it used to collect goods around the borough, and another will be affected because Rainham being where it is, it's very close to the Essex border, and we have a number of volunteers who come in from Essex, and some of those don't have compliant vehicles. What sort of work have you done around that, Mr. Mayor, please, to mitigate those problems?
Well, firstly, I hope you and the people you're speaking about would support my call on the Prime Minister for a decent scrappage scheme for those of us in London and the South East. It's really important that we're treated fairly, just like those in Portsmouth, Birmingham and elsewhere have been given support, and Manchester, we should be given support as well, and that would help the people that you are speaking about. Secondly, a huge amount of work was undertaken by TfL last summer. I remember actually members of your side criticising TfL for trying really hard to have proper consultation. I think Ellie Baker made the point that you seem to be criticising TfL for wanting more people to respond to the consultation. And so as part of the consultation and the further work they did during the course of it to get more people to respond, they spoke to charities, sole traders, businesses in particular, small businesses, as well as residents to get their views. And they did with the scrappage scheme is address some of the concerns raised. You'll have seen, for example, a new offer now made, not made before, was the retrofit offer, £5,000 towards retrofit. I met one of the companies that does this. Your car's only off the road for a day or two. The retrofit takes quite quickly. That wasn't there before. And that was as an example of people you're speaking about, not specifically, but those sorts of businesses and charities.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify that? That's now on offer to charities for vans, is it? And the minibuses, is it?
Yeah, the retrofit is available. The new offer is available. So is the for charities who serve disabled people, the longer graces and exemptions as well. And so, so there's also third parties involved. I'm more than happy to get somebody from TfL to write to you, just in short form, to explain the various things on offer to charities like the one you're concerned about, to see what help we can give them.
Okay, that's helpful. Regrettably, though, Mr. Mayor, one of the analogies you've been using throughout the whole meeting, especially when my colleague, Assembly Member Rogers, were referring to the small businesses, and we know 18% said they're going to go out of business. You were using the ban on smoking for pubs as your analogy and saying that it was a red herring. Unfortunately, since the introduction of smoking, 15,000 pubs have closed. That's 30%, over 30% of pubs in the UK have closed since the date of the smoking ban. So let's hope that doesn't happen to business as well.
Joe, I'm sure the leaders, the members, are not trying to give the impression, because it'd be incredibly misleading. Is that the reason for these pubs closing is because of the smoking ban?
No, you said that it had no effect. You said that smoking had no effect on pubs, and I'm sure you'll find that I personally, of course, I support the smoking ban, but I'm just saying you're using a very poor analogy, and I hope that smoking ban wasn't the result of all those pubs closing, but I hope that your ULEZ ban, ULEZ introduction, won't be the reason for the 20% of the small businesses that will close.
Right. There are lots of businesses in the last year that have closed that aren't a pub. Can I assure the member that a lot of the challenges small businesses are having are nothing to do with the smoking ban or the ULEZ, and he should maybe see some of the consequences of the policies of his government to see why so many businesses are closing down in our city.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Assembly Member Tony Devenish.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Always a pleasure. When your own TfL Jacobs report shows that air quality is not going to improve with your ULEZ extension, why don't you actually just be honest and spend the money on something useful, such as more electric buses?
Well, that's not how I characterise the Jacobs report. What we do know is that the expansion of ULEZ will lead to 362 tonnes less of nitrogen oxide. That's the nitrogen oxide. That's almost double the reduction in central London. What we do know is it will lead to a reduction of 23,000 tonnes less of carbon dioxide. We also do know is a release reduction of another 10% of nitrogen dioxide. So it's just not the case, as has been asserted, that the expansion to the ULEZ out of London will lead to improved health qualities. We are, in fact, purchasing electric buses, despite not having the support we actually want from the government. We're still talking to the government. We now have more electric buses in London than any city in Western Europe.
So, having been mayor for nearly 7 years, and thank you, by the way, to Jacobs and TfL for that excellent report. It does say what I said, not what the mayor says. Is there nothing else you could do that would improve air quality more than what you're doing? Which we all know, let's face it, it's just a stealth tax on poor Londoners.
Well, there's been a 90% reduction in nitrogen dioxide emissions from the buses in London as a direct consequence of my policies of making all the buses ULEZ compliant. So 90% reduction in our buses emissions because of my policies. What we do know is that the ULEZ in central London led to a 44% reduction in nitrogen oxide and a 20% reduction in London when we expanded it. But if you don't believe me, listen to experts. Listen to what the experts at Imperial College say. Listen to what the experts at University College London Hospitals say. Listen to what Professor Chris Whitty says. Listen to the experts across the globe who've never seen the transformation in air quality we're seeing in London because of the ULEZ. I know it's inconvenient to you that the experts agree with me, but it's a fact.
Well, it's not. And by the way, we do accept ULEZ in central London, and we do support that policy, despite the fact...
There's a newsflash.
Despite
the Tories
the fact,
now support. They're
despite the fact
you both have time. You're both out of time on this one.
We're both out of time. That's good.
Okay. Nearly both out of time, but you're certainly out of time. We have got 37 seconds for the next section, or 34 seconds on the next section, London Legacy and Development Corporation. And the Assembly member decides very keen to come on that.
Yes, indeed. There's enough time for me. Mr. Mayor, could you please send me an update or the Assembly about where we are with the naming rights situation with the London Stadium? I do have some concerns. This saga has now been going for some 6 years.
I'm more than happy to write to the member to give him an update on where we are in relation to those issues. To make this point, those around the London Stadium, because of our expansion of ULEZ, will be breathing better air post-August the 29th. The Tories have always opposed our policies on ULEZ in central London, on inner London and in outer London. They're the party who were climate change deniers, they're now delayers. They're the party that were air quality improvement deniers, they're now delayers.
Okay. I think everyone's out of time now. We have now reached the... Hang on. We've now reached the end of question and answer session. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and officers, for answering our question today. The Assembly will now adjourn and return in 1 hour 15 minutes, which is at 1:37. Sorry? Welcome back to the London Assembly's final draft budget meeting. The Assembly will now move to debate and consider the final draft consolidated budget 2023-24 and formal budget amendments. I will now hand over to the clerk, who will confirm which documents have been tabled and explain the procedural rules which apply to this section of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. The Assembly is under a duty to consider the final draft consolidated budget and to approve it with or without amendment in accordance with paragraphs 8, 3 and 7 of Schedule 6 of the GLA Act 1999. At the final draft budget stage, a two-thirds majority of members present and voting must vote in favour of a formal budget amendment in order for the amendment to be carried and to amend the final draft budget. Abstentions are not counted as part of that two-thirds calculation. In accordance with Standing Order 6.6e, voting on any formal budget amendment at this stage is by named vote. This means that each Assembly member present will be asked in alphabetical order to declare how they wish to cast their vote, i.e. for or against, any formal budget amendment or whether they wish to abstain. In accordance with Standing Order 6.12f, there will be one debate covering the substantive motion set out on the agenda, any amendments to that motion, and any budget-related motions which have been tabled at that time. At this time, Chair, we have 3 budget amendments in front of us which have been tabled. All budget amendments must amend the statutory figures that make up the consolidated budget requirement in the GLA Act. Otherwise, those statements are budget-related motions, and these 3 have been approved by Finance, so they do indeed do that. The Chair will now invite members to move and second the budget amendments which have been tabled in the following order. So the first to be moved will be the amendment being moved by Assembly Member Peter Fortune on behalf of City Hall Conservatives. Because that amendment proposes a reduction in the council tax requirement, it goes first. There are then 2 more formal budget amendments. Those don't propose a change to the final draft consolidated council tax requirement, and therefore between the 2 of them, in accordance with standing orders, lots have been drawn to determine the order, and the second will be the Liberal Democrat Green motion being moved by Assembly Member Pidgeon, and the third will be the amendment being moved by Assembly Member Russell on behalf of City Hall Greens.
Thank you. I now invite Assembly Member Fortune to move the amendment on behalf of the City Hall Conservatives.
Thank you, Chairman. We present our fully costed budget, checked and cleared by the excellent finance team, the award-winning S&P rated finance team, and we thank them for their work. I'm now about 21 months into this role. 21 months of watching the Mayor grandstand, misrepresent, and duck responsibility. His immature attempts to demonise those of us who question or oppose his PR machine, a PR machine which has record funding, by the way, is the lowest form of politics. So let's be clear on what we are going to do with this amendment. An amendment which helps Londoners with the cost of living and breathing. We will stop the ULEZ expansion so the people can decide in a 2024 election. We will freeze Sadiq Khan's council tax hike, his planned 9.7% increase, and leave people's hard-earned money in their pockets. We will tackle air pollution where it is, instead of taxing people where it isn't. And to be clear, our amendment protects the school meals programme, along with police and fire funding. The Mayor says otherwise, and that is simply a falsehood. We are proposing these clear policies to help Londoners at this difficult time. The Mayor's tax-grabbing Canberra expansion, ULEZ, will hit the poorest Londoners the hardest. It will kill off small business and punish public servants. 4 Labour MPs, the Federation of Small Business, Lib Dem councils, county council, and even some unions have urged the Mayor to think again. The case against ULEZ is overwhelming. Indeed, there's an actual case against it in the courts. If we look at the data from the Jacobs assessment highlighting the negligible impact on air quality, the figures used by the Mayor around air quality are disputed. Indeed, some of his adverts are currently under investigation by the Advertising Standards Authority. The missing responses, 5,000 of them, that somehow disappeared off the consultation. Evidence of dodgy briefings and predetermination, further highlighted this morning with the information that the Mayor purchased the ULEZ cameras before he'd even begun consulting. But most importantly, it's that Londoners said no, and the Mayor should listen. The City Hall Conservatives will stop ULEZ. We'll freeze Khan's council tax hike. Sadiq Khan controls £20 billion of Londoners' money in his budget. He's got reserves of £2.1 billion, which is, I think, a budget comparable to the Home Office, if not bigger. He doesn't need to make people's lives harder. We are generally not in favour of spending reserves on one-off items, but we do recognise this challenge, a challenge that the Mayor himself recognises. His school meals policy remains intact in our amendment. The Mayor reckons with this one-off fund, he'll provide Londoners with £440, so he knows that people need the money. It's confusing, then, that he's chosen to add to that burden with a 10% council tax rise. There's been a 57% increase in his council tax since he took office. And that £440 for the school meal money, by the way, that's wiped out by about 30 car journeys in his new expanded ULEZ zone. He gives with one hand and he takes with the other. He is the gift that keeps on taking. The City Hall Conservatives would freeze the council tax. And finally, we are proposing a more targeted anti-pollution solution. A solution that does not shunt the cost onto those least able to afford it. We'll deploy £50 million of funding to local boroughs to tackle the problems with local solutions. The City Hall Conservatives will tackle air pollution where it is, instead of taxing where it is not. In short, our budget and amendment is an amendment for Londoners. It recognises that times are tough. It recognises that City Hall can do more. It trusts local authorities to deal with local issues. We're proud of this amendment and we hope you'll support us.
Thank you, Assemblymember Fortune. Assemblymember Hall to second the motion.
I second the motion.
Sorry, not the motion, amendment.
Amendment, yeah, I get it wrong. I second the amendment, Chairman, and reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. I ask now Assemblymember Pigeon to move the amendment in the name of the City Hall Liberal Democrat Group.
Lovely, thank you very much. The Mayor's decision to expand the ultra-low emission zone will have an impact on people living and working in outer London, as it did for those in inner and central London. And at our meeting in January, this Assembly amended the Mayor's budget. And one aspect of that was particularly important, and we're taking it further today with this amendment. The January amendment transferred £25 million to TfL from the Environmental Improvement Reserve to expand bus services in outer London, including demand-responsive buses. And I want to recap the reasoning behind this. We all want to see cleaner air in London, and none of us underestimates that problem. But we need to provide greater alternatives to the car in outer London to help people. There needs to be viable alternatives to private vehicles. And the bus service in outer London is not adequate, especially given the limited presence of the tube and infrequent train services. Now, the Mayor has told us that he will introduce 1 million kilometres of additional buses in outer London by August, and then a further 1 million kilometres across London. But that in many ways is a drop in the ocean. And it's going to be tough, given that, as I highlighted again earlier, he's removing 90,000 kilometres a year alone through the reduction of the 213 bus service between Sutton and Kingston. Whilst the Mayor has said he may reconsider that and is going to look at that. But far greater investment in buses is needed in outer London. But that is not enough. We believe that TfL's trialled demand-responsive buses, which were cancelled back in May 2020, are a strong alternative and had strong positive feedback. A demand-responsive bus doesn't pick you up from your doorstep like a taxi or minicab, but it offers a very useful alternative. And a service like Go Sutton Bus or Slide Ealing has the potential to make a step change in the way people think about public transport. It would in itself generate fares income. It would also provide a better link for people in outer London into the rest of the transport and TfL network, creating a kind of multiplier effect of convenience, interconnectivity and income. And you can see in our amendment narrative today the popularity of the Go Sutton bus, despite what the Mayor claimed this morning. Of the various satisfaction ratings, the lowest was 8.3 out of 10, and in total 26 response types showed ratings of 9.1 or higher out of 10. 13% of Go Sutton bus customers were wheelchair users. 60% of customers said they would use their car less in favour of the demand-responsive bus, and 29% said they would have used a car or taxi if it had not been for the Go Sutton bus. So on to our amendment today, which has this as one of the core items. Given the revised budget before us, if we want ULEZ expansion to work, we need to give people viable alternatives to the car. You know, the Mayor made an argument in his rejection of our January amendment, which seems at first glance superficially plausible. He argued that a one-off sum would not enable a long-term service to be provided. But in reality, bus service contracts are let typically for 5 years, with often a 2-year extension to 7. There is nothing to stop TfL rolling our extra money into the procurement budget for routes in outer London. The Mayor says he can offer 1 million extra kilometres, costing around 6 million of ongoing funding. Our amendment today goes much further. It offers £50 million. That, you could say, is £10 million per year of a typical 5-year contract. This would transform buses in outer London. Now, the Mayor rejected our January amendment on the basis it would be of limited benefit. Well, we've doubled that benefit, and we've shown it can clearly work over a multi-year period. And this would be a game changer that's needed. And it really reminds me of the boost to bus services that we saw in central London when Ken Livingstone brought in the congestion charge 20 years ago. So I call on the Assembly to support once more our amendment specifically on improving outer London buses and introducing demand-responsive buses to really help people in outer London. And I call on the Assembly to take a lead today in supporting that step change in London bus services by providing funding for demand-responsive buses, which are of great benefit. And just at this stage, as I get one chance to speak in this debate, on the other 2 amendments before us, whilst there are some elements in both that we may like, we won't be supporting either of these amendments at this time. I beg to move our amendment before you today.
Thank you. And Assemblymember Bukhari to second the amendment.
Thank you. Outer London has for many years lacked the funding needed to support its public transport needs, especially when it comes to buses. Now, as a Merton councillor, I can tell you that this motion will really make the difference that we need. As my colleague Caroline Pigeon has mentioned, trials of demand-responsive buses in Sutton and in Ealing were really well received by the residents, with one customer actually saying that the service was a lifesaver for her as a carer for her disabled son. Now, these buses will, I'm sure, play a significant part in transforming London's transport. Now, these services are set to change the way that people think about public transport as well. It's a time to recognise the potential of these services, especially with regard to the transport network offering to outer London. The Mayor's current initiative to improve services will be a drop in the ocean. And this isn't about headline figures, this is about true, real outcomes. People will only be able to move from private vehicles if local public transport offering is sufficient. And as the Chair of Economy, I can tell you that the benefits of this will really make a difference to outer London, making sure that we are connecting the whole of our capital city. Now, this amendment puts in place one important element: alternative options that people desperately need in order to make our city cleaner and greener. And as we have seen today, the Mayor's financial arguments fall apart under scrutiny. We've seen it today. His maths does not add up. But we have doubled our offer. And I call on all of us today in the Assembly to join us and step up to the challenge and join us in this very bold offer for Londoners. Let's speak for them, let's listen to them, and let's make sure we do some true action for them. I'm happy to support and second this motion.
Thank you, Assemblymember Bukhari. And now the third amendment is in the names of the City Hall Greens, and I'm asking Assemblymember Russell to move it.
Thank you very much, Chair. So there's a lot to support in the Mayor's final budget. ULEZ expansion will now happen this year after years of us pushing the Mayor to be bolder in cleaning up London's air and expanding the ULEZ to cover the whole of London so no one is left out. And free school meals are extremely welcome, and we have been unequivocal in our support for that. But crucial gaps remain, and so Greens are once again making the case for an amendment to the Mayor's budget, which helps the many Londoners who are left behind and overlooked. Since we last brought forward this amendment, it's become even clearer that we need an economic recovery that is inclusive of every Londoner. The rising cost of living continues to push millions of workers to the brink of poverty. This week, even junior doctors are on strike, joining the long list of workers struggling to make ends meet. In total, our proposals cost less than a third of the additional money, £187 million, that's become available to the Mayor since last month. So the proposals are clearly affordable. In total, this amendment proposes additional expenditure of £54 million. That's less than 3% of the overall reserves and just 0.3% of the whole budget that is before us today. Our amendment makes use of GLA Group reserves, which have nearly trebled since 2017. Now, this range of investment protects the economic security of Londoners, increases the spending power of the lowest paid Londoners, and supports our high streets. My colleague, Assemblymember Berry, will cover our proposals for new funds to bring dead spaces back to life, a resident empowerment fund, and a safety net against homelessness. And I'm now going to set out our support for nurses and lower paid Londoners with travel costs and how we must properly fund a drug diversion pilot for London. Burnt-out frontline NHS staff feel they've been pushed to the brink by challenges including the rising cost of living, below inflation pay and worsening workforce shortages. Data from NHS Digital reported this week that 15,000 nurses resigned from the health service in the year to March 2022, with 4,000 people citing work-life balance as their reason for leaving. The next generation of nurses are seeing this, and it's putting them off. UCAS is seeing a fall in the number of students applying to train to be nurses. We can find ways to cut the cost of living for trainee nurses and other low-paid workers and show we're on their side. That is why we brought this amendment to the Assembly, so the Mayor can listen and help deliver free travel for trainee nurses to give them the urgent helping hand they need. Our amendment also includes free travel for the lowest paid GLA staff who we see every day, who are the backbone of this organisation and help us do our jobs. This includes our porters, cleaning staff, security team and apprentices. We propose introducing for 3 financial years new free travel for these groups. The total cost of these 2 measures is just over £10 million per year for the nurses' travel and £1.9 million per year for the lowest paid GLA staff and contractors. This part of our amendment is funded using a total of £36.75 million over 3 years from the Business Rates Reserve. Now I want to turn to the issue of drug possession, the way it is viewed and dealt with by police, and the recent funding announcement from the Mayor. So since we last brought this amendment, it was great to see the Mayor taking up another good green idea and allocating funding in his final budget for drug diversion, treatment and rehabilitation, although he didn't seem very across the detail of it today, which was included in our budget amendment last month and in our previous manifestos. Now, funding for drug diversion is a huge win for Londoners who need trauma-informed support, not a fast track into the criminal justice system. Diverting people away from the criminal justice system will improve trust and confidence in the police. This week, I received a letter from the Deputy Mayor for the Office of Policing and Crime outlining that only £150,000 of the millions of pounds available to Project Adder will be allocated to pre-custody drug diversion. And I want to be absolutely clear today, that is simply not enough. Criminalising people who use drugs does not significantly reduce use, does little to reduce health harm, and is a waste of police time that could be better spent keeping communities safe. So this amendment sets out a programme of £1.8 million in funding for a London-wide diversion pilot, avoiding pushing people into the criminal justice system, diverting them towards education and further support, and focusing on reducing harm. People are telling us what they need. Nurses are calling for free travel, residents are asking for the dead spaces in their areas to be put to good use, they want to stay in the future of their estates, and communities don't want to see their young people criminalised. This amendment is designed to help put people at the heart of the City Hall budget, and I hope that the Assembly will vote this time in favour of a crucial amendment to the Mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Russell. Assemblymember Berry to second the amendment.
I will do that. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Assemblymember Russell, for great advocacy of our range of good ideas. Now, as you know, Greens will never stop pushing inclusive ideas that meet the needs of Londoners today and that work towards a resilient recovery. And housing continues to be a #1 priority for us. Far too many Londoners face having their homes demolished and being uprooted from an area because they can no longer afford it as well. When Londoners want to oppose proposals for their areas or propose good ideas for their areas, they're hampered by shoddy consultations that are still putting power in the hands of the already powerful. Now, last year, the Assembly agreed the Resident Empowerment Fund that we put forward, which would provide a meaningful way for Londoners to get help to access impartial advice and support, and by doing so, influence planning and other decisions in London for the better. We voted for this, and it is such a shame that in January the groups failed to put money behind it in a real amendment. This amendment therefore proposes once again that a resident empowerment fund is created, initially with £500,000 taken from the business rates reserve. It's designed to support the most marginalised people and those suffering the most from housing injustice to stand up for themselves. We also aim to tackle housing needs for those same groups with our proposals. According to Opening Doors, a charity for LGBTIQA+ people, there are about 600,000 people aged 65+ across the UK who identify as LGBTIQA+, and say that they think affirming housing for older people from this group is incredibly important. In London, Tonic Housing is the UK's first LGBTIQA+ affirmative retirement community run by and for the community. And one resident said, "Many of us have lived lives different to heterosexual people our age, especially being the generation we are. What we've lived through is different. Here, those experiences are celebrated and understood, and I feel safe." That kind of targeted support for people is so important, and we need to build on this. In addition, Gypsy, Roma and Traveller people, their access to public services across the board is the lowest of all due to the systemic discrimination this community faces. This community are now seeking to set up a dedicated facility for rough sleepers and a community centre by and for themselves, and we could support that. New targeted support is also needed for a whole range of people, including these groups, but also young people, women, children and others escaping domestic violence, and armed forces veterans. And this is what our amendment provides, with £10 million in capital and revenue support. Now, I see you all sat up and took notice when we exposed this year how there are so many spaces in London that are left empty by councils. We found hundreds of council-owned buildings sitting empty across the city. we found that Londoners are referring to these as dead spaces, and not just on high streets. There are hundreds of these spaces right across the city. But ideas abound in the community for how to fill them from our grassroots groups. For example, repair shops for phones and laptops are booming, but places to repair things like toasters and kettles are disappearing. Now's the time to listen to residents bursting for ideas like this for our spaces. Our amendment therefore proposes to provide £150,000 per project to fund 33 dead space revival schemes in each London borough and the City of London. Last month, we put forwards an aligned, community-focused, affordable budget proposal for a more equal, inclusive and resilient recovery. Londoners are and always will be at the heart of our work, and so I'm reiterating our call today that I hope you'll support these ideas and vote in favour of our amendment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we've had now 3 amendments tabled, proposed and seconded. I want to open up the contribution to any other Assembly member who wants to contribute. Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank my colleague, Assemblymember Fortune, for putting forward a fantastic amendment from City Hall Conservatives. One of the measures in our amendment corrects a fundamental wrong, which is that the Mayor has no democratic mandate to expand the ultra-low emission zone to the whole of London. It was not in his 2021 manifesto, and in fact in a July 21 written answer he said he had no plans to expand the ultra-low emission zone to outer London. And when he did bring forward these plans in March 22 and ran a consultation, he ignored the results of his own consultation. And it's all timed to come in at the end of August to avoid that 2024 mayoral election. And I can tell you, people feel this democratic deficit. Just earlier today, I was speaking to people from Sutton, from Bromley and from Havering who had travelled up to City Hall because they feel that lack of democratic accountability. Residents I spoke to in the lobby of City Hall said they would never expect to be coming in to City Hall to hear about anything, but it's this expansion. They feel that they have not been heard. And our amendment will right this wrong. It will give Londoners the decision, and I commend the amendment to the Assembly.
Hear, hear.
Any other Assembly members? Okay. Okay, Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Just to speak on the Green amendment, it's got so many things in it that are laudable. It has so many things in it that are laudable and that I would love to support, but I won't be voting for this, and it's around this new drug diversion pilot. It sounds wonderful to say you're going to divert young people from drugs, but as someone who was a youth worker for over 20 years and a drug worker for 11 years of that, this pilot doesn't give enough detail on how it will mitigate the wider harms. When you normalise drug use in a community, you normalise the level of crime that comes with it. So yes, you may be decriminalising the young persons or people you capture drugs, but what about the activities they've indulged in to pay for those drugs? And anything that increases people's drug use increases the crime in the communities in which they live. I could tell you 101 stories how my community battled drugs for years. It culminated in a gang war that killed 11 young people that I personally know. Not to mention a number of young people had their futures cut off because they were just sat at home smoking weed, smoking marijuana the whole time. So while we don't want to just criminalise young people who may have had a little brush with drugs, I think we need to have a slightly different rhetoric around how we speak about them, because they're constantly spoken about as if they're harmless. Well, to communities, and most of the community don't even know what the drug is anything but harmless. And that alone means that I won't be able to support this, because I do think that people need to take a deeper look at what actually happens when a community is full of drugs. If you come from a lovely, warm, well-funded, middle-class community, the impact is significantly different to what it is if you come from a poor community and many of the brightest and best in your community then use drugs as a way of raising money. It is damaging across generations, and for that alone I won't be able to support this motion.
Thank you. Did you want to come in, Assembly Member Best?
Sure, I just didn't know, Chair, if anyone on Labour wanted to speak to make it a more balanced debate. Were they going to intervene?
I have got them there, but I was wondering, did you want to come in?
I was just going to see if anyone wanted to
That's what I'm here for. But do you want to come in?
They're not allowed to speak, Emma.
Okay.
I'm happy to speak now. Of course, the Labour know that the more people that speak once in a debate, they would have less opportunity to respond to their points. So I just wanted to see if they wanted anyone to respond to points, if they wanted to come in. I wanted to speak on the Conservative amendment that's put before you today, which has had the seal of financial approval and the financial soundness from our wonderful GLA officers. And it addresses the concerns of Londoners from north to south, east to west, old to young, and everyone in between. When I speak to people at weekends and through my emails and constituency work, they want their council tax frozen. They're concerned about council tax rising and growing costs. They want us to do work to invest in clean air and support a better air quality across London. And they want us to scrap the £12.50 charge on the most vulnerable people in our society, the smallest businesses and the smallest charities. And I've had a limited resource base from the polling base from the announcement on Monday, but I understand that people want us to protect the free school meals as well. And so that is what this achieves. So in short, and to quote Hot Chocolate, everyone's a winner, baby. That's the truth. And the Mayor would have you believe that it's not possible to freeze council tax. But if we look across the UK, if we look across London even, we see that it's not just Conservatives that are achieving this, but Labour as well. And so we know it is possible to freeze council tax this year, especially when people are struggling financially. And so I hope that members of the Assembly can support us in doing that. I wanted to speak because I know that it was mentioned earlier, and I think this is going to be the recurring theme, that if you vote against the budget at the end of the day, you're voting against free school meals, which obviously is the Labour line of taking people for complete idiots, because they know that when you vote against a budget, you are voting against a number of issues within that. And if that is a line they will take, then that means that Labour members opposite who have sat as opposition councillors have voted against social care, have voted against new homes, and have voted against capital investment projects in their borough. Or do they accept that when they voted against those budgets on councils, they were voting on the thing in the round? So tell me, did you vote against social care in your boroughs? Did you vote against new homes? Did you vote against capital projects in your back garden? Or did you vote against budgets in the round? Because when you make that point, remember you are being an absolute hypocrite if that is what you are going to say. Because we are putting before you an opportunity to make sure that not only do we protect free school meals, but we make sure that we don't give with one hand and take with the other. This is the absolute best amendment for London, and it has achieved everything that the Mayor says he wants to do, but fails to do. And I hope that everyone around the Assembly will vote for it today. Thank you.
Well said. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you. I'm trying to raise a Hot Chocolate reference, but I can't. I've got vanilla from the 90s that said, "No way, no way." I think it's probably the best I can come up with at this moment. I'm afraid we're not going to be voting for the Conservative amendment. I'll start off with that. It is a surprise indeed. Let's start with the hotspots. This, quite simply, isn't how air pollution works. We saw this from Boris Johnson when he wanted to glue it to the ground. You might as well invest in big fans, which, if Boris Johnson still was mayor, might actually be a pitch he takes up. He likes that sort of thing, but it just doesn't make sense because air pollution moves around. So there's this simple principle that the polluter pays. And rather than charging people at the site of the pollution, who are the people who suffer the most, we need to be charging the people who cause the pollution. And that's essentially what ULEZ across the whole of London is looking to do. It's looking at the polluter pays. Now, let's look at the buses. Buses are already ULEZ compliant, and when we look at the data, buses cause 8 times, or private diesel vehicles cause 8 times more pollution than buses outside primary schools in outer London. So it's really clear that when we're looking at particulates and cutting down on air pollution, we need to be focusing on what are the actual biggest problems. And again, ULEZ is the answer to that at this time. Then moving away from some of those issues, we've got the removing officers from planning decisions. This is odd, particularly because we have worked cross-party. I have a letter here from Assembly Member Berry and Assembly Member Boff about the Stag Brewery, where we have worked cross-party with those planning officers to call in applications and have won and been successful. So it seems a very strange decision for us to row back on that. So for a variety of reasons, we won't be supporting the Conservative amendment. The Lib Dem amendment, we will be supporting. We saw from Assembly Member Berry this morning with her exchange with the Mayor, we want to go even further, and we think there is a really strong argument that this is just a drop in the ocean, what's happening at the moment in terms of kilometres, and we need to be doing so much more. And I think Assembly Member Pigeon put it well when she talked about lots of outer areas in London that are effectively those towns that do not have adequate bus service at the moment, and night tube will not cut it. We need to make sure we're investing in night buses as well. On the Green Amendment, my colleagues have spoken about that. Unsurprisingly, I'll be supporting it because I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, can I just deal with some of the nonsense? I think it's really, you know, someone said politicians being hypocritical. I mean, I think they can make that charge across these tables at each of us at different times. But to talk about electoral mandates of what we've just been put through over the last 10 months from central government and then changing that and what's been imposed on the government, please stop it. Stop it now. Let's get to the substance of this afternoon. The Mayor's budget hits the right issues. I don't think anyone should disagree with it, except the Conservatives maybe. But even then, they say they're changing. So, hungry children being fed, support to families in hard times, safer neighbourhoods, safer streets. That's what the Mayor's doing. Cleaner air for Londoners, and putting a bus expansion programme in. Of course we want more, everyone would, except a few. The question then is, what in terms of the issues would you object to? Now, in terms of turning to the amendments, we won't be supporting any amendments this afternoon, but we recognise that some of those amendments have some merits. We sat on our hands at the last time on the Lib Dem one to have those very arguments around some of those issues that needed to propose. So that debate today, much that you think you had the majority, you did have the majority, is because we wanted to see that debate panned out. If you listen carefully to the Mayor, he's not saying no to that. He wants to keep it under review. And again, according to, you know, in terms of the Greens, I think it's very interesting, some of your proposals that you're proposing, some that we wouldn't agree with, some that we might, will over the year be further discussed and to see where there is scope to do. As for the Conservatives, there's one issue why we shouldn't be supporting the Conservatives, because it's just odd and bizarre of why you would propose a council tax freeze, even though you say you're doing it for the right reasons. And it is for the very reasons of what that freeze would do. And that freeze would actually result in a loss of approximately 32.9 million in 2023-24, and over the next 10 years would result in nearly 360 million funding. Cancelling ULEZ would only cover 160 million of this, leaving frontline services in London finding another 200 million out of pocket. Now, these are the same officers that those Tories keep saying are really great. We've just heard it. It's the same ones who've just told me this information. So who's right and who's wrong? So the question is, if you voted for that amendment of the Conservatives, it would cause untold damage in terms of the future of London services, and quite frankly doesn't hold up. The rest is all mood music. It's all mood music around that. Their hatred of ULEZ, which their government supports, because it's not making any steps to change it or to do it down. Their hatred, we're now told they're in favour of local traffic management issues around that, because that's what the 50 million hotspots are, which they have rigorously opposed at every level across London. Please, what are we going to hear next? We're going to be talking about redistribution of resources from the party opposite that they support. And of course, what's really underlying, what I see in this budget, is one where they want to defund the police, because that's what a council tax precept is. They're worthy of that. Not even the Greens are proposing that in terms of the budget this time round. what are we to expect from this shambles opposite of where, and why should the Mayor listen to them? No, 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 no. Let's not listen to the serene voices there. Let's listen to some sensible way forward that we have to do something. Clean air cannot be delayed any further. It's been delayed already. Boris Johnson delayed it for 8 years. He had an oven-ready package to be delivered. He chose to sit on it. He denied access to information around that. We can't carry on putting things off, even in difficult times. What we can do is try to understand how we can ameliorate, how we can mitigate, and that's what we're proposing in terms of going forward. So I think there's utter rejection of the people in blue and what they're proposing, because I don't think it holds together. I didn't do full justice to your report as I flicked through it, as I had my wrap in my hand and trying to think what was more nutritional value in terms of that, or reading some of their issues. But I would say this, usually and I've said it before, within 24 hours, this budget in blue usually falls to pieces, even more so once we get into the detail. Chair, we've set out our position. We also set that out this morning. We will continue to do that. We are very concerned about the challenges that we face here in London. I think we share those concerns with those people opposite who think carefully about their politics and practical solutions for Londoners. Thank you.
Look, thank you. Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair. Whoa, what a speech to follow. I regret putting my hand up. But I thank Assemblymember Duval for for laying out the Labour Group's position effectively and substantially, unlike we've heard from the opposite side of the chamber. I wanted to simply just add a line or two on the Green Empowerment Fund. When this was brought to the first budget meeting last month, we thanked the Greens for highlighting an important issue. Indeed, we pointed to Labour's record on this, be that supporting recommendations in a recent report that calls on the Mayor to build his capacity on developing community engagement mechanisms, or be that establishing the historic estate balloting scheme. But, Chair, we also laid out 4 major key concerns and questions about this empowerment fund, be that the nature of the top-down community empowerment, be that how these new groups would interact with existing estate bodies like TRAs. There's no criteria on how these groups would be selected, and there's no equality impact analysis. None of these concerns have been addressed to ensure that we do not divide and alienate Londoners. Indeed, in its current form, Labour believes that this proposal would do more harm than good, and we will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Hall, did you want to
yes.
exercise your right of...
Always, Chairman, always. In response to I'm standing up to deal with the nonsenses, perhaps I should say this, that the nonsense I would suggest is the fact that there is no real scrutiny coming from that side of the room. Ever, yeah. If you think about it, the whole Assembly is a scrutiny board. We are here to scrutinise. And on this particular occasion, we've been here to scrutinise the Mayor on his £20 billion budget that has £2.1 billion in reserve. And we're here to ask him questions. Now, when my colleagues, both from the Greens and the Lib Dems, asked him specific questions, he either waffled with something else, he was rude to Assemblymember Pigeon, he couldn't answer those questions. He's here to answer those questions, and he couldn't. And that's because he was getting proper scrutiny from this side. On your side of the chamber, it's more or less, tell me how wonderful you are today, Mr. Khan. Other questions that he has no problem answering whatsoever, except, and I respect him for it, Unmesh Desai asked a question that we have been asking for years and have not had a proper answer. So thank you for that, because it was at least a proper scrutiny type question. And I applaud my colleagues. I don't always agree with them politically, but you are scrutinising properly, and that's what we're here to do. So I don't want to hear about I'll deal with the nonsenses. We are doing our job properly. So I will say, when we are looking at our amendment, we do need to help Londoners with cost of living and breathing, and that is exactly what our amendment will do. So why not delay the ULEZ? What is the Mayor afraid of? Is he afraid because he can see just how much outer Londoners don't want it? Is he concerned? He did not mention it in his last manifesto. Or is he worried that he would certainly lose votes if he delayed it by a year? Absolutely certainly. And it's no good saying we're doing this for any other reason. It's not that we hate the ULEZ. We are listening to what our residents are telling us. You are clearly not, because it cannot be that you're getting a different mailbag to us. We are hearing every single day. And we're saying in this amendment, just delay it. Delay it because more people would have time to replace their vehicles. Delay it to see what Londoners actually want, because actually we're all elected to carry out the will of our residents, and that's exactly what we are doing. And that's what you should listen to. And actually, even the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey, has been on television, and I've seen it in writing as well, suggesting that it's delayed. Not that it's got rid of, but that it's delayed. But it would appear, of course, that despite any amount of opposition, despite not listening to residents, he is determined to go ahead. He's even ignoring his own MPs. And why are they on his back over it? Because they are listening to their residents. Freezing council tax, of course. We genuinely believe that families will always make the best decisions for themselves with the money that they have. All Khan does is take money from some, give it to who else he wants it to go to. That's not the Conservative way. We believe in people being empowered with money that they're not taxed by, and he's increased it by vast amounts, as we've said. Our amendment does keep in the school meals, but as my colleague explained to you, it's all mixed in with council tax and everything else. So we're not saying we disapprove of funding school meals. Please listen to that loud and clear. Clearly it's the message the Mayor wants to put out there that we don't. But he said that to me about 8 times, I think, on Tuesday. So it's clearly the message he wants the press to pick up. But perhaps the press should pick up on this. He has a vast budget out there. He should be making savings. If you look at our amendment, we'll tell you the Mayor is spending so much more now on his own staffing. The staffing costs for City Hall are extreme. There are so many ways that the Mayor could actually save some money, but we don't get that. Whenever the Mayor wants more money, what does he do? He taxes Londoners more. So look at our amendment. It makes absolute sense, and I do hope that some of you will vote for it today. Thank you.
Assembly members, Mohammed, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask, we've heard a lot today, but over the last few weeks and months about a desire from colleagues opposite to delay the ultra-low emission zone expansion. And something's just arisen, which is a very basic question today, which is, at the end of that year, were that to happen, would they support it full-throatedly, or would they oppose it? Is it just kicking it into the long grass for another year to then try and continue to do that every single year, or do we just get on and do it?
Thank you. Any other contributions before we go to the summing up stage? Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to make a couple of brief remarks on the 3 amendments we have before us. So on the Greens, first of all, I'll just briefly say that I won't be supporting that, and I think for similar reasons that Assemblymember Bailey mentioned earlier. On the Conservative amendment, which I will be supporting, it's, I think, an excellent demonstration of the fact that rhetoric can actually turn into a sensible policy that is geared towards delivering the outcome that we all say that we want, rather than simply blindly supporting the blunderbuss ULEZ policy that the Mayor is desperately pursuing. What I will say in passing is that I think Assemblymember Polanski mentioned that pollution doesn't stay put, it moves around. In actual fact, it is quite predictable where it will be. So I would predict, if you took a reading right now, it would be lower in the suburban bit of Sutton that I live in than it is, say, in the middle of Croydon, and higher still in the middle of London than it is in the middle of Croydon. So it is actually quite predictable where it will be. What I will say on the Conservative amendment, I don't want to reiterate all of the excellent points that my colleagues have made earlier, but I want to underline something that appears to be quite a confusing and difficult concept to grasp, which is that within our amendment we have protected the £130 million free school meal announcement that came out this week. Within our amendment we have protected the free school meal announcement that came out this week. Within our amendment we have protected the free school meal announcement that came out this week. And I'm repeating it for the benefit of the people in the Mayor's office who are watching, who this morning seem to have unaccountably given the Mayor the idea that we weren't, and for the benefit of the Labour group social media people who seem to be busy tweeting that we don't support it, and for the members opposite who keep speaking and tweeting and writing and telling people that we do not support it. So just once again for the hard of thinking, our amendment protects the free school meals announcement that came out this week. And it does not reduce funding for the police. Assemblymember Duval, it does not reduce funding for the police.
Can we just have clarification? Is hard thinking mean a posh way of saying that we're thick?
Yeah. People who struggle to understand simple concepts, Assemblymember Duval, that's what I'm talking about.
Am I thick?
Hang on.
So if I've got learning difficulties, have I got learning difficulties? Have I got, Chair, have I got learning difficulties? Do I want the member to speak
Can you please
straightforward?
let Assemblymember Duval, you have a right of making a point of clarification later on, right? But I want to let Assemblymember Garrett carry on. You can come in if you want for a minute. Yes, of course you can.
So our amendment.
No, I made a point of clarification, not point of information. Sorry. Hang on. Okay, look, Assemblymember Garrett has the floor. Please let him finish.
So there'll be a quiz at the end. Our amendment does not alter the free school meal commitment that came out earlier this week, and it does not reduce funding for the police. It does not reduce funding for the police, and it does not alter the free school meal commitment made earlier this week. So I'm glad we've all understood that. If I may now turn briefly to the Liberal Democrat amendment, which I will be supporting. I think the...
Point of clarification, Chair. Point of clarification.
Point of clarification, I think.
I'm still waiting to hear from the member to clarify his remarks, whether it was a posh way of saying I've got learning difficulties or am I thick. I'm quite sensitive. I'm quite sensitive about these issues, and I want to see what the member has to say about it. And he's not. What is it? What is he trying to say?
Okay. Assemblymember Garrett, can you please address that point also, and also Samba, because you did make a comment, but you did call some people in this room as hard of thinking something. But you may clarify that point.
Could I just clarify two things, Chair? Firstly, during the constant and incessant and unrestrained interruptions from opposite, which you seem to have made no effort to quell, has
Speak
my
about
time
your
been
own
running
side, Assemblymember Garrett.
That time, so my time is paused when Assemblymember Duval is continuously interrupting. Is that
because we didn't want your time to be taken out.
Okay. And what are the rules, Chair? Could you just clarify for me when one member is speaking for other members to turn their microphone and start speaking and asking questions? What are the rules regarding that?
The rules regarding this that you shouldn't interrupt, right? Points of clarification can be sorted out afterward. And I don't like people interrupting in the middle, but at the same time, I do want to give people, if negative comment made, to give a point of clarification. But I think Assemblymember Duval could have waited, by the way, till you finished, right? But he is entitled to ask for that clarification of a comment you made.
He's turned it on again.
Chair, can I apologise for the interruptions? I just felt that I was being accused of something that I wanted clarification on, and we take seriously insults in this chamber, and that's what I sought to do.
You don't. The Mayor insults us all the time, and you say nothing about it.
Hang on. Look, I did say this morning that this is going to be a long afternoon, long day, and be very careful with your language, right? And I would be very careful if you would be all very careful with your language, and don't be derogatory. I did make this point this morning to you and the Mayor, and I'll make it again, please. The only thing that we come negative out of it is if we are derogatory to each other, then people watching us, right, we downgrade our own debates, right, okay? So please refrain from this, right, okay? Whoever it is.
I simply make the observation that the treatment that Assembly Member Best received this morning was a bit different
I think
from the treatment received by Assembly Member Duval this afternoon. I can't speculate on the reasons.
Assembly Member, can you?
So what I will.
Have you finished your comments on the debate?
No, because I've had about 20 minutes of
because you keep. Can we all please? Can we all please, even this side, allow Assembly Member Garrett to finish, please? Come on, Assembly. Okay, look. If you don't look. The only choice I have available to me is I will suspend the session, right, until you all calm down, right? Let your adrenaline levels come down, please.
Let's go to the pub.
Please allow Assemblymember Garrett to finish now.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, I'm completely calm. I'm not quite sure what's got into the people opposite. So I see I have 2 minutes left, unless my thing hasn't refreshed. So just to clarify, our amendment does not alter the free school meal announcement that was made earlier this week, and I cannot begin to comprehend why anyone could misunderstand that statement. I cannot begin even to speculate about the reasons why someone might not be able to understand that. So finally then, if I come to eventually to the Liberal Democrat amendment, I think in my discussion with the Mayor this morning, you will recall that the change that the Mayor is trumpeting grandly, this 1 million kilometres of buses, which sounds like a very great deal, you know, as an avid listener of the BBC More or Less programme, is that a big number or not? 1 million kilometres sounds like a big number. It's a very small number. It's about 0.21% of the bus kilometrage in Outer London, because Outer London is very big, and actually there are a lot of buses. They're just very spread out. So if you live in many parts of it, there just aren't very many of them or very frequently. The proposal from the Mayor for this 1 million kilometres, which is amidst a bunch of cuts happening at the same time, it's not transformative, it's barely even noticeable, it's quite literally a rounding error. And I think anyone who is really serious about saying that people in Outer London need to switch from cars to buses needs to just be honest with themselves that the Mayor's 1 million kilometres is rubbish. It's a damp squib. It is no more than that. So I welcome the Liberal Democrat proposal to do something far more serious, £50 million worth of buses. I don't know exactly how many kilometres that turns into, but it's going to be an awful lot more than 0.21%. And finally, on the demand response bus, so we had one of those in Sutton, the Go Sutton bus. There was also one in Ealing. I don't like to speak ill of it, but I would just say if I were on the naming team, I probably wouldn't have come up with Slide Ealing. But it was very popular. I can't say about the Ealing one. The Sutton one was very popular. And so I think the Liberal Democrat amendment I'll be quite inclined to support. And again, I'm not quite sure why. I assume the Labour group is going to vote against it. I'm not quite sure whether I would vote against buses in Outer London having imposed ULEZ. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the members opposite for your thoughtful and wise contributions.
Okay, thank you, members of Assembly Garrett. I now ask Assemblymember Cooper to make a contribution.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to assume that everybody in this chamber, because I've met you all before and I've seen you operate in scrutiny committees, is very sharp of understanding, and that we're going to have a serious discussion this afternoon, intermittently taken up with some fun. I want to mainly address the Conservative budget amendment and motion, and I actually want to answer Assemblymember Moemma's question, which is if they keep voting for delay and saying there's a better time to do it that's at some point in the future, manana. And actually, I can answer it back to 2016. It's possible there are other members in this chamber who can go back even further than me and possibly talk about the Conservative approach earlier than that. But at every budget debate since 2016, I've heard Assemblymember Bacon, I've heard Assemblymember Hall, I've heard a series of Assembly members from the Conservatives coming up with virtually the same arguments about all the money should go into buses. 500 million into buses does not transform the almost 9,000 buses that are in the fleet in London. I'm not going to address the bit about hotspots. There are hotspots, but the measures mentioned here, I think Assemblymember Polanski has eloquently set out why this budget amendment doesn't really deal adequately with the issue of hotspots. If you really want to deal with them, you have to do things like low emission bus zones and change the buses across whole routes that then deals with individual hotspots or long routes. So, you know, these are all of the measures that have been brought in, and almost every single measure, the T-charge, the central London ULEZ when it was launched, the timing of the launch, the expansion to inner London, low emission bus zones, zero emission areas, have all pretty much without cease been opposed by the Conservatives. I think the paper that was brought out by Gareth Bacon just before one budget debate was called A Breath of Fresh Air, and it was just about the buses, about the buses, about the buses. We've had the big arguments about what we should do with private hire vehicles. Assemblymember Hall brought an array of people who ran private hire vehicle companies. We've had debates about taxis and the sunset clauses. The bottom line is that we need to remember why we're doing any of these things and why the timing is critical. The reason we're doing any of these things can be summed up for any of us who've sat in the Environment Committee or anywhere else and listened to Rosamond, Adu, Kissy, Deborah talking about what happened to her daughter. And if we don't expand ULEZ, the South Circular and the North Circular roads continue to be a boundary that becomes a dirtier place for people to live. And we have to expand to deal just with those two roads alone, but to deal with the whole of London, we have to be equitable. We have to expand it. It is a health issue. We need to address that as a health issue. But it is also a climate issue. Our government, which is not of my political choice, but our government, this government right now in this country has said that from 2030 onwards, no more petrol and diesel vehicles will be sold. There is a climate emergency. We used to call it climate change. Then it was a climate crisis. Now it's a climate emergency because we have done too little. Talking about cleaning up London's air, this is actually a step, and the Mayor has always said this and talked about smart road user pricing and moving on to other techniques to really, really bear down on the dirty air in London. What we need is a national scrappage scheme so that everybody can start moving away from the vehicles that they're driving. There are lots of arguments about people moving generally away from driving altogether individual vehicles. Go and look at the mayoral transport strategy released in 2018. It's all set out in there. But we all have to get real with ourselves, with our friends, with our families, with our constituents. We do have to address the climate emergency in this country. There will be tough choices for some of us to make about days on which perhaps we shouldn't be driving because a lot of the journeys that people still make are very, very short, and finding other ways, you know, that we can move around and that we have mobility, but also car clubs and cleaner vehicles. So it's a panoply, it's a spread, and that's what we need to be moving towards. And, you know, it's a choice that the Mayor has made to implement now rather than pushing it back and pushing it back. 2016 is now almost 7 years ago, and we can't wait for another 7 years for the Conservatives to say that now is the right time. It hasn't been the right time for 7 years. It probably wouldn't be the right time for the next 7 years. So let's do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Assembly members who want to contribute? Okay, well, in that case, we're going to move up to the summing, and the summing will be in the reverse order to which the motions were, so amendments were proposed. So the first summing up will be by Assembly Member Russell.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank Susan for the reminder that the London-wide ULEZ was not actually in the Mayor's manifesto, because it was in our manifesto, and it has always been in our manifesto. So that's just a little by the by. Assembly Member Bailey on the issue of drug diversion. There have been extensive pilots by police services across the country, in the West Midlands, Thames Valley. The Mayor and I were discussing it just earlier this morning. And those pilots have shown very, very clearly that there are huge benefits from diverting people from the criminal justice system for possession of small amounts of cannabis, rather than and getting them into you know, health-related or education-related programs. And so I would be very happy to meet with you, talk you through some of the stuff that the Centre for Justice Innovation is doing. But seriously, you really should have a little look at what it can do, because Criminalising people who use drugs does not significantly reduce use, it does little to reduce the health harm, and it is a waste of police time that could be spent doing better things. Anyway, Assemblymember Sheikh on the estate ballots and wanting more detail and an EQA. Now, we'd never get that much detail from any of the Mayor's proposals. There is a huge amount of detail behind our budget proposals, and it is all about supporting people in existing groups like TRAs to have the same kind of technical expertise that the developers and others have, so that they can stand up for themselves. So let's have a conversation about that outside here as well. Assemblymember Cooper, I just wanted to thank you for noting the clarity of Assemblymember Polanski's response to the Conservative amendment. And finally, Len. Oh, he's not here. But I'm still gonna say this bit. So it was very good to hear Assemblymember Duval echoing the Mayor about, you know, the points about using reserves. But I really look forward to all of you eating your words when the Mayor announces how, in fact, he is going to spend those reserves in a pre-election splurge. Mark my words. He is saving all that money for future press releases. I hope you'll vote for our amendment.
Okay. Isn't it rare occasions that we do clap here? Look, it looks so nice. Okay. Assemblymember Pigeon to sum up for behalf of her amendment.
I would just like to thank the Conservative and Green groups for their support for our amendment on putting £50 million into buses in outer London. And I look forward to hearing how the Labour members choose to vote on this, because how can anyone be against putting £50 million into buses?
Okay. And now Assemblymember Fortune to sum up for his amendment.
Thank you very much. I will go quickly, as I know we all want to move to the vote. Just responding to Assemblymember Polanski, when we're talking about localised solutions, we're talking about car clubs, we're talking about planting trees, we're talking about reworking infrastructure, we're talking about traffic management systems. I mean, this is all stuff that helps to improve the local environment. If it wasn't, well then why have LTNs? It's a very bizarre suggestion that you made, but it's good to see that you recognise that air moves around, which is sort of the basis of a lot of the points we've made. In terms of the Liberal Democrats, I think that Caroline Pigeon made the point very well. Why on earth would you vote against investing in buses? Yeah. It makes no sense.
Especially if you
Sem, reasonable question. Is the idea to kick it down the line to next year? How will a decision be taken next year? Well, if a decision is taken next year, the opportunity will be for the electorate to make the decision, because the electorate are telling us, they're emailing us, they're contacting us, they're talking to journalists, and they're saying that they don't want this. And so it would be very interesting for the Mayor to take it to the electorate next year. And if he truly believed in it, and if he truly believed that London has backed it, that's exactly what he'd do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask David Gallie to explain to us the consequences of if more than one amendment was being passed. No, Assemblymember, this was written to me by the Secretariat to ask for him. So that's the reason why it is.
Chairman, just to say...
Can we hear the expert advice of David Gallie, please?
Chairman, just to say, there are no conflicts between the three amendments you have before, so that if the Assembly were to agree all three could be fully implemented.
Thank you. I'm now going to hand over to the clerk for the voting.
Thank you, Chair. I'm now going to put all three amendments to the vote. They are going to be put to the vote in the order they were moved. So first of all is the amendment on behalf of City Hall Conservatives, moved by Assemblymember Fortune. I'm going to call members in alphabetical order with the Deputy Chair and Chair listed last. I'm going to ask members to indicate whether they are voting for, against or abstaining. Just a reminder, at this stage, amendments are required to have two-thirds majority of Assembly members present and voting in order to be passed. So that means two-thirds of the Assembly members in the room, and abstentions aren't counted towards that two-thirds majority. So, Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Assembly Member Bailey.
For.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Berry.
Against.
Assembly Member Best.
For.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Against.
Sorry, Assembly Member Bakari.
Against.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Against.
Assembly Member Desai.
Against.
Assembly Member Devonish. Assembly Member Duval.
Against.
Assembly Member Fortune.
For.
Assembly Member Garrett.
For.
Assembly Member Hall.
For.
Assembly Member Harani. Oh, no, sorry, apologies from Assembly Member Harani. Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Moema.
Against.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
Against.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Against.
Assembly Member Prince.
For.
Assembly Member Rogers.
For.
Assembly Member Russell.
Against.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
Against.
Assembly Member Boff, Deputy Chair.
For.
And Assembly Member Dr Sahota, Chair.
Against.
Thank you, members. That is 15 votes against, 9 votes in favour. That amendment falls. We now move to the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Pigeon for City Hall Liberal Democrat Group. I'm going to call members alphabetically again. So Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Assembly Member Bailey.
For.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Berry.
For.
Assembly Member Best.
For.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Against.
Assembly Member Desai.
Against.
Assembly Member Devonish. Assembly Member Duval. Assembly Member Fortune.
For.
Assembly Member Garrett.
For.
Assembly Member Hall.
For.
Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Moema.
Against.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
For.
Assembly Member Polanski.
For.
Assembly Member Prince.
For.
Assembly Member Rogers.
For.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
Against.
Assembly Member Boff, Deputy Chair.
For.
And Assembly Member Dr Sahota, Chair.
Against.
That is 10 votes against, 14 votes in favour. The two-thirds majority would be 16, so I'm afraid that falls as well. I now turn to the vote on the amendment in the name of the City Hall Greens, moved by Assembly Member Russell. Again, I'll call members alphabetically. Assembly Member Ahmad.
Against.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Against.
Assembly Member Baker.
Against.
Assembly Member Berry.
For.
Assembly Member Best.
Against.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Clark.
Against.
Assembly Member Cooper. Against. Assembly Member Desai.
Against.
Assembly Member Devonish. Assembly Member Duval.
Against.
Assembly Member Fortune.
Against.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Against.
Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Moema.
Against.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Polanski.
For.
Assembly Member Prince.
Against.
Assembly Member Rogers.
Against.
Assembly Member Russell.
For.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
Against.
Assembly Member Boff, Deputy Chair.
Against.
And Assembly Member Dr Sahota, Chair.
Against.
Thank you, members. So overall, I make it that 22 members... 22 members voted there. And there were 19 votes against, 3 votes in favour, 2 abstentions. The threshold would have been 14 members voting for. That amendment falls. Thank you, Chair. Right, so at this stage we haven't had any budget amendments agreed. Can I confirm if any member wishes to move any further formal budget amendments? I see 1, 2 and I think potentially a third over there as well. So we have an amendment from the Green Group, the Liberal Democrat Group and perhaps another group as well. Bear with us, Chair, and we will just circulate some now.
Okay.
Would you like a brief adjournment, or would you want a 1 minute adjournment or a 2 minute
You give
adjournment?
5 minutes. Yeah? 5 minute break. We've had 2 further amendments tabled, and I'm going to ask the clerk to explain the procedure from here on.
Thank you, Chair. So there are 2 more amendments. Again, looking at the standing order on the order in which amendments are moved, what the standing order says is that where 2 amendments have the same aggregate effect in that they don't impact on the draft consolidated council tax requirement, that we draw lots for the order. We have just drawn lots, and the result is that the amendment from the City Hall Greens, in the name of Caroline Russell, will be moved first, followed by the amendment on behalf of the City Hall Liberal Democrat group in the name of Assembly Member Caroline Pidgeon. Can I suggest that perhaps after they've been moved, we again ask David Gallie, the Executive Director of Resources, to explain the effect if both are voted for, perhaps before we turn to debate, so that members are aware of the impact. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I ask Assemblymember Russell to move the amendment which is tabled.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be very brief. So it is back to toilets, and we all know, we all love them, and we all support toilets for bus drivers. Now, Assemblymember Boff hinted that we might get a more positive response at the final budget meeting, so I look forward to hearing what you have to say this time. Assemblymember Duval, I'm glad that our good ideas for toilets have stuck with you, so much so that the Mayor committed today, when you were talking to him in this chamber, to TfL doing a feasibility study for toilets. But really, a feasibility study. We know we need them. Now, the Mayor has been very clear in his final budget document there is no new money for toilets. There is not a penny in the Mayor's budget to fund public toilets, which so many Londoners need right now. Disabled, pregnant, older people and anyone on their period knows just how important the availability of toilets is for getting around our city. I don't have to list the benefits. You all know the case for investing in more public loos for London. Now, if we want London to be an inclusive city to visit, live and work in, then providing accessible toilets on the transport system is a basic necessity. Now, I hope Labour won't block toilets again and that the whole Assembly will vote for our amendment today. Thank you.
Okay. I ask Assemblymember Barry to second the amendment.
I will formally second and reserve my right to sum up later.
Okay, thank you. The other amendment is in the name of the City Hall Liberal Democrat group and Caroline Pidgeon.
Thank you very much indeed. As I said earlier, in November, the Mayor made a decision to expand the ultra-low emission zone to Outer London from this August. And politicians of all parties have joined their constituents in telling the Mayor loud and clear that whilst they may well support the need to clean up London's air, the timing of this is difficult with the cost of living crisis. And this Assembly responded to the debate by passing an amendment to the Mayor's budget that would have increased his scrappage scheme by no less than £100 million. And that was our effort in January to help Londoners to clean up their vehicles and to get the healthy air they deserve. And I don't think anyone here doubts the merits of transitioning to less polluting vehicles. I think the Mayor is right to point to the appalling toll on health, the 4,000 premature deaths in London each year from toxic air. But the question is about support for people making that transition. The real impact of ULEZ will come from people and businesses and charities changing to newer, cleaner, ULEZ compliant vehicles and, of course, using public transport more. So how do we incentivise that? Well, the answer is pretty obvious. We make it financially more attractive to effectively trade up than to stick with what you've got. In blunt terms, the larger the scrappage scheme, the quicker the health benefits accrue. So will this Assembly make the push for quicker benefits? Will colleagues agree to clean up London's air as soon as possible, thus to save Londoners' lives by making it easier for people to buy cleaner vehicles? And that's the choice before us today. The Mayor has made a clear decision to expand ULEZ. We don't have any executive powers here, though many of us might wish we did. But today we do have the power to amend the Mayor's budget and to help those living in Outer London to clean up vehicles with more support. Now, the Mayor's arguments against the Assembly's previous amendment are discussed in the commentary in our amendment today, and clearly in my discussion with the Mayor this morning. And I want to pull out a couple of points. The Mayor has actually acknowledged that his £110 million scrappage scheme is inadequate. He told the Budget and Performance Committee on the 5th of January he believed he needed more like £180 million over 3 years, but he could only afford £110 million. We suggested in our January amendment that additional money be taken from the Transport Services Funding Reserve. And the Mayor argues in his formal statement that this reserve is an important contingency given the financial risks facing Transport for London. But in reality, and as I exposed this morning, TfL has a £500 million general reserve to ensure liquidity. And in addition, the Mayor has created another £500 million facility to protect TfL, all confirmed by our professional advice by the Executive Director of Resources. And finally, the Transport Services Funding Reserve, the poor relation at just £100 million that we're planning to use, is due to be drawn down in full within 3 years. So the Mayor's argument just does not stack up. Now, despite his mayor-splaining this morning to myself, let us be clear. Our amendment was signed off by the Executive Director of Resources. It is valid, despite the Mayor's Chief of Staff perhaps want to be Director of Resources in the future and the Mayor's concerns. It has been signed off. It is proper. So we're bringing back an amendment on the scrappage scheme today, and we have now increased it slightly to add £110 million to the scheme, precisely doubling the current offer. And that reflects an increase in the size of the Environmental Improvement Reserve from which we're taking that resource. And that reserve, even if both our amendments passed, would still be worth around £74 million. And we've made one other change to our proposal, which I think is very important. Last time we specified how much money should go to which category of claimant, and we added a new category, blue badge holders. But this time we're making the additional money non-specific. It's up to TfL who to give it to. And we want to emphasise the impact of ULEZ expansion will be rightly felt across all groups, including low to middle income households, those who are not in receipt of benefit. So we hope that TfL will be able to use these extra funds to expand the help it offers to all. And of course, that would include existing claimants and blue badge holders. But we think it makes more sense to have a wider range of people that can be helped through this scheme to help everyone in Outer London. So I really hope the Assembly will support our amendment today. And I want to be clear that without greater mitigations for the ULEZ expansion, we will not be able to support TfL's budget today. And we are therefore calling for component votes to the budget as we move to that section later today. I ask Assembly members to consider the choice before them. Our amendment takes a stand. It doubles the scrappage scheme, allows for a wider range of Londoners to be able to apply for assistance. It makes a difference. It lends a helping hand to our residents in Outer London. What's not to like? And before I conclude, I would just like to say that the Liberal Democrat Group will be fully supporting the Green Amendment. Again, what's not to like about investing in public toilets? I beg to move.
Thank you, Assemblymember Pigeon. Assemblymember Bukhari to second.
Thank you. Let's make ULEZ fit for purpose. No one can ignore that the reality that the debate over ULEZ expansion has sparked a huge outflow of emotions and arguments across the capital and beyond. But despite the Mayor of the Mayor of London, we are not playing party politics. We are not producing misleading leaflets that go through every door in London. We actually are proposing an amendment that will use unallocated reserved funds that will not impact any other budget proposal, like free school meals. Do you remember that wonderful Liberal Democrat idea that we came up with? That wonderful policy that Labour decided would take on as well? Now, Richard Burge, the Chief Executive of the London Chamber of Commerce, and I've mentioned him before, wrote to the Mayor of London again, urging the Mayor to go further on the ULEZ scrappage scheme. Now, they're not Lib Dems. They are politically neutral. And this is what they said in their letter. By taking advantage of the recent decision of the London Assembly, we can have a scrappage scheme that works for all Londoners and lead to real and lasting change in air quality. That's from Richard Burge. Now, the Lib Dems are the party that are actually listening to Londoners, all Londoners, and we're bringing Londoners with us. We're not dividing this capital. This amendment will make the scrappage scheme work. This amendment will make the ULEG expansion work, and this amendment is common sense. The money is there, and we can use it. And we can use it to ease people's suffering at this time, which is very difficult for many Londoners at the moment. And members should support our amendment because we care about air quality, and we all care about it. That's not party political. And we do want ULEZ to work. So do the right thing. Support the amendment. I'm really glad to be seconding this.
Thank you, Assemblyman Bukhari. I've had two indications of Assembly members who want to come in. So the first one is Assemblymember Prince.
Thank you, Chair. I'm first going to talk on the Green amendment, and then, if I get time, on the Liberal Democrat amendment. As a regular user of toilets, I have to say that I have great sympathy. The only thing I would say is that it doesn't go far enough. Yes, I think it's good that we have more toilets in transport hubs, more toilets for the public, but I think what you've forgotten about, again, as everyone always forgets about, is the poor bus drivers who do not have toilets at each end. They're mentioned in here, I know, but we want toilets at the end of every route for bus drivers. So what I'm going to say is that we will anyway be supporting this motion, also this amendment, and I'm sure that those opposite will either have to vote for it or cross their legs. In relation to the Liberal Democrat vote amendment, yes, unfortunately I do not support the ULEZ, but I do support more money for scrappage. As I tried to have, again, a sensible conversation with the Mayor earlier around the real problems that my charities are facing on this, we simply cannot afford to replace the vehicles. Our volunteers won't be coming in, and they won't qualify. Our volunteers, some of them won't qualify for the scrappage scheme because they live outside London. So very much in favour of more money from the scrappage scheme. After all, he's making all this money. He's made it clear, thanks to the questioning by my colleague, Assemblymember Garrett, that he's not really prepared to put the money he's raising from Outer London into Outer London. At least this way, some money will be coming back to those who live in Outer London. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assemblymember Boff, please.
I'm delighted to support the, as I said last time, we only rejected this proposal last time because we wanted to see the final financial situation. So I'm delighted to support the Green Amendment on this case. One previous Assembly member who will be delighted over this is Victoria Borwick, who campaigned for so many years to improve public conveniences on the transport network, and she's absolutely going to be delighted to see this today. I think we should remind ourselves also, the bit that interests me even more is the particular part on this motion that addresses changing places toilets. We have a situation at the moment where people with profound and multiple learning disabilities, or with physical disabilities or spinal injuries, those with muscular dystrophy and multiple sclerosis, often are unable to take advantage of the public conveniences that are there on the transport network. We've had situations where carers have had to change disabled people on the floor of the ladies' loo. I mean, this is unacceptable, and it then means that the carers of those disabled people are unable to take them out at all. and London has a poor record on the provision of changing places toilets. Because these needs are met by changing place toilets. Changing place toilets enable anyone, regardless of their disability, to go to the shops, attend hospital appointments, enjoy community life, socialise and travel. All the things that the rest of us take for granted every day, changing places toilets should be provided in addition to a standard accessible toilets. This is such a persuasive argument that I don't know what the opposition would be, and if you're going to consider voting against this today, I'd like to hear what that opposition is, because I could not understand why you wouldn't. It's funded, it's achievable, and it will improve the lives of Londoners enormously. I mean, at the risk of a bad-tempered intervention from Assembly Member Deval, you must be round the bend not to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're now going to hear from Assembly Member Deval.
Very much. How can you ever be upset with Andrew and his interventions at all in the way what it is? Because he's not trying to insult me at all. He's making valid points to win his arguments. Let's deal with this. Thank you to the Greens for giving us advance notice of this amendment. We've made our position clear. We will be working with a feasibility study. No, there are elements of this that are not workable, but there are some major parts of it that I think are workable, and it should be supported. It's an important issue, but actually the way forward is through a feasibility study and not the way that you outline in this budget amendment. So we will be voting against this amendment. Oh, you surprise, surprise! You don't be taken in. Don't be taken in by this folk support, because even with you heard it there earlier on. I'm against ULEZ. I thought earlier on we were told they were for ULEZ and wanted to delay it. But horses for courses. And just don't be taken in by those misleading leaflets that was pointed out by the seconder of those issues, because I thought it was a point well made. Can I now turn to Lib Dem's motion? Look, I understand why this motion is there, and I will say this. You've argued no mansplaining from me or from that. I'm here to defend others in how they go about the business. I think you've made a very good point. Equally, we would say on this side is a matter of timing of when things happen around on some of these issues. And we think there are issues still to be resolved with central government. London is not being fairly treated. They need to come and play, even for outside London. And, not just in London, I think. There were some arguments made, but you've made a powerful case. And I would say this personally, and I do want to say this, no doubt we'll say it later. It's well known, Assembly Member Pidgeon is not going to be with us in the next administration. I thought this morning, as well as this afternoon's contribution, was a testament to a good scrutineer, that others around this table appreciate, around how you put forward your ideas. And there are many that do it, but I thought I would just say that because I was very much taken by your contributions today. So the issues are important. Both of you raised are important. There are just different ways of pursuing them. We're not going to jump on some political bandwagon because of populism, and I know that you're not moving them because of populism. You seriously have thought about these issues and their importance to furthering the objectives of both causes: better public transport, better provision for the needs of people, better issues around ULEZ and making it more palatable. So we are on side with that. It's just that for today, in terms of these amendments, we will be voting against. But nevertheless, we will be following some of these issues very closely in the coming months.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune, please.
Thank you very much. I mean, there are some interesting points there, that this is a complex issue. There's a clearly established need, but I think the point being made that it needs to be understood better, the implementation of it, the rollout of it needs to be understood better. So probably the best thing to do is pause, not roll it out, and give it some time to work through how you could deploy a scheme of this size. I think that sounds like a very reasonable approach to take to something that's not understood. But joking aside, I think this is an excellent amendment. We'll be supporting it. I know I've already been told that somebody's creating I was calling them memes, but they're memes apparently, about Labour blocking toilets. So I'm sorry about that. But I'm not gonna sink down to any puns or toilet humour. I'm going to move above it. So I will be supporting the Green Amendment. In terms of the Liberal Democrat amendment, yes, because this is the point. We're all looking at our emails. We're getting these responses in from residents who are they're on their knees, they're petrified, they're worried. And a lot of what's being put forward, mostly from this side of the chamber, is just trying to encourage the mayor to give some support to these residents. So we can't do anything but endorse the extra scrappage scheme and all the support that's going to give to families, to charities, to small businesses. This is needed. And we'll be supporting the Liberal Democrats on this.
Good. Thank you. Assemblymember Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to speak to the Green Amendment. Look, how many children can you change in a feasibility study? Now, the time is now. Many of us here genuinely have to advocate for people who have very little money. And one of the things growing up in London, people constantly tell you there's free things to do. You can go out for the day. Well, you can't do those things if there's no toilets. And if you have to go into a retail place to use their toilets and they're not always very happy to see you, that is an experience you will not replay again and again and again. So these toilets are a social issue. These toilets are an openness issue. London, in a good year, can get anything above 20 million visitors. I bet you they wouldn't come here if they realised they couldn't go to the toilet. It is a basic human need. It telegraphs to people that London is a civilised place. For many, many people, it's the only way London will actually work. I spoke to a woman recently who has 6 children, and she said to me she constantly has to look for things that are low cost. So I gave her all the places she should go, and she said, I can't go to any of them. I said, why? She said, they don't have public toilets. So if you're going to vote against this, remember who you are locking into their house. Anybody with disability issues, anybody with a health issue that means they have to visit the toilet regularly, anybody with children who doesn't have the money to nip into the shop and buy something so they're allowed to use the toilets. This is how London moves around. This is how London becomes fair. This is the bottom line to if you can access the things that London has. So I implore you to vote for this. This goes beyond politics. This is about basic human need and our ability to help the mayor see the error of his ways. And just to speak to the Liberal Democrat amendment, of course, bus, and more bus. As someone who lives on the edge of London, I live in Havering, I fully understand there's many people from our community, no bus, no life. They will tell you that. When I go to my daughter's police cadets, half of them get there by the bus. When I go to the skate park with my son, they get there by the bus. Without the bus, those children will be doing something very, very, very different. So if you're going to vote against the bus, again, remember who will be looking at you and ask why. Doesn't matter, getting it all in there, getting it all in there. The chair, you never know with the chair, he might not let me stand up again, I'm not in the Labour group, so here you go.
The scrappage scheme is good as well, isn't it?
And the scrappage scheme, of course, because again, many people who live on what I would call the Ring of London will tell you this, no car, no life. The reason I know so much about the bus is because I tried to get my kids to the Scouts and to the Girls' Brigade thing, it couldn't work, I had to do it in my car. And if you take that car away from me, my children's life is that less rich. So, again, about the scrappage scheme, all the money we can give to the scrappage scheme, I commend you to support this. We certainly will be.
Thank you. Assemblymember Best, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to speak briefly to mainly commend Assembly Member Russell for her perseverance on this. Ever since I came onto this Assembly, first of all in the Health Committee and through Mayor's question time in the plenary, this has been an issue you have consistently raised and pushed so diligently. And as well as you, when we were in that Health Committee, I met so many people that struggled to use our transport network because they couldn't get that access because of the toilets. And I think when this finally happens, these toilets, at least one of them should be called Caroline's Throne, because you have worked so hard. And Russell's Rest is even better. In fact, you have a competition earmarked in there. That should be the competition. I wanted to say, though, one of the arguments that the Labour group put forward before was that they were concerned that the revenue proposal wouldn't feed back and this wouldn't actually encourage people to use public transport. So I wanted to speak to that criticism of this proposal, because I strongly believe it will. Having spoken to so many disability groups where they say that this restricts their members from using public transport, I know that it would encourage those. And also, just having had half term and having done the thing that I don't encourage anyone to do, and have taken out a group of 5 children with hardly any adults across public transport in London, you see how difficult it is to travel as a family across there, trying to make toilet stops, having to leave stations to go because somebody decides they need to go to the toilet just as you're on your platform, and then you need to go and find a coffee shop. It really, really does help. And we're a family that use public transport all the time, mainly because I have a 5-year-old that's so obsessed with the public transport system in London that whilst other children pretend to be Superman, he demands we call him the Central Line. And so he won't let us not use it. But for other families, it is a real struggle as well, and it's a struggle for us, and it will encourage more and more people to use it. And so I think, look, let's be honest, you're clutching at straws, you want to vote for this today, and I think you should. It's not too late. Do it, because we can actually do something today. You know you're clutching at straws. You know that the feasibility study's a joke of an argument. Just do it. Make this Assembly mean something today. Let's do one thing positive today and accept this amendment. It's perfectly worked out. So thank you.
Thank you. Hang on. You want to make a contribution? Okay. Well, okay. So, Assembly Member Polanski, please.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. First of all, I just want to echo Assembly Member Duval's words about Assembly Member Pidgeon's contributions this morning. Also, we will be supporting the Lib Dem amendment. It has long been a held position of this Assembly that vehicle exercise duty made in London should be available to London. We know that more polluting vehicles pay higher, so why not put that money towards scrappage? It just makes sense. On Assembly Member Fortune's puns on toilets, I will be supporting toilets. I can't find another pun. There is something in there about feasibility studies and feces, but it's too crude to use. But if someone can come up with, I would be really pleased. We will be supporting. Thank you.
I won't take part in that.
Smash the system.
Okay. Are there any other Assembly members who want to make a contribution?
Not after that. No.
Hang on. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to begin by declaring this speech a pun-free zone for the duration. So, obviously, the Conservative amendment that we had earlier, which protected the free school meal announcement from this week, tragically did not pass, and so the opportunity not to do ULEZ was lost. So that brings us to the 2 amendments that we have now. Let me speak about the green one first. I think I feel a slight itch if I can't find anything to scrutinise or disagree with, and I did mention this to Caroline before. The one challenge I have with this plan is that there's an element of the Matthew effect, whereby people who have more get more and people who have very little get less. So, for example, if you're a resident of Sutton, I don't think there is a single TfL property anywhere in Sutton, so this motion does nothing for you. That's not a reason, pay attention, Labour group, that is not a reason to vote against it. That's a reason to say, let's have another thing in the future that does do something for example, to take an arbitrary borough at random, Sutton. What I can't see the sense of, so this business about the feasibility study. So it's very difficult to justify spending time and money on a feasibility study if there's no budget allocated against the thing you're checking the feasibility of. And to state the obvious, if you allocate in a budget a plan, let's say, for example, for £20 million on toilets, and you find out that it actually cannot be proceeded with, then you just don't proceed with it. You just don't proceed with it. So the feasibility work would happen naturally as part of the implementation of the plan, which, again, not to reiterate the points made, it is difficult to see how you could vote against the practical measure of more public toilets across London, even if not quite so many as I would like in my patch. Moving to the Liberal Democrat amendment, which I will also be supporting, as I say, I would rather the scrappage scheme were not going ahead in August, but it is going ahead in August, as far as we can tell. The Mayor does not, from our discussions this morning, seem minded to change his mind. So doubling the scrappage scheme that's available and allowing, this is the other point, allowing people to apply who currently cannot apply. So if you're on benefits currently, you may be able to apply, but if you're not, then you can't. That doesn't necessarily mean you are wealthy and can afford a new car. So I think I like that element of what's being proposed. What I found particularly interesting in the objection from Assemblymember Duval was he spoke about timing. The timing is difficult. I mean, at the risk of stating the obvious, this is happening now. The Mayor's plan is that ULEZ comes in August, so if you are thinking, a resident out there in London, should I or should I not be replacing my car, that is a decision that is happening now. And so to then say, oh, we need to spend 3 years thinking about the feasibility of the possibility of thinking about increasing the scrappage scheme, it doesn't make any sense. So if the plan is to increase the scrappage scheme needs to be increased now, not at some time in the future. I think the problem is, the blunt reality that the Labour Party face is that the Mayor doesn't want to do this, and as we saw earlier when I was asking him, he doesn't even want to ring-fence funding for Outer London from ULEZ. He seems entirely hell-bent on this plan with the minimum amount of scrappage scheme that he's already announced. He doesn't want to deviate in any way from his plan, doesn't want to accept any idea that wasn't invented by him or his team, and so he doesn't want this, and so the Labour group isn't allowed to want it, and I would just suggest to you that probably you should want it and that your residents should want you to vote for this today. So I'll be voting for the Green Amendment and for the Liberal Democrat Amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other contributions? Assemblymember Cooper.
Yeah, we're not going to get down into the U-turns, U-bends or blocking motions area that I was hoping we'd moved on from. Look, we've got the Green motion and the Liberal Democrat motion, and one of the issues has already been referred to by Assemblymember Polanski, which is the fact that the vehicle excise duty that's paid by Londoners, 500 million a year, goes into central government, Department for Transport, and since April 2018, the previous Conservative Mayor said, that's all right, government, you can keep all of that, we are net contributors. If some of that was coming back to us, then that would make the whole discussion and debate about the amount of money that could go now into scrappage or now into a capital programme for toilets, or indeed supporting on a revenue basis roads in London, or indeed revenue basis more toilets. That has not happened, and I would hope that every Assembly member, and I know we have talked about this here, would be supporting the reintroduction of the operating grant for TfL that went away from April 2018 as one of the things that was offered up by the then Mayor as part of the austerity cuts. And that's wrong for Londoners, and I would hope that we would all agree that that's wrong, but that is why in the current set of circumstances it's difficult for us to support something which we don't actually know how much it's going to cost. We would rather see a feasibility, and then the same thing that's happened with the step-free stations. There was a set of costed proposals, and they have been gradually rolled out to maximise the spend on the budget, to maximise the number of stations that were done. And I would hope after the feasibility is done, if there is money available, then it can be done. So we won't be supporting the Green motion, and for the reasons outlined. At this moment in time, the current 110 million... Look, last time we started with 37 million in scrappage. We ended up with 61 million. And at this moment in time, the 110 million has not been spent. Let's hope that there is more money available later on when that money has been spent. But to suggest that we put all of the money in from London without thinking about support, both for Londoners and, as I mentioned before, a national scrappage scheme for those that live on the edge of London, that's what we should all be fighting for, is a national scrappage scheme. We need to move on and have one nationally. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask now Assemblymember Berry to use her reservation.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll do my reserve seconding and also sum up a little bit as well. I just wanted to outline a little bit of the consensus that we've reached on the issue of toilets, if that's okay. In 2020 at this meeting, we've got an extraordinary video of all the different party groups praising our budget amendment, and in particular all singling out the section on toilets. It's really quite something. You should look for it on Twitter. In 2021, when Caroline was chair of the Health Committee, we collectively agreed on releasing the toilet paper, which called for accessible toilets for all Londoners. And in 2022, in the January meeting, this Assembly voted in favour of our budget-related motion, calling for new free public toilets. In February's final budget meeting last year, the Liberal Democrats went as far as supporting our whole budget amendment, which included toilets, and that was absolutely fantastic. And even the Mayor has said last year that he is keen to do more of this. The lack of public toilets, he said, can leave people imprisoned in their homes, less willing to travel or use their local high street. Age UK London have found 9 in 10 Londoners consider toilet provision before making a journey, and that's people of all ages. So, yeah, I'm very pleased to find out now that joining the consensus, we have the Conservative group officially voting for an actual amendment on this. I'm really, really grateful for that, and really grateful to Assemblymember Garrett and Assemblymember Best for their points that they've made, both on the side of feasibility and on the revenue aspect as well. Labour, these things are worked out. It's £20 million, well costed. There's more detail in these proposals than we get on things from the Mayor, including free school meals, which has lots of details to work out. But we are happy to support proposals that put budgets behind good things, and you should be too. We know the money is there in reserves. We know that the Mayor is planning to use those reserves. We know we're expecting press releases from the Mayor. So why should we, as an Assembly, not collectively have a press release too, doing good for Londoners? People will absolutely appreciate that. And I would like to ask Labour, please don't block these toilets just because the idea doesn't come from the Mayor. This Assembly has its own job to do, and if you don't do this, people will start to wonder what the point of Labour Assembly members is. So please join us. Do something fantastic to give Londoners real relief. And can I suggest to the Chamber now that we have a short adjournment to enable the Labour group to have a meeting to reconsider their current position on these two amendments, because it is really something that they should be considering a bit harder than they have so far. We've answered all your points. We're ready to go with these proposals. Please have a think.
Okay. I am now going to move to the summing up. And I'm going to ask Assemblymember Pigeon to sum up her amendment.
Thank you very much indeed for this debate, and thank you, Len, for your kind personal comments earlier. And, we will come on to later in our long day looking at the budget, we will come on to looking at central government's roles in a budget-related motion that we're tabling later, and national support. And absolutely, there should be a national scrappage scheme that London can be part of, and to help those people on the edge of London as well. And we can come on to look at that. But this is about the Mayor's budget, your Mayor's budget. And I'd like to thank Green colleagues and Conservative colleagues for their support, whether it's a support about our bus amendment earlier, or whether it's about our scrappage scheme, our plan to double the money to help Londoners scrap their polluting vehicles. So this actually really does fall to Labour members. We need just 2 members today, 2 of you, to support this amendment. That's all we need to make this happen, to double the scrappage scheme, to make the criteria wider so it can help lots of Londoners who are on low and middle incomes who cannot access the scrappage scheme as it stands. And I think Londoners will be watching your votes very carefully if you don't support this today. I think it's really important. If you want to make ULEZ expansion a success, you've got to help Londoners to transition. And doubling the scrappage scheme is one way you can do that.
Great, thank you. And can I now ask Assemblymember Russell to sum up her amendment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to thank everyone for the creativity in their contributions. How many children can you change in a feasibility study? Assemblymember Bailey, that was absolutely perfect. I'm a regular user of toilets, Assemblymember Prince. That was fabulous too. And yes, it's just I think this creativity just shows how everyone knows how absolutely fundamentally important these toilets are for Londoners. And I would actually like now to second Assemblymember Berry's suggestion that we have a brief adjournment to give the Labour group just a moment to be able to just double check that they don't want to support the amendment for toilets. We could do something as an assembly here. We could amend the Mayor's budget, just 20 million quid. We'd get something done that would really make a difference for Londoners. So I'd like to second the proposal that we have a brief adjournment.
Have a break.
Look, I do have a proposal on the table saying there should be an adjournment, and I'm obliged to put it to the vote, right? So all those, and I suspect, right, no one's proposed the time for the
5 minutes. 5 minutes, Sean.
Okay. Okay. So I put it to the. I'm going to put it to the vote, right? All those in favour of a 5-minute adjournment.
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not enough loos for you all to go at the same time.
I think that is carried. So I'm going to adjourn this till 15:51.
Briefly.
Very briefly, Chair, there is no conflict between the two amendments before you, therefore the Assembly could vote for both and be fully implemented.
Well done. Well done, Dave.
Thank you very much. We now turn to voting on the 4th and 5th amendments before us. So the voting is on the order in which they were moved. So first of all, I'm going to call for votes on the amendment from the City Hall Greens, which is the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Russell. Again, as before, I will call members alphabetically and ask them to indicate if they are voting for, against or abstaining. For members of the public watching at home, again, all amendments are to pass. They are required to have a two-thirds majority of Assembly members present and voting, with abstentions not counted. So, Assemblymember Ahmad, your vote, please.
Against.
Assemblymember Bailey, your vote.
For.
Assemblymember Baker.
Against.
Assemblymember Berry.
For.
Assemblymember Best.
For.
Assemblymember Bakari.
For.
Assemblymember Clark.
Against.
Assemblymember Cooper.
Against.
Assemblymember Desai. Assemblymember Devonish. Assemblymember Duval. Assemblymember Fortune.
For.
Assemblymember Garrett. Assemblymember Hall.
Absolutely for.
Assemblymember McCartney. Assemblymember Marema.
Against.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
For.
Assemblymember Polanski.
For.
Assemblymember Prince.
For.
Assemblymember Rogers.
For.
Assemblymember Russell.
For.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
Against.
Assemblymember Boff, Deputy Chair.
For the disabled.
And Assemblymember Dr Sahota, Chair.
Against.
Thank you, members. That was 24 Assembly members voting in total. The threshold is therefore 16 votes in favour. There were 14 members voting in favour. There were 10 members voting against, and that amendment therefore falls.
Chair, could I just say some of the Labour members forgot to put their microphone on when they were voting against, so just in case that gets recorded, that was...
I can confirm that it wasn't recorded.
She writes it all down. It's all right. It's all under control.
Thank you, members. We'll move on to the vote in relation to the budget amendment from the Liberal Democrat Group, moved on behalf of, moved by Assemblymember Pigeon. This was the 5th amendment. Again, members, can I have your votes? Assemblymember Ahmad.
Against.
Assemblymember Bailey.
For.
Assemblymember Baker.
Against.
Assemblymember Berry.
For.
Assemblymember Best.
For.
Assemblymember Bakari.
For.
Sorry, I've got a typo on my form. Thank you. Assemblymember Clark.
Against.
Assemblymember Cooper.
Against.
Assemblymember Desai.
Against.
Assemblymember Devonish. Assemblymember Duval.
Against.
Assemblymember Fortune.
For.
Assemblymember Garrett. Assemblymember Hall.
For.
Assemblymember McCartney. Assemblymember Marema.
Against.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
For.
Assemblymember Polanski.
For.
Assemblymember Prince.
For.
Assemblymember Rogers.
For.
Assemblymember Russell.
For.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
Against.
Assemblymember Boff, Deputy Chair.
For.
And Assemblymember Dr Sahota, Chair.
Against.
Thank you, members. Again, that was 24 Assembly members voting. The threshold for approval is therefore 16. There were 14 votes in favour and 10 votes against, and therefore that amendment falls. Bear with me, members, or I'll just turn to my text. Can I ask if any member wishes to move any further formal budget amendment?
One further amendment.
Thank you, Assemblymember Fortune. We will just look to circulate it. Would you like a brief amendment, or would you like to bear with us while we circulate?
Pardon?
Would you like to have an adjournment while we circulate, or do you just want to hold on a
That's
moment?
5 minutes adjournment.
Okay, fine.
You just need to propose it. You just need to propose it. We can put it to the vote. Okay, I'm going to give a 5-minute adjournment, right, till 2 minutes past the hour, 4 o'clock, right? Okay, colleagues, let's put our thoughts together to progress. We have another amendment which has been tabled by the City Hall Conservative, and I'll ask Assembly Member Fortune to move the amendment.
Thank you very much. This is just one last go. It's building on the conversations we've had earlier about our primary responsibility, which is making sure we're looking after Londoners. Views of the reasoning of the implementation of ULEZ aside, it's undeniable it's going to hit people. It's going to hurt people in the pocket. It's going to close businesses. It's going to stop people moving around and seeing friends and family. So there needs to be support. Following on from what we heard from earlier about investing in buses, this amendment goes further. It asks for more money that can be invested in those outer London routes. And if you look at the P-TAL rates of some of these groups, the public transport accessibility levels in some areas, still ranked or rated as 1A, 1A being an indication of extremely poor access. And if you look at areas we've highlighted, Graham Park Way in Barnet, if you look at Elm Avenue in Ealing, Foxhole Road in Greenwich, Heather Lane in Hillingdon, all of these are 1A rated P-TAL areas. Grove Park, that little area in Lewisham, just between Bromley and Lewisham. Wilkins Close in Merton, Allane Park in Southwark, Moreland Way in Waltham Forest, Moulton Road in Wandsworth. These are areas of very low and poor accessibility. And what we are asking for, pleading for, is your support to help us invest in these areas to improve public transport networks. And that's it.
Assembly Member Hall to second the amendment.
I second and reserve my right to speak later.
Assembly Member
Sorry, did somebody?
Did you indicate, or was it just? Well, you are on the list. You can speak. Your lucky number's up.
That was quick. Well, thank you very much for bringing this. I think we have established as part of today's debate that the £100 million in the Transport Services Reserve Fund is genuinely available to be spent, and this seems like as good a way to spend it as any. So I think we will be supporting this amendment today. Like I said with the Mayor earlier on, you know, the proposals he's made so far for improvements in buses in outer London are mainly spin. They are improvements, but they're tiny, and the spin goes far beyond what's actually being achieved. We need to see a step change. We need to see that same kind of order of magnitude improvement in buses that we had around the congestion charge introduction. That is what convinces Londoners that a policy really is for them, and this seems like a really decent use of the reserve. I don't know what the Liberal Democrats are going to say, because it was what they were going to use as well, but I think now that the others have been voted down, let's give it one more go and let's use that for something useful and have the Assembly do something with the budget today. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, we will be happy to support this, given that our amendment that was going to use this same pot of money has fallen. Let's try again. Let's try doubling it again. Let's go for £100 million to go into buses in outer London. What is not to like? How can you vote against that? This is the same reserve and being used over the same time period that the Mayor intends to run down that reserve. So why don't we spend it on something the Assembly wants, that Londoners in outer London really want and desperately need? We're very happy to support this amendment today.
Assembly Member Boff.
That's quick, isn't it? Why do we stand for the London Assembly? You know, why do we go through all that hassle of standing for the London Assembly if, when it comes to the point of actually being able to take a decision that changes the lives of Londoners for the better, that we decide no, that we decide that it's what we'd rather do is just follow the boss, do what the boss says, never disagree, never challenge. You see, it didn't used to be like this. The previous Mayor of London the Conservative group on a consistent basis used to propose a budget of additional items that we wanted to see the previous mayor do. We challenged that mayor. We actually voted in favour of improving what was then his budgets, because we didn't see that we were a slave of the mayor. What we thought is that we were doing what our electors told us to do. So when you come for election next time, perhaps people could consider what their job description is. Because if ultimately you're not going to take that opportunity when it is presented, one of those rare times when Assembly members can actually change things for the better, if you're not going to take that opportunity, why are you standing? Why are you bothering when you know that your residents would want to see this passed? You have the power in your hands. And if you choose, as you chose to on, for example, the previous amendment with regard to toilets for the disabled, if you choose to do that, that's fine. And I'm not expecting you, I'm not saying that you should fear the electors or what we might put in our leaflets at the next elections. I'm not saying that you should fear it. All you Assembly members, for example, who are recognising areas, who represent areas who would benefit from what my colleague has proposed today, I'm not saying fear it, but you bloody well can expect it. And we will be reminding your electors of precisely when the chips were down, whether or not you chose to choose Londoners or whether or not you just decided to become a stooge of the mayor. Thank you.
Any other contributions? Okay. I'm going to... sorry, Senator Deval.
It's just for your leaflets. I'd like to say thank you for the notice of it so we could actually digest it all. But look, you know, we're not going to be supporting this again this afternoon, despite the threats, because you're actually a bunch of bullies, because that's all you are.
Yeah.
That's all you are. That's all you
We're
are.
bullying you.
Because you are. You're the political equivalent of bullies. Now, other colleagues may have been taken in by this, but it's not. And actually, in terms of the mayor's budget of being prudent, you can criticise all you want, and I might have some differences or not with what the mayor proposes or not there. What you can't get away with and what you mustn't do is have amendments on the back of a fag packet that says it. So what we heard this morning, the mayor's saying 7 years, I think it was repeated by our colleagues over there, saying that you needed 7 years of funding for buses. This only presents 3-year funding for these buses. We've got a list of bus routes here that are inner London, not all outer London issues. So we know the PTAL issue that you're quoting as your Bible to guide you in where these resources should go is not perfect in terms of allocating resources. And we know that we've got on the table, we've got a government deal that runs out in a very short space of time, in a number of years. And we don't know what that deal is. We don't know which government will be in power. Maybe Labour will bail you out in terms of some of your dodgy deals and dodgy plans. But the question is, should we do policy on the back of it, even though it's very serene that we want it? The mayor is already investing in the bus service in outer London. Some say we want more. Please, Chair. You know,
come on.
We are investing in the bus service in out of London. We need to rethink some of those issues later on as we proceed, and we will take into account other issues. And the last thing I want to do is also lead to a policy issue that puts at stake TfL's credit rating and borrowing ratings on the back of a fag packet deal. We cannot support that in these ways. You've not bothered to want to talk to us about it. You clearly have had a chance to have a little conversation about it. You chose to exclude this. I don't mind this. I would have saved you time on your one last chance if that's really what you wanted to do. But we are not going to be taken in by this, and we won't be supporting this afternoon, despite the threats.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, for you to sum up. Sorry, for you to reserve your right.
I'll just comment on it, and I'm really quite furious about this. Amendments on the back of a fag packet. Quite frankly, how dare you?
This amendment on the back of a fag packet.
Let me say to you, our officers, all of our officers, including Gino, who's gone now, but he's been here, have spent hours and hours and hours on budget papers. We have all put in amendments, whether we've all agreed with things or not. And no, we have not had discussions, absolutely no discussions whatsoever. But actually, we had decided to put this particular amendment in, and then we listened to our colleagues, and we knew that they would probably vote with it on the basis that we were all saying the same things. Why? Because all of us are listening to our residents. Now, some of my colleagues are for the ULEZ, some of them... you're all for it. We want it delayed, as we have made it perfectly clear. But in the meantime, if the ULEZ comes in, we need to help people who cannot afford to replace their cars. You're always saying to us, oh, you're for the rich, you're that. No, no. This will affect people with the least amount of money. We need to make sure that they've got other modes of transport. I see you all looking down. Either you're just bored because... Either it's because... we've gone into this about interrupting. Either it's because you're bored because you've not got amendments or anything to do, or hopefully it's because you're feeling quite shamed on the basis that you must be hearing the same things as we are. This is not popular. The ULEZ is not popular. Having said that, getting more buses in outer London, it certainly is. So I'm very grateful to our colleagues for saying that they will support this. And I feel it's quite shameful that you don't want more buses in outer London. I'm sure or toilets, come to that. I'm sure your residents would be very grateful.
Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you. I just want to note that by putting this amendment, actually the Conservative group is conceding that the ULEZ is very likely to happen, and they're actually proposing something practical to help people in that event that it goes ahead. And I just think it's worth noting that. Thank you.
Any other contributions? Assembly Member Best?
Just really quickly, because I just find it astonishing that someone could think they're being bullied by being asked to vote for buses. I think more bullying behaviour is leaving your microphone on constantly over consecutive meetings and interrupting your colleagues when they're speaking.
I think...
right to defend myself, Chair. I was pointing out... Chair, I have a right to defend myself against that accusation because it's just not true.
Hang on. The word bullying was mentioned. I think it's quite clear who you meant, right?
No, I didn't actually. I was just speaking hypothetically. Thank you.
Okay.
People say things about me and saying we've all learned, so you can't do that.
It wasn't me who. It wasn't me who did any of this to you, by the way. And I'm just merely saying that. Did you want to comment at all, Assembly Member Duval?
What? I didn't.
No, okay.
I was speaking hypothetically. Thanks.
Turn your microphone off.
Okay, look. Can we all stop? Now, I know this is towards the end of the day. We're all very keen to go home now, and we're all getting very tired. But can we please just still maintain some decorum, okay? I'm gonna, in the absence of this, no other Assembly Member wants to make a contribution. Yeah, I'm going to ask Assembly Member Fortune to sum up, please.
Thank you, very Chair. I think we can see the way this is going, and I think it's going to be sadly quite disappointing. Before I get to my thoughts on that, can I just thank my fellow terrors and bullies this side of the chamber, dangerous Assembly Member Berry for her support, Caroline the Killer Pigeon, and especially Thumper Boff for what I thought was a very emotional speech. But But Caroline, coming back to you, yeah, look, it's no secret we want the ULEZ to stop. We think the problem is well identified, but we think it's the wrong solution. And we're trying to offer others. But in the months I've been at this assembly, I've seen this mayor ram stuff through. The very fact that we're in this building when a lot of members opposite don't want to be in this building because we moved from the old City Hall has demonstrated that. So we know we're up against a force with this. And you're right, we need to mitigate, we need to help, we need to support people. And that's why I think it's a shame the response we've got. So what would residents in Barnet, Ealing and Greenwich today have seen? They'd have seen the members opposite vote against toilets, a very reasonable and costed proposition. What would they have seen in Hillingdon and Lewisham and Merton? They'd have seen voting against scrappage schemes, another perfectly reasonable solution to the problem that's coming down the line. In Waltham Forest, in Southwark, in Wandsworth, they're now going to see them vote against investing in buses. And there's no reason to do that. We've identified the problem. We've identified the money. What possible reason is there to vote against this, to vote against your communities, investing in your communities? What's the possible point of doing it, other than the fact that you're probably under orders from the mayor? Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Fortune. I'm going to ask to move to the vote now, and I'm going to ask the clerk to conduct that, please.
Thank you, Chair. We move to the vote on this amendment. As before, I will ask members alphabetically for their votes. Assemblymember Ahmad?
Against.
Assemblymember Bailey?
For.
Assemblymember Baker?
Against.
Assemblymember Berry?
For.
Assemblymember Best?
For.
Assemblymember Bakari?
For.
Assemblymember Clark?
Against.
Assemblymember Cooper?
Against.
Assemblymember Desai? Assemblymember Devonish? Assemblymember Duval? Assemblymember Fortune?
For.
Assemblymember Garrett?
For.
Assemblymember Hall?
For.
Assemblymember Hirani? Oh, sorry. Apologies from Assemblymember Hirani. Assemblymember McCartney? Assemblymember Moema?
Against.
Assemblymember Pigeon?
For.
Assemblymember Polanski?
For.
Assemblymember Prince?
For.
Assemblymember Rogers?
For.
Assemblymember Russell?
For.
Assemblymember Sheikh?
Against.
Assemblymember Boff, Deputy Chair?
For.
And Assemblymember Dr Sahota, Chair.
Against.
Thank you, Assembly members. That was 24 Assembly members voting, so the threshold for approval is 16 votes in favour. There were 14 votes in favour and 10 votes against. That amendment falls. Can I ask if there are any more formal budget amendments to come forward? OK, there are none. Just to explain the outcome of that section, there are no formal budget amendment has attracted the requisite two-thirds majority of votes. We will now move to voting or considering actually any budget-related motions. The Chair will put the substantive motion to the Assembly at the end of the meeting. Can I ask if there are any budget-related motions to come forward? Assembly Member Pigeon. Brilliant. Bear us one moment, members, while we circulate.
Adjournment, please.
Maybe about half an hour?
Yeah.
All we need to do is someone to move it and second it, and we'll put it to the vote.
Second.
Pardon?
5 minutes.
Okay, there's a suggestion that we adjourn for 5 minutes while we... are we agreed to that?
No.
Shall we... Let's put it to the vote then. It's a formal motion. All those in favour of 5-minute adjournment?
That is 5-minute adjournment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Assembly members.
Okay, I think it's carried. I think the majority of it. We'll have a 5-minute adjournment till 16:28. Okay, colleagues, we now will start the consideration of the motion that's been tabled by the Liberal Democrats, and I'm going to ask Caroline Pigeon, Assemblymember Caroline Pigeon, to move the motion, please.
So, Chair, we've got members who are eating in the chamber. I thought that was against standing orders to publicly be eating in the chamber.
I'm not aware. That's it. Can you tell me what the standing order on that is, please?
I believe it's no food or drink in the chamber other than the water provided, Chair.
Okay. Well, I certainly wasn't aware of that standing order, but now that's been brought to attention, I hope Assembly members will take note of that.
I saw John Biggs mug of tea years ago before anyone came to this place.
Assembly member Desai, I'm not here. I'm not accountable for John Biggs, right? Okay, nor are you. Okay. Okay. But look, I really am very keen to proceed to consider the motion put forward by Caroline Pigeon. Assemblymember Pigeon, please.
Thank you very much indeed. We've discussed at length the Mayor's decision to expand ULEZ and the impact this is going to have on Londoners. And we believe the Mayor should do more to help people in Outer London to adapt to his scheme. And that's why we tabled our amendment earlier. However, I think it would be wrong to suggest that sole responsibility for mitigating ULEZ rests with the Mayor. I think the UK Government also has a part to play. And in February 2022, DEFRA Minister Joe Churchill stated in a written answer, "We have established an £880 million fund to support local authorities implementing measures to address nitrogen dioxide exceedances across England." So the government accepts it has a responsibility and it has funds with which to fulfil that responsibility. And at that point, the government had given what the Minister described as a substantial £132 million from the Clean Air Fund to Greater Manchester authorities to help businesses and individuals upgrade to compliant vehicles. And that was on top of another £36 million the government had provided for implementation of the Clean Air Zone. But London has an elected mayor like Manchester, but it doesn't have the legislative or fiscal devolution such as exists in Scotland and Wales. So the government still has responsibilities for London. And that's why I'd like to see the government stepping in, whatever we try to do with London's resources, and we have all tried on this side today to increase them, it will be tough to create an absolutely comprehensive scrappage scheme. The Mayor's scheme is just a start, but we need more to help everyone move to cleaner vehicles. And as we've said earlier, Outer London is different. Some people may need to drive because there is no viable alternative, particularly for those orbital journeys. And that's why the scrappage scheme is so important, and it needs to reach far more people, particularly those on low and middle incomes. London pays by far and away the largest single proportion of UK tax, and as the Mayor himself notes, approximately 500 million of the vehicle excise duty paid by Londoners is allocated by government outside the capital. So I want to see the government offer the same kind of help it's given to other parts of England in order to create this comprehensive scrappage scheme. I'd like the Chair of the Assembly to write to the Secretary of State to call for this, and I hope all Assembly members will support this simple and clear motion today. I beg to move.
Thank you. And Assemblymember Bukhari to second.
Thank you. This motion addresses the government's responsibility to provide Londoners with clean air without putting further financial pressure on those primarily on low and middle incomes. It's time now for the government to step into protecting those who will be affected by the ULEZ expansion, to protect London, protect small businesses, protect struggling families. And simply, it's the right thing to do. I'm very grateful for the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey, who had proposed this idea as well. We need to make sure that London is benefiting from the government as well in terms of air pollution strategies. And London generates a huge amount of tax revenue. So I think it's time for the government to stop levelling down the capital and holding back much needed funding. £132 million has gone to Greater Manchester to help individuals and businesses upgrade their cleaner vehicles. The government must show the same support for London. Now, air quality is not party political, despite what the Labour Mayor or Mayor of London, whatever he calls himself, is saying to us. It's not party political. It is the responsibility for all of us, which is why if we are to truly tackle air quality, we cannot afford to be debating who cares more. We all care. We just need to make sure that this is a priority, and this is a priority now. And let's get something done today. We've talked a lot, but we really need some action. Let's do it now.
Thank you, Assemblymember Curry. I've got Assemblymember Boff who wants to come in.
I mean, after all, what has the government ever done for us? That government, what have they ever done for us? I mean, apart from a record per head expenditure on public transport in London compared to the rest of the country. I mean, apart from that, what has the government ever done for us? I mean, apart from Crossrail, you know, apart from the investment in Crossrail, what has the government ever done for us? And also apart from the record bailout of TfL over during the pandemic. I mean, apart from that, what has the government ever done for us? I mean, what has the government ever done for us that has moved Andy Burnham to say he would bite the hand off of government if they offered him the kind of support that they've offered TfL? I mean, apart from that, what has the government ever done for us? Well, I'll tell you. Well, I've summarised it. What's interesting about this, and I fully understand where the Liberal Democrat group is coming from on this, and I know both of you will understand that we will not be supporting this motion. But I'll turn to the Labour Party, who will probably end up supporting this motion, I'm guessing. So when they have the chance, they vote no to disabled toilets. No to toilets for the disabled. When they are given the power, they say no improvement on scrappage schemes. And yes, with that very same power, they say no to improved bus services in London. But they are going to make a very significant decision here, because they're going to vote yes to writing a letter.
Does any other Assembly member want to follow that?
Brilliant, brother.
Assembly member Duval.
A very important letter. A letter that they stayed silent on for a number of months, where they could have been defending Londoners to get a fair deal. And actually, they've set silence on it. And I think, you know, you can mock and you can play games and everything else. And yeah, and there's a bit of humbleness on our side that we don't get everything right. But actually, we've not voted or said no against every issue that you said. And misrepresentation in politics, whatever you do with your dodgy leaflets and everything else that you're putting around about you, Les, is not going to win people over about some of the important public health debates and the important issues of supporting people in challenging times. In London, they need clean air. Also, they do need support from a good scrappage scheme. The Mayor has started with the scrappage scheme. OK, it's not going fast enough, as we've heard today from members opposite, but we've started it. And there is a considerable sum of money put aside for it. There could be, and there will be, reviews. There will be other opportunities. Don't be taken in, and I'm glad you're not taken in, by actually some of these comments that have been said today. We're still not clear whether you're supporting ULEZ or you're not, whether you're supporting free school meals or you're not. I've looked at your Twitter feeds. 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 I've seen your Twitter feeds, and you are playing fast and loose on these issues, and people aren't taken in by it. This is an important motion, and a very important motion that government needs to listen to play its part. I tell you this about Crossrail. Yeah, government did make a contribution to Crossrail, and they also forced TfL to pay more of it, unlike what they would do to others, and unlike what they're doing around HS2 in terms of contributions. Londoners had to pick up that bill, the proportion of that bill, and government tried to pass it on to us. Too often, this government sees London as a cash cow for other issues, and I'm all for redistribution. But actually, I want a fair deal back for Londoners, and this is a start of that. And thank you for proposing this motion that you've done, and you deserve credit for it.
Thank you. Assembly member Prince and then Assemblymember Bellamy.
I'd just like to thank Len Deval for some of the content of his speech, which I thought was absolutely hilarious, probably the funniest speech I've heard today. And it doesn't matter how many times you say it. Clearly, Assemblymember Garrett, doesn't matter how many times you say it. Let us make it right. And in fact, Assemblymember Fortune, we have not been against the free school meals. We actually had it in our budget amendment that would not have affected the free school meals. I believe my colleagues here, many of my colleagues here, support the ULEZ. So I don't know why you keep saying it. Doesn't matter how many times you say it in your leaflets, it's not true. And you can keep saying it, but by keep saying it doesn't make it true, Len. Sorry.
Okay, Assemblymember Bellamy.
Thank you very much, Chair. We support this motion. The Green Party have long supported a scrappage scheme, and we would support more scrappage. So it's consistent to support this. It's not just scrappage, though. It's important to say that we also need to make sure we're enabling and encouraging walking, cycling, wheeling and public transport. And just finally, before I sit down, no to new road building, and we must stop the Lower Thames crossing. We know that if you build more roads, more people drive. Actually, there are much better alternatives, and we need to incentivise that. And yes, I wouldn't quite call it a heckle, because I absolutely agree, but Silvertown Road Tunnel is obviously the elephant in the room here too, but it is nearly 5 o'clock, so I'm going to sit down. Thank you.
Great. Any other contributions? Assemblymember Garrett.
Apparently, Chair, I was not very clear earlier. So, just to recap, our second budget amendment retained support for free school meals. The Liberal Democrat amendment, which we supported, retained support for free school meals. Green amendment, which we supported, retained support for free school meals. Another Liberal Democrat amendment, which I think I voted for, retained support for free school meals. And the centrepiece of today, Chair, the Conservative amendment from earlier on today, retained support for free school meals. So I really am not sure how much clearer I can make it for Assemblymember Duval, but I hope that helps him to understand that we are retaining support for free school meals in all of the amendments that we have proposed and supported today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Any other contributions? No. In that case, I'm going to ask Assemblymember Pigeon to sum up, please.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you, Assemblymember Boff, for your top form speech. You were on fire today, and we've had some fantastic contributions. Thank you, Labour and the Greens, for supporting our motion today. This is about ensuring the government treats London fairly. Other cities, Bath, Bristol, Birmingham, Manchester and Portsmouth, have received money for similar scrappage schemes. It's really important London gets its fair share, so please support this motion today.
Great, thank you. I'm going to hand over to the clerk to go through the various votes we have still to go through. We have a lot of votes to go through.
Thank you, members. So we're now going to vote on the budget-related motion moved by Assemblymember Pigeon. Voting for budget-related motions is by simple show of hands unless there is a request otherwise, and they require a simple majority to pass, but they aren't statutorily binding upon the Mayor. So can I please see votes in favour? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 votes in favour. And can I please see votes against? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes against, Chair. That is carried. We now move, so earlier in the meeting, Assemblymember Pigeon requested that an indicative name vote be taken on each constituent body's final component council tax requirement in accordance with Standing Order 6.12.0. That proposal requires a seconder. Was Assemblymember Bakari seconding?
I second.
Thank you very much. Just to explain for the benefits of members of the public at home and also for members in the chamber, what this means is that Assembly members are able to indicate their votes on the Mayor's budget proposals by each section of the budget. So at this stage you are being asked to indicate section of the budget by section of the budget which section of the Mayor's budget proposals you support. The outcome of that vote isn't binding upon the Mayor, but it is a way for Assembly members to indicate their views on particular sections. That indicative vote is automatically a named vote, so I'm now going to go through 7 named votes on each component. So we're going to start off I'm going to call for members' votes on the Mayor of London's budget component. Bear with me one moment, members, while I get the form. Right, as before, I'm going to ask members to indicate if they're voting for, against or abstaining, and I'm going to call members alphabetically. So this is the Mayor of London budget component. Assembly Member Ahmad.
For.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Against.
Assembly Member Baker.
For.
Assembly Member Berry.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Best.
Against.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For free school meals.
For. Assembly Member Clark.
For.
Assembly Member Cooper.
For.
Assembly Member Desai.
For.
Assembly Member Devonish. Assembly Member Duval.
For.
Assembly Member Fortune.
Against.
Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney. For. Assembly Member Moema.
For.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
For free school meals.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Prince.
Against.
Assembly Member Rogers.
Against.
Assembly Member Russell.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
For.
Assembly Member Boff, Deputy Chair.
Against.
And Assembly Member Dr Sahota, Chair.
For.
That is 12 votes in favour of that budget component, 9 against and 3 abstentions. We move on to a vote on the second component, which is the London Assembly's component. Bear with me. Assembly Member Ahmad.
For.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Against.
Assembly Member Baker.
For.
Assembly Member Berry.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Best.
Against.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark.
For.
Assembly Member Cooper.
For.
Assembly Member Desai.
For.
Assembly Member Devonish. Assembly Member Duval.
For.
Assembly Member Fortune.
Against.
Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Moema.
For.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
For.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Prince.
Against.
Assembly Member Rogers.
Against.
Assembly Member Russell.
Abstain.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
For.
Assembly Member Boff, Deputy Chair.
Against.
And Assembly Member Dr Sahota, Chair.
For.
That is 12 votes in favour, 9 votes against and 3 abstentions. We move on to the vote on the third component, which is MOPAC. Assembly Member Ahmad.
For.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Against.
Assembly Member Baker.
For.
Assembly Member Berry.
Against.
Assembly Member Best.
Against.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assembly Member Clark.
For.
Assembly Member Cooper.
For.
Assembly Member Desai.
For.
Assembly Member Devonish. Assembly Member Duval. Assembly Member Fortune.
Against.
Assembly Member Garrett. Assembly Member Hall.
Against.
Assembly Member McCartney. Assembly Member Moema.
For.
Assembly Member Pigeon.
For.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Against.
Assembly Member Prince.
Against.
Assembly Member Rogers.
Against.
Assembly Member Russell.
Against.
Assembly Member Sheikh.
For.
Assembly Member Boff, Deputy Chair.
Against.
And Assembly Member Dr Sahota.
For.
Thank you. That is 12 votes in favour and 12 votes against. I don't know if the Chair plans to exercise his casting vote.
Very rare occasions. For.
Thank you. Move on to the next component, which is London Fire Commissioner component. Assembly Member Ahmad.
For.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Against.
Assembly Member Baker.
For.
Assembly Member Berry.
Against.
Assembly Member Best.
Against.
Assembly Member Bakari.
For.
Assemblymember Clark.
4.
Assemblymember Cooper.
4.
Assemblymember Desai.
4.
Assemblymember Devenish. Assemblymember Duval.
4.
Assemblymember Fortune.
Against.
Assemblymember Garrett. Assemblymember Hall.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney.
4.
Assemblymember Moema.
4.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
4.
Assemblymember Plansky.
Against.
Assemblymember Prince.
Again.
Assemblymember Rogers.
Against.
Assemblymember Russell.
Against.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
4.
Assemblymember Boff, Deputy Chair.
Against.
And Assemblymember Dr Sahota, Chair.
4.
That's 12 votes in favour and 12 votes against. Chair, I don't know if you're planning to use your casting vote.
4.
Thank you. We move on to the vote on the TFL component. Assemblymember Ahmad, your vote.
4.
Assemblymember Bailey.
Against.
Assemblymember Baker.
4.
Assemblymember Berry.
Against.
Assemblymember Best.
Against.
Assemblymember Bakari.
Against.
Assemblymember Clark.
4.
Assemblymember Cooper.
4.
Assemblymember Desai.
4.
Assemblymember Devenish. Assemblymember Duval.
4.
Assemblymember Fortune.
Against.
Assemblymember Garrett. Assemblymember Hall.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney.
4.
Assemblymember Moema.
4.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
Against.
Assemblymember Plansky.
Against.
Assemblymember Prince.
Against.
Assemblymember Rogers.
Against.
Assemblymember Russell.
Against.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
4.
Assemblymember Boff.
Against.
And Assemblymember Dr Sahota, Chair.
4.
That is 14 votes against and 10 votes for. Thank you. We move on to the vote on the London Legacy Development Corporation component. Assemblymember Ahmad, your vote.
4.
Assemblymember Bailey.
Against.
Assemblymember Baker.
4.
Assemblymember Berry.
Against.
Assemblymember Best.
Against.
Assemblymember Bakari.
4.
Assemblymember Clark.
4.
Assemblymember Cooper.
4.
Assemblymember Desai.
4.
Assemblymember Devenish. Assemblymember Duval.
4.
Assemblymember Fortune.
Against.
Assemblymember Garrett. Assemblymember Hall.
Against.
Assemblymember Harani. Oh, sorry. Assemblymember McCartney. Assemblymember Moema.
4.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
4.
Assemblymember Plansky.
Against.
Assemblymember Prince.
Against.
Assemblymember Rogers.
Against.
Assemblymember Russell.
Against.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
4.
Assemblymember Boff, Deputy Chair.
Against.
And Assemblymember Dr Sahota, Chair.
4.
Again, Chair, that's 12 votes in favour and 12 against. Would you wish to use your casting vote?
4.
Thank you, Chair. We move on to the final budget component indicative vote, which is on the Old Oakham Park Royal Development Corporation's component. Assemblymember Ahmad, your vote.
4.
Assemblymember Bailey.
Against.
Assemblymember Baker.
4.
Assemblymember Berry.
Against.
Assemblymember Best.
Against.
Assemblymember Bakari.
Against.
Assemblymember Clark.
4.
Assemblymember Cooper.
4.
Assemblymember Desai.
4.
Assemblymember Devenish. Assemblymember Duval. Assemblymember Fortune.
Against.
Assemblymember Garrett. Assemblymember Hall.
Against.
Assemblymember McCartney. Assemblymember Moema.
4.
Assemblymember Pigeon.
Against.
Assemblymember Plansky.
Against.
Assemblymember Prince.
Against.
Assemblymember Rogers.
Against.
Assemblymember Russell.
Against.
Assemblymember Sheikh.
4.
Assemblymember Boff, Deputy Chair.
Against.
And Assembly Member Dr Sahota, Chair.
For.
That's 10 for and 14 against. That ends the indicative votes. Thank you, members. Moving to the next section. We now move to a vote on the substantive motion. The substantive motion before the Assembly is to approve the final draft consolidated budget for 2023 to 24 without amendment in accordance with Standing Order 6.12b. This is considered without being proposed or seconded by a member. Votes are by a simple show of hands, and it requires a simple majority in order to pass. Can I therefore see votes in favour of the substantive motion? So effectively that's voting in favour of the Mayor's budget proposals. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 votes in favour. Can I ask for any votes against that motion? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 12 votes against. The motion falls. Members, bear with me, I'm just going to explain the effect. So the substantive motion before the Assembly was not agreed. However, as no budget amendments have been agreed, the Assembly is deemed by paragraph 8.5 of Schedule 6 to the GLA Act 1999 to have approved the final draft consolidated budget without amendment.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, well, thank you. That concludes the Assembly's consideration of the final draft consolidated budget. Can I ask the Assembly formally to receive the Mayor's report covering the period 6 January to the 9th of February 2023?
Agreed.
Can I ask the Assembly to note that, as previously agreed by the Assembly, all questions submitted at this meeting under the Mayor's question time procedure will receive a written response on 28th of February?
Agreed.
The next meeting of London Assembly will be on the plenary meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday the 16th of March 2023 in the chamber of the City Hall. I have one piece of urgent business. I have admitted to the agenda one item of urgent business in accordance with Section 100B 4B of the Local Government Act 1972, namely the address to be delivered by the GLA to His Majesty the King on the occasion of the coronation, on the grounds that the draft loyal address was not available until after the publication of the agenda, and that this is the last meeting of the full Assembly before the deadline for submission of the royal address to Buckingham Palace. The urgent item has been circulated to the members under a supplementary agenda and is available on the GLA's website. So I formally move that a loyal address on behalf of the Assembly and ask the Deputy Chair to second it.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can I ask the Assembly then to endorse the wording of the loyal address?
Agreed.
Thank you. There was just one point of clarification. I didn't want the opportunity to go, but there's one point of clarification I want to give in terms of food should not be consumed in the chamber, but beverages can be as long as they're unmarked mugs. Okay.
I remember that rule now.
Okay. So, having given that, there's no other business to consider. Meeting's over.
I remember that because there was years ago there was a big